Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7CA Chapter 233 Fish. As soon as these words came out, several people were stunned. They all knew that Sean would one day kill those people, but it was one thing to have psychological expectations. It's one thing to hear that Sean is ready to take action. However, out of caution, Lu Chi still glanced at the confused Razanandi, as if asking with his eyes whether this guy was reliable. His ability is to block all sounds. Sean said. So Enel asked excitedly, "Are you going to attack those people?" Sean nodded and told the information Whitebeard said about several people. "So, I want to have a measure of their strength, although I don't know what the world government's current confidence is. But you can also get a glimpse of Madara and see the whole leopard. It's time for head-on contact." As the leader of the CP department, one of the highest powers in the Five Elders, Enel is at the same level as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Cyborg Sora. He immediately thought about it and then said, "It's a bit unrealistic to want them to go down, even if they were once responsible for monitoring the sea," as Whitebeard said. "As far as I know, they don't have any so-called successors at the moment, even though they're quite old." Sean thought about it and felt that it was possible. Their lifespan might be one of the important factors in the change of power, and they would not be replaced easily. However, Lu Chi said, "There is no chance, as long as there is something that interests the other party." "Things they are interested in?" Enel asked with some confusion. "Even I don't know what they're interested in, how can you know?" The corner of Lu Chi's mouth raised slightly. It's hard to say about other people, but Gizang's bad temper can lure him down. Sean became interested, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "How do you say it?" "Advertisement. He is the most grumpy and confident of the five. In his eyes, only he can be called a swordsman, not even Hawkeye," Lu Chi said. After thinking for a while, he added, "The most important thing is that he cherishes his sword very much. It is said that his sword is called First Generation Ghost Tetsu. We can use this to make an issue." Sean frowned. How to do it? People who can be in this position are not stupid, and even if there is another knife of the same level, it is another question whether you will be tempted. What if he lets the people below go? No, on the contrary, according to my silent observation over the years, there is not completely no contradiction between the five of them. In other words, the establishment of five elders is to check and balance each other. Lu Chi affirmed. Said in a tone of voice. "I can be responsible for seducing him, but there will be a risk of exposure. Once it fails, I can no longer stay here, and Enel may also be affected." After Sean listened, he silently lit a cigar, took out a can of Coke and drank it, no matter what Lu Chi's plan was. It's not all that easy to accomplish. He really doesn't want to use fishing because the fish will eat the bait. It's not that his mother's heart is overflowing, it's because there is no need to gamble on an uncertainty. He is not a gambler, he just wants to do things that are certain. Seeing the worry on Sean's eyebrows, Lu Chi felt warm in his heart. This is why he followed Enel wholeheartedly. Because he felt a sense of humanity in Enel that he had never experienced in the training camp, even though Enel was stupid in his eyes. Although Enel said that it was this person who saved him, he never felt much about it. It was only now that he felt that this person was special in his heart. In world government, he was used to seeing the fight between powers and the exchange of chess pieces. This man who points his sword at the highest divine authority in the world government is actually worried about one of his subordinates. Such people can be said to be indecisive, but they can also be said to value love and justice. So he said, "It doesn't matter. It's okay for me to run away. They can't catch me. I haven't slacked off in the past few years and I have harvested a good devil fruit." Sean asked curiously. "What fruit?" At this time, Enel said proudly, "It's the cat fruit, the phantom beast species, and the white tiger form. I got this through competition with the guys in the science department. Those guys actually wanted to use the phantom beast species fruit for experiments. I didn't say anything," he said and came to the door with Lu Chi. Well, in fact, he just snatched it and ate it directly with Lu Chi. In the end, Enel just cursed a few people and got into a few fights. Sean nodded. "This devil fruit in the sea is not much, but he has encountered quite a few. This is probably because the circle determines the quality of friendships." Advertisement. So he asked Lu Chi, "Do you have any ideas?" Lu Chi nodded. "That guy Gizu has always been proud. I just need to make some arrangements and create a secret realm to make him believe that there is an older Gui Che. I believe he will be moved. It's not difficult to lure him down. What's difficult is how to get him to follow me directly instead of reporting first. If he reports first and then leaves, I won't be able to stay here anymore. Enel, I'm really worried about him." Lu Chi said worriedly. At this moment, Razanandi, who had been listening for a long time, also lit a cigarette, almost lighting himself up again, and said quietly, "Sean, if you want to catch one, can't you just take him away yourself?" Sean was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "It's not that simple. If anyone here takes me away directly, they will guess that it is mine. After all, my ability is unique in the world." Of course, Sean thought about taking him away by force, but it was not that simple. A figure from the highest authorities suddenly disappeared. You can use your toes to figure out who it is related to, not to mention the ubiquitous phone bug monitoring. Of course I know what you are worried about, so I can reduce the difficulty for Lu Chi and lure him to a suitable place. As long as we wait there in advance, this matter will not be difficult to handle. I am confident that as long as we are not in sight, even if the other party has a strong sense of sight, they will not be able to sense us," Razanandi said. Sean was stunned again when he heard this. Can your silence fruit be used like this? Of course, even if my talent is mediocre, I am still working hard. Then Sean thought carefully about the feasibility of this matter. Why didn't he just take the other person away by force? Besides the fact that he would be found to have done it. The most important factor is that the other party plotted against him not long ago. As long as they find Sean in this place, they will definitely attack without hesitation. Sean is not sure that he can deal with the other party before he takes action. Once the other party is alerted, it will be difficult. He is not alone now. Because there are too many people following him behind him, it can affect the whole body. Chapter 234 Enel is going to be promoted. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. This is the sentence that Sean has touched the most since he came to this world, and he is also practicing it. Then he looked at Lu Qi. In this case, are you sure? Lu Qi grinned. If this is the case, my certainty will be higher, but I need to find the right opportunity. Oh, is there even such a suitable place? Now Sean was really surprised. The most defensive place in the world could actually have such a place? If Sean is quietly lurking here alone, or if any powerful guy comes here, he can lurk here. After all, the Revolutionary Army in the original work did this, but they wanted the other party not to doubt themselves. And to avoid surveillance, the conditions are too harsh. Enel seemed to have remembered something and suddenly asked, "You mean the way those little devils sneaked out?" "That's right." Lu Qi nodded and said, "That is a passage specially built for Tianlong people. The elders will teach them to grow up before going to sea, and let them listen to their elders. But at the same time, they will indulge them and let the guards take them to sneak out. After all, the Tianlong people call themselves gods, and are not afraid of any danger, right? This road is their product based on this foundation." After listening, Sean sighed with a complicated look on his face. Sure enough, people's good and evil are all caused by the environment. No one is born knowing whether to stand for good or evil. Their distorted education starts from childhood. Then Sean solemnly said to Lu Qi, "Then it's settled. If things don't work out, you must decisively crush the stone I gave you. Don't take chances. As long as there is a slight sign that something is wrong, I will come directly to rescue you and leave. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The worst case scenario is to break up officially. Anyway, you have collected important information over the years." Sean also thought of the content in the TV series. How do undercover agents usually die? It's just a matter of luck. Advertisement. You have obviously noticed that something is wrong, but you still want to dive in headfirst, not looking back until you hit the wall. He doesn't want Enel and Lu Shishu to do these operations, although he does want to go directly to the sky and obtain all the historical information from 800 years ago. But this is not achieved overnight, and he has a backup, that is Bullet. That guy knows the key information that leads directly to Raftru. If it doesn't work, then just wait for O'Hara. If it doesn't work, there's still Luffy, so it's not a big problem. After hearing Sean's blessing, two good friends, Enel and Lu Qi, looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. "We will pay attention. After all, we still have to see the moment when the beacon fire spreads to the altar," Lu Qi said. "Sean, is this guy also infected by Enel? How could you say such stupid words with such a cold face?" Although he cursed a few times in his heart, he still said perfunctorily to the two of them, "Well, we will succeed. Let's make it bigger and stronger and create greater glory." After discussing the business, Sean proposed to leave, but Enel seemed to have remembered something and said, "Your proposal to become an admiral has been approved. Now we are just waiting for the result of Fleet Admiral's successor." "Oh?" Sean raised an eyebrow. "Those guys actually passed? Didn't they say they wouldn't pass?" Lu Qi added on the side. "Previously, they rejected the 4th general because they did not want to expand Marine's influence, but now there is a vacancy, and they unanimously believe that only you are the most suitable." After thinking about it, Sean understood the reason. Well, he passed their inspection, and now they are giving him candy in disguise. Seeing Enel's hesitant expression, Sean said angrily, "Don't be hesitant, just say what you have to say." "Oh, that's it. They felt that your nickname was inappropriate, so they decided to change your code name. Well, it seems to be Aries, Wen Tun Tun, and Ba Ba Ba." Sean's mouth twitched and he started to bleat something, but this was within his expectation. If a lieutenant general can still be unscrupulous, then when he becomes a general, he will still deal with those people even if he doesn't want to. Too long. Isn't it the celestial dragons who are being slaughtered? Those glass-hearted celestial dragons will not allow it, but if he is allowed to enter and leave the holy land of Mary Joa. He suddenly had some good ideas, but he still had to go back and think about it. But he still said to Lu Qi, "Let's not talk about that. Now there is a question, that is Enel. Does he have a chance to become a member of the 5 elders?" Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, the scene became quiet again. Everyone felt that their throats were tight and their mouths were a little dry. Can this? Fortunately, everyone is not an ordinary person. Even if Sean's thoughts wander again, they will quickly come back to their senses. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and then said, "It's impossible under normal circumstances, because he is not a celestial dragon." But Sean took over. Lu Qi was stunned, but nodded. "But it's different now. They have no plans to train a successor, and no matter how gorgeous the Tianlong people are in their packaging, it can't change the fact that they are just ordinary people on the sea. In the past few years, although we have fooled many fools in our eyes, in the eyes of those fools, our CP organization is their best friend. Speaking of which, Enel and I can be said to be members of the world noble. Our descendants also enjoy privileges. So, Enel should have a lot of fans. The most important thing is that Enel does not stand in any of the factions of the 5 of them. This is a power structure that checks and balances each other. Based on the above reasons, maybe Enel has the greatest chance. That. After listening to Lucci's analysis, Sean nodded with satisfaction. It's really good. If Enel really succeeds, it will be a great success. Okay, after this, you can find an opportunity to come to Qinghai and talk about it later. Afterwards, Sean took Rosinan back to the headquarters, and then all he had to do was wait for news from them. In the next few days, Sean spent leisurely eating and drinking at the headquarters, and recorded the ledger on Kizaru's head. There was no way, because he was about to become a general, and Kizaru still had to be his boss. Isn't it right for a boss to treat his subordinates to dinner when he gets promoted? 7 days passed like this. Finally, Sean received a call from Warring States. They are about to decide the winner, so just come over here. Chapter 235. The outcome is decided. At Warring States' signal, Sean left the office after a flash of blue light. Then he came to the warship and looked at the desolate island that had been beaten. Boy Sean, they have decided the winner. Garp on the side looked straight and said to Sean. Crane also made a sound of admiration. I didn't expect this result. This is something none of us expected. It turned out that on the island, the clothes of the 3 generals were beaten to pieces during the battle. Perhaps because of the difference from the original work, Aokiji's legs were not broken, but his body was covered with burns and penetrating injuries, and he was squatting there, a little precarious. Akainu is not much better. Like Aokiji, his body surface is also purple from the cold, like broken skin, and there are also penetrating wounds. Akainu was leaning on his knees unsteadily, as if he might fall to the ground any moment. But Kizaru's body looked the most miserable, with burns and frostbite almost everywhere, and not a single intact part of his entire upper body could be seen. The blood on his head was flowing down his eyes, but even in such a miserable situation, he was the steadiest person standing. At this time, the 3 of them were breathing heavily. There was no doubt that Aokiji could still force himself to stand up, but was it necessary? He just doesn't agree with Akainu's philosophy. Now, there is no need to fight with his life, because even if he fights with his life, he may not be able to defeat Kizaru. Akainu feels the same way. Although he is full of pride in his heart, he is also unable to use a life-threatening style of fighting against his former colleagues. He believes that the other party has the same thoughts as him. It's so scary. You two obviously can win if you join forces, but you each stand firm, Kizaru said at the right time. The next moment, Aokiji lay directly on the ground. If you weren't the one standing, maybe I would continue to stand. After listening to Aokiji's meaningful remarks, Akainu sat cross-legged on the ground. I suddenly felt that brat Sean was very accurate. After this battle, Kuzan, you should also understand, right? Akainu did not respond to what Aokiji meant, but instead asked inexplicably. Aokiji scratched his curly hair that was burned. Lala, maybe, after all, that won't happen anymore, right? At this time, although Kizaru had a miserable face, he had returned to his usual tired look. Actually, Sean has told you about your situation a long time ago. It seems that we have all underestimated him. Kizaru said even more vulgarly, holding the pig's head on his head. Advertisement. At this time, the 3 of them all tacitly understood that there were some things that they would not know how big the conflict would be until it broke out. In the past few days of fighting, Aokiji and Akainu had a real fight. They had a tacit understanding that once the other party became Fleet Admiral. Perhaps, there is no guarantee that one party will leave Marine. They have their own pride and their own beliefs. I really can't convince myself to incorporate the other person's ideas. Whoosh! A soft chirping sound sounded, and the 3 of them looked not far away at the same time. It was Sean, who came to them with the elderly trio. Ha 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 ha, you guys are really in such a mess. Garp burst out laughing when he saw the miserable looks of the 3 of them. Between the 2 of them, someone may have to leave Marine. Seeing this, Kizaru raised his hands. Okay, I won't say anymore. You two, don't look at me like that, it's really a scary look. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then Kizaru said, yes, the fight is over, as you wish, I won. Immediately, the penetrating wounds, burns and frostbite on the 3 people's bodies were all healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sean raised his eyebrows. Congratulations, what do the other 2 want to say? The remaining flowers, plants and trees are all growing without wind, as if to express their dissatisfaction. These are creatures that have mutated under the influence of various harsh environments and light. Perhaps, only ambiguity can be compatible with them? After Sean finished speaking, several people looked at each other, and finally, except for Garp, they all walked behind him in tacit understanding. Well, old man, we meet at the headquarters, bye. After saying that, a group of people suddenly lit up with blue light. This was not what they wanted to see, and at the same time, Kizaru's true strength also made them look at him with suspicion. Are you busy? B************* D. Garp. I have never seen a more leisurely lieutenant general than you, Warring States said, but silently added in his heart, except Sean. When Garp saw this, he wanted to pounce on him, but he was a step too late. He could only curse and walk towards the shore. Sean said angrily, forget it, don't take advantage of it and act like a good boy. If you don't believe me, do you think they want to beat you again? Advertisement. The corners of the mouths of the 3 generals twitched, thinking that these 3 generals are worse than an island? In that case, let's go back. I've been bored to death at the headquarters these days, Sean said with a yawn. Warring States said from the side, it's quite miserable. Anyway, as long as this guy doesn't become the fleet admiral, I can actually accept it. Aokiji on the other side was no longer lying on the ground. It looks like a peaceful place, but in fact it is a dangerous place hidden in danger. Sean asked directly. Are you sure you're done? Kizaru finally showed a look of helplessness. Can you respect me? Several times I really wanted to stop fighting, but it was because of what you said that I insisted on fighting these two monsters. Sean grinned and waved his hand, and a burst of milky yellow light lit up on the three of them at the same time. Crane even made a fatal blow. It's a pity for this island, alas. Sean looked at them and asked, who will stay to drive the warship back? 1/3 is like hell, with rolling and flowing magma everywhere, and volcanic eruptions from time to time. This is the fierce place formed after the battle between the three generals. 1/3 is a plain of ice and snow, and the biting cold wind blows up the heavy snow falling from the sky like sharp knives. Although Garp has always been heartless, it's just because Sean is here and he knows that these people's injuries can be healed. Akainu stood up directly and snorted, Humph, what else can I say? I'm not that bad of a loser. It's not that they have no chance to join forces directly, but they all have a vague feeling that once Kizaru is dealt with. So he didn't think there was anything wrong with them getting hurt at all, and he had to laugh when he should. At this time, Garp, who was overjoyed just now, was dumbfounded. Hey, I have to go back first. After all, I am very busy. Sure enough, Kizaru turned around and saw that Aokiji and Akainu were gritting their teeth. What was left was only some vegetation that covered the sky and the sun, and it was full of vitality. However, when a little bird flew in, it was swallowed up by one of the huge flowers. At this time, the entire island's environment had already formed a strange fan-shaped posture. Chapter 236 Post-War Reaction. 5 days have passed since the battle between the three major generals fleet admiral was decided. Garp also arrived belatedly and finally returned to his headquarters. In the past few days, the news that Sengoku has stepped down from his position as fleet admiral and retreated behind the scenes has swept the world like a hurricane. The pirates reveled in revelry, because the previous battle with Whitebeard really made them feel unprecedented pressure. Now that this living legend Marine is resigning, how can he not be happy? The civilians are very worried about the next fleet admiral. What if the opponent is not as good as Sengoku? At the same time, such a big event as the showdown between the three generals was naturally not hidden from the outside world. This showdown has attracted greater attention than Sengoku's resignation. After all, it is related to Marine's future direction. Whether they are pirates or civilians, and even some other countries, they are all paying close attention. Because no matter which general succeeds fleet admiral, the decisions they make are different. This is a major event that is closely related to them. I just didn't expect that Admiral Kizaru, who has always been uncontested, would unexpectedly become the next Marine Fleet Admiral. This news caught everyone off guard, and almost no one would have thought that Kizaru would become the Fleet Admiral. At this moment, many people who thought about siding with Aokiji or Akainu were hesitant. New World. Unknown Island. The red-haired man glanced at his drunken partner and then walked out slowly. Ben Beckman followed suit as well. When he came to an open flat land, the red-haired man sat down on the ground, holding his back with one hand and blowing in the slightly salty sea breeze. Without looking back he asked, what do you think of this? After lighting a cigarette, Beckman said, he is more terrifying than we thought. I didn't expect that Kizaru was also one of his people. Advertisement yes, they know more than others. According to the original trajectory, Kizaru will not compete for the position of Fleet Admiral. It's not that he's incapable, it's because of his personality. A person's personality can be hidden, but it's difficult to hide it for decades without revealing the truth. Teach is an example. No matter how he hides it, there will always be clues. Kizaru was different. It was said that the world government was also involved, but no one expected it. Among the Tianlong people, even some middle-level world government cadres, they would overwhelmingly support Kizaru as Fleet Admiral. This also earned him a ticket to the Fleet Admiral battle. Due to various circumstances and years of research on Sean, they came to a terrible conclusion. I'm afraid Sean had already planned to become Marine very early on. Originally, in their imagination, Sean would rise up step by step steadily. That's why I dared to make such a bold promise to Sean. After all, what they thought was that Sean taking Marine away from the world government was something that might take a lifetime to accomplish. But now, they were wrong. From the moment Kizaru became Fleet Admiral, they knew that no matter how much they overestimated Sean, they were still wrong after all. Because the reason why Kizaru suddenly competed showed that there was a driving force behind it. Apart from Sean, they could not think of anyone else who could do this. Even if I knew that Sean was not a simple person, I might be able to convince the people in the headquarters to take a slightly biased stance towards him, but I didn't expect that the entire senior management would be on his side, Beckman said leisurely. Yeah, what a scary guy. It seems we have to rearrange our layout, the red-haired man said with a serious face at this time. Ghost Island. Kaido was squinting his eyes, exuding a sense of low pressure. I didn't expect that this world would become more and more interesting. That guy Kizaru would actually become Fleet Admiral, and there would also be an Empress who could vaguely replace Whitebeard. This time, we didn't get any benefits. Kaido seemed to be speaking to the three disasters, but also seemed to be speaking to himself. Then he looked at Quinn. Has that guy Caesar got in touch? Quinn said. We contacted him and he said that he will be escorted to Impel Down City within a year. At that time, we can just rob the escort ship. Kaido nodded. We also need to make more arrangements as soon as possible. I have a hunch that perhaps, in the near future, this era of chaos will cause huge waves. Advertisement Jin on the side was hesitant to speak, but he still had to bite the bullet and said, There's a pirate at Yamato who is going against our pirate group. This is really difficult to handle. Hearing this, Kaido also had a headache, wondering why his son had been brainwashed. Next time those guys from the Revolutionary Army show up again, I'm going to deal with them personally. He's obviously Laozi's son, but he's hanging out with those people. It's so confusing. Yes, Yamato had already joined the Revolutionary Army in the early years and launched an attack on the Kurozumi family in Wano. At the same time, Kaido was forced to withdraw from Wano country at that time. There was no way, although Wano country was coveted, their endless raids were too much for them. Especially in recent years, the scale of the Revolutionary Army has become increasingly exaggerated, which makes him a little frightened. After all, their goal is world government. I, Kaido, am very reckless, but not stupid. Therefore, the beast pirates have been wandering around Wano country for more than 10 years, but they have not been able to capture it. The resources above are coveted by the world government. The upright boy Jack asked, Boss, can you really deal with them? Their development over the years seems to be exaggerated. Kaido glanced at the stupid young man and almost beat him up in anger. Laozi just wanted to have a good talk with Yamato. It's none of your business. I want you to talk more. It was just that Kaido sighed slightly in his heart. His son was getting older, and he kept going against him. All his plans had been sabotaged by the other party. But Yamato could never be found, which made his old father feel sad. IWC. Big Mom had a ferocious smile on his face. Well, it's really interesting. First, Kuja withdrew from the world government, and now Sengoku abdicated, and Kizaru became Fleet Admiral. It seems there will be surprises. Please pass on the order and the actions against the Nine Snakes pirates will be temporarily suspended for a while. Let's see what surprises Marine can come up with during this turbulent time. Now, the peace has been broken. Ha 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 ha. Her deafening laughter made some of the weaker members turn slightly pale. Parasparrow and other cadres knew that my mother was extremely sane at this time and that she was the emperor of the sea who ruled the world. At this time, she seemed to have transformed from a glutton to the great pirate and tycoon who was at the top of the competition for hegemony. Katakuri asked bravely, What about them targeting us? After all, we have a lot of conflicts with them. Big Mom just said lightly, What do you think is the peak? Chapter 237 Aries. This time, Katakuri understood. Mom is still the same mother who gallops on the sea. No matter who the opponent is, she is fearless and never retreats. What my mother meant was just because she wanted to see interesting things happen, so she didn't bother them. Once the Nine Snakes pirates attack, she is not afraid and will definitely make them pay a heavy price. On the sea, various pirate plans emerge endlessly. Some want to lurk under the new hegemonic force, while others take advantage of the situation and choose the ones they like to join. There are also some who are secretly accumulating strength and dreaming of replacing the Four Emperors' position. Because they saw the possibility from Hancock when she pushed New World across the board with her overwhelming momentum. When she faced the Big Mom pirates, and even when Kaido joined in, she fearlessly clashed with these big pirates. In the eyes of other pirates, Hancock is the new Four Emperors. There are also some pirates who are currently not powerful enough to make waves in the New World, so they have focused on the vacant Shichibukai. Because that would be a good way to accumulate strength and plunder legally. Luo also led his pirate group from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. He is also about to appear, and he is going to do something big and attract the attention of the world government. Countless forces took action upon hearing the news and made their own plans. In the eyes of some people, Marine's change of power was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Not to mention the various reactions on the sea, Sean looked distressed at this time. He was sitting in the office at this time, looking at a document and secretly feeling sad. Yes, his appointment letter has arrived, and he will soon participate in the investiture ceremony and become a general. Advertisement, it's nothing, it's just that nickname, which makes him a little ashamed. Aries. I really don't know where the tradition of these marine codenames comes from. In Garp's era, nicknames were much nicer than today's animals, such as Black Arm, Iron Fist, Buddha's Warring States, etc. Even the nicknames of pirates are much more domineering, such as World Destroyer, Aloof Red, Devil's Descendant, etc. How come I got here and turned into an Aries, making me soft and bleeding as soon as I heard it? He had such worries before, so he would rather win the second point, and said his nickname when he fought against Kaido in New World. In the eyes of Sean, a former middle school boy, Toolong sounds much better than Aries. It's a pity that what he called out was useless. He had already been prepared. After all, in recent years, few people had called him Toolong. It's not necessary. The Baizi you mentioned once had this devil fruit, so it won't work, Garp said. Isn't Kizaru going to be a general? Then he will naturally not have time to continue to govern, so he recommends you. Hearing this, Sean felt a lot more comfortable. Thinking of this, Sean asked, Can't Baizi? Doesn't this sound better? And why is Marine's current nickname so weird? There's nothing we can do about it. We can't really let you slay the dragon, right? Besides, I think this is pretty good, Garp said while suppressing a smile. Garp slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Sengoku said that you would be the head of the Marine Scientific Force. You will either stay there and take charge of security issues, or sit in charge of the headquarters. You don't have to go back to G5. You can't stay still anyway, so why not give you a name so that you can go out and wander around often? After all, if a general wanders around aimlessly, the impact will be considerable. Sean glanced at the old man. Yeah, it's too soft. It doesn't meet my expectations at all. Garp shrugged. That's what the bad guy from the Warring States period said. Garp said meaningfully to Sean, because Sean is destined to be tossed around, and it is best for him to sit in the headquarters. Hearing this, Garp's face straightened. You are wrong. There is nothing wrong with sheep. Although they are docile, your image in Marine is actually like this. Garp, who had just entered the door, saw Sean sighing and immediately laughed. Peeved, ha ha ha, Sean boy, is this nickname so objectionable to you? The general is either in charge of Mariajoya, the Marine headquarters, or in charge of commanding the overall situation on the sea battlefield. Hearing Garp's explanation, Sean was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? I fought against generals when I was a major, and against 4 emperors when I was a brigadier general. You call me docile? Advertisement. This is a secret agency of the world government. It is not part of the Marine establishment. However, due to special reasons for various experiments, this research and development department is located at sea, not in Mariajoya. Alas, you know what happened to Zepha, right? It's probably to avoid being affected by pirates and affecting your family, so after reaching a certain level, nicknames are very necessary. Sean nodded. I know all this, but what's going on with the Marine Science Force? These old people were heartbroken for Sean. Then stop worrying about the title and let the pirates choose another one for themselves in the future. Seeing that Sean was a little confused, Garp said, those of your subordinates have accumulated enough merits for a long time. Crow, Dusky and Kuina are all qualified to be promoted to Lieutenant General. Sean raised his eyebrows. So, will Kuina and Dusky stay in G5? Garp nodded. Ahe has also thought about it for you. Crow will serve in the staff department, which is also the headquarters, but he has relatively more freedom. After all, if a general is not doing his job, he will either hang out or stay asleep, which is not good. Hearing this, Sean nodded and agreed. After all, not everyone has a boss in their family. Those Marines admire you very much. You have saved so many people, so in their hearts, you are a great man shrouded in holy light. Forget it, even the old man came to comfort me, so he didn't think too much. Even if it was a sheep, it would still be by Z, or even a sheep in wolf's clothing. Sean also understood what Garp meant. Ah, thank you, but I have to transfer Crow back to me. Without him, many things will be inconvenient. Huh, what's the point? They just want me to be laughed at, Sean said angrily. Garp rolled his eyes, poured a cup of tea, and then said, of course it's not that you are docile, it's your contribution to Marine. Going out occasionally is not a big problem. Even if Sean has the ability to teleport, he still needs an extra layer of insurance. Yes, in order to cope with the turbulent sea, G5 is Marine's signature distribution base. Isn't it normal to have 2 lieutenant generals? Then he continued. Actually, there weren't that many nicknames before, and the nicknames were all called by pirates, not by ourselves. Why did you come to see me? Chapter 238 General. Just like that, due to job changes among Marine executives. Even some school-level officers have undergone personnel changes. After all, there are new leaders and a new atmosphere. At the same time, the news about Sean's upcoming appointment as general swept across the sea like a hurricane. In response to this, the guys from New World were both frightened and surprised, and expressed that this was a reasonable situation. Because Sean has become a general, it means that his defense is no longer limited to G5, but has the right to cruise independently. But it is undoubtedly good news for some pirates who often do business with the first half of the Grand Line. After all, G5 does not have such an Optimus Prime-like figure sitting in charge, so it will be easier for them to come in and out in the future. It's just that they made a mistake. 2 sisters, Kuina and Dusky, served as the base commander and chief of staff of the G5 branch. Those people didn't know the news yet. Otherwise they would never be happy so early. A few days later, Marine headquarters. Today, all branches and even branches broadcast the award ceremony simultaneously, and the Marines at the bottom were immediately excited. Over the years, under Sean's influence, many people have chased him as their idols, which has also made his reputation rise day by day. At this time, all the soldiers from the headquarters gathered together in the main square. Everyone knows what day it is, and many people are gathering together and whispering. I never expected that Admiral Kizaru would take over the position of Fleet Admiral. Isn't it? I don't know where Marine will go. After all, his reputation is really weird. You don't have to worry about these issues. Although General Kizaru behaves strangely, one thing is certain, he is definitely a suitable candidate. That's right, otherwise Marine's senior management wouldn't let him take over so easily. Regarding Kizaru taking over the position of Fleet Admiral, some people agree with it, while others remain skeptical. Advertisement. Although they usually respect these generals very much, taking over Fleet Admiral is another matter. Because that means that Marine will implement the other party's ideas, and no one knows where it will go under the leadership of Kizaru. On the high platform, Sang Guo was standing with his hands behind his back, chatting, and after drinking some chicken soup, he said, although I have resigned from the position of Fleet Admiral, I will still stay in Marine and hold the behind-the-scenes position of Grand Inspector. Due to defense reasons, the sailors who performed well in the showdown with the Whitebeard pirates will be directly awarded promotions and appointment letters. Today I mainly want everyone to see that our Marine has the highest combat power and will never be short of it. Marine is still the overlord of the sea. A new generation is better than the old. Times are changing, but what remains unchanged is the justice in our hearts. There will always be someone to inherit our will. Today is the ceremony for Kizaru and Perusalino to become Fleet Admiral, and Sean will also be promoted to General today. Marine, no matter when or where, is the overlord of this sea. Let the pirates know one thing clearly. The end of the old era also represents the arrival of a new era. After some chatter from Sengoku, Sean and Kizaru both boarded the stands. The Marine executives all had weird expressions on their faces when they heard Sean's words and saw Marine's enthusiasm. Having said this, Sean slowly floated in the air, stretched out his hands, clenched them hard, and said firmly with an expression on his face. Maybe it's the difficulty of reality that makes you sober, and you feel that there is nothing you can do, that this is impossible? Sean looked at Marine in the square with burning eyes, and finally turned his gaze to the live broadcast phone bug, as if he was looking at the world through the phone bug's eyes. Keep fighting. In the name of justice, in this process, you will all be the writers of the book, History is decided by us. Marine, wake up, the great moment has just begun. In the name of justice, fight against sin until death. The changes we want have not yet become a reality. Perhaps many people who join Marine have imagined that one day the sin of time will be eradicated. Let us work together to create the miracle of Marine, the miracle of the times. In this turbulent era, we have an advantage that others do not have, and that is our natural stand for justice. Why do you keep emphasizing justice? Because justice, he is the chip of faith that is enough to support us to the end. Advertisement, in the name of justice, fight against sin until death. Suddenly, all the Marines flushed with excitement and shouted loudly. Warring States nodded. But it's not a big problem, although we know what he means, he has never expressed his views on world government. I guess that day is coming soon. Just guide them to learn to think about the problems involved. In this way, it won't be so abrupt for the entire Marine to announce its separation in the future. Garp said after bumping Sengoku with his elbow. I almost dug out a G5 branch with my toes, because he adapted it based on a speech video of a brainwashing war maniac in his previous life. The next moment, Marine in the main square was in front of countless Marines even through a phone bug. Everyone, the sea is becoming more and more turbulent now. I know that we are now in an embarrassing period where we can crush any pirate group head on, but cannot suppress all pirates. The darkness will eventually dawn. No matter how long the night is, it can't stop the dawn. Even if it's impossible, we have to make it possible. Isn't the reason why this sea is mysterious and interesting because nothing can be predicted? This is also necessary. He wants to plant a seed in the hearts of some new Marines. Marine is working hard, even if the road is a bit difficult. Hey, Warring States, Xiao Xiao seems to be pretty good at it. Who is the same as that one from the Revolutionary Army? Countless civilians are looking forward to it after we win the war. What to expect? Looking forward to seeing our continued wins. Sean looked at these excited Marines with red faces and felt extremely embarrassed. Under the rolling giant wheel of the coming era, we are very small, but we are the undoubted overlords of the sea. With his chest covered with medals, Kizaru also took a shot, and then it was Sean's turn. But for some reason, he always felt that in his own adaptation, there was always something like a successful master. Having said this, Sean fell down again, stood on the high platform, raised his fist and hit his chest hard. I suddenly have some expectations now, he almost shouted, understand the applause, but luckily he held it back. Chapter 239 A Little Daily Routine. In this way, Sean took over the position of general under the spotlight. Then came some outstanding major generals who were awarded the title one after another. Some were at the scene, while others were in their garrison bases, watching Kizaru's public commendation with excitement. When the awarding ceremony was completed, Newsbird immediately flew around the world carrying this important information that affected the world pattern. Sean becomes the admiral and Kizaru takes over as Fleet Admiral. The news sweeps the world like a hurricane. In a short period of time, most people have already known the news. Of course, Marine also has the intention of adding fuel to the flames. Various titles emerge one after another, astonishing achievements and contributions, etc., which all give different people different feelings. The pirates feel that they are worthy of being the leader of the new generation of monsters, and their life is going to be difficult. Civilians feel enveloped in a strong sense of security. The youngest general in Marine history, Ares, New World's absolute defense line has finally become Marine's absolute defense line. Where should New World go? Close black lens bracket. Breaking down the things that the new general has to mention over the years. Why is Ares the most popular general in Marine? You must not know the reason. The experience of the new general makes people sigh. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Shimotsuki village. The Koshiro couple and Ms. Rice all saw the newsprint and learned that Sean had become a general. And at the same time, he also saw a piece of news about his daughter. The Gemini stars will inherit the will of General Ares and defend the glory of G5. On this sea, the lieutenant general is already an extremely important figure. Advertisement from time to time, newspapers will report on some of their actions, showing the pirates that Marine is full of talents. Want to jump? Okay, Marine is only so powerful, so be mentally prepared. Lyman pointed to a stack of news about Sean angrily and said, the first ones are fine, but the later headlines are getting more and more confusing. Koshiro still narrowed his eyes. This is not the point. The point is that this child is moving towards the path he has chosen, and may be closer to his goal. Lyman raised his eyebrows. Do you still know whether his goal is achieved? Don't forget, I watched this kid grow up. His attitude towards pirates, changes in the world structure, etc. He would talk to me about when he was a kid. Koshiro said with a smile. Humph, do you want to say that the child is closer to you? I will ask him when he comes back, he will definitely talk to me. Koshiro smiled and said nothing. He always knew that Sean's ideal was definitely more than just Marine. He has actually been vaguely guessing about Sean, but he doesn't know how far he has reached it now. But seeing that Sean is practicing his ideals, I am very happy for him. Louise couldn't laugh or cry when she saw that her sister was dissatisfied that her husband had a secret with Sean. Look up at the sky. If this is the path you choose, then keep going. After saying that, Kizaru took out a record pointer. This is the address of Vegapunk. Zan Momomaru is also there. He is now the guard of Vegapunk. Sean nodded. Indeed, seeing those documents in your office makes me feel numb. When it comes to freedom, Lieutenant General is better. I don't know why I was dazzled by you in the first place and decided to become a fleet admiral. Being a general is not very good and free. Hearing this, Crow's lips twitched. If he hadn't advertised himself as a successful Marine, he would have definitely fought with the other party. God knows how much he suffered, how much he was beaten, and how much he was fighting. Just thinking about it makes him snot and burst into tears. Oh, that's not true. The documents above have been issued. From today on, you will be in charge of the scientific force. They knew that Sean had a lot of potential. They knew from a young age that this child would definitely be extraordinary in the future, so they had better resistance. As expected, Lyman was also overjoyed. Really, they haven't been back for almost a month this time. They used to come back every week for dinner. Sean nodded. He was not surprised at all. Science changes the world. He has been aware of this concept for a long time. Okay, it seems that it's time for me to meet this scientist. Maybe I will gain something, but not necessarily? Occasionally, when he receives an emergency call for help, he goes to provide support. He has now replaced Kizaru's previous job. Advertisement Kizaru has also changed from his previous image of being lazy and diligent. This is the impression that Marines have of him today. But they really didn't expect that the two girls who were originally mediocre would now be so outstanding. After becoming a general, Sean's life was no different. They were originally full of worries, but they also felt a little comfort in their hearts. After all, what parents didn't worry about their children, especially when they were facing vicious pirates? Sister, look at our daughter, she has become a big shot without even realizing it. Although it is a complaint, the pride in the parents' tone cannot be concealed when they see that their children are making a difference. Crow was able to display his talents at the staff headquarters, which impressed many people. Koshiro looked at this harmonious scene and the three high-spirited people on the newsprint. Louise quickly changed the topic and pointed to the newspaper about their daughter. On this day, Kizaru came to his office and started complaining as soon as he entered the door. Kizaru looked at Crow and sighed, remembering that he and Sean had forgotten Crow for a while. Especially in the war with Whitebeard and Blackbeard, the two men showed great strength. Crow next to him also nodded. So, the person who lives the most transparent life is actually Lieutenant General Garp. His famous name suppresses the sea area he protects. Few pirates will provoke him, and he has enough rights to go everywhere. Stroll. After hearing what Whitebeard said about the abilities of those people, he did not dare to neglect at all, and practiced hard as usual. Let him go from the military court to the interrogation room, and then from the interrogation room to the prison. Kizaru warned. But don't be too arrogant, because he has received enthusiastic attention from the world government, and I don't know if there is any recording equipment. Moreover, there are guards sent by the world government around, but those guys are in the dark. Afterwards, the two of them complained about various gossips and discussed what dishes they would make to reward them next time. Sean saw that Crow was in a sad state again, and quickly changed the subject. You are here to complain to me, right? This is an important person who affects the development process of the world. The world government will not let Marine have too much contact with him. Time is really magical. I didn't expect that Crow, who was causing a lot of trouble in the headquarters, has become a mainstay lieutenant general. Chapter 240 Vegapunk. Sean is full of expectations for this mysterious guy named Vegapunk. Although this is a world ruled by force, science cannot be underestimated. If Sean's goal is to be a free sailor, that's fine. But his goal is world government, and for him who stands at a higher level, Vegapunk is a talent. He even felt that if Yishao and others were SR, then Vegapunk was the ultra-rare SSR. Only science is the benchmark for measuring a civilization. No matter how high the force is, its influence is just that. The influence of science is in all aspects, including food cultivation, which also pays attention to scientific cultivation, not to mention the influence in other aspects. Sean has great respect for these people. Their lives seem to be about pursuing various answers. And the impact produced during the pursuit will directly affect the development of the world line. Then I'll go take a look tomorrow, Sean said to Kizaru. After explaining the purpose of coming here, Kizaru poured a cup of tea and said, by the way, they asked me to ask you, when are you going to start? When Sean heard this, he knew that the other party was asking when he was going to declare his separation from the world government. After thinking about it, Kizaru had seen Enel anyway, so he looked at Crow, who understood and fully learned Lucci's strengths. He took out a dozen black anti-eavesdropping phone bugs from a black suitcase. It's almost time. I'm going to pull one of the 5 elders down and let Enel compete. After that, it's time for our Marines to show off their talents. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Sean to be so bold, so he quickly asked, is this necessary? To be honest, Kizaru didn't know how Sean planned to deal with those people, but he still felt that he was too impatient. What the world government is most afraid of now is the seed that continues to penetrate deeply into people's hearts, a seed called resistance. He thought he could slowly figure it out. After the seed took root and sprouted, Marine took action. Advertisement. Sean shook his head and said, I know what you were thinking. To be honest, if the battle line is extended to more than 100 years, then your idea may be good. But we don't have that much time to fuss, and this is also an extra layer of insurance. Kizaru asked curiously, what insurance? The red-haired guy promised me that after Marine left, he would be affected as little as possible, but I couldn't possibly put all my chips on him, Sean said. Kizaru understood that the so-called influence was that he did not want the world government to target Marine, because their combat capabilities were not bad. Including the ability used by the red-haired father, it is not something that can be blocked by simple domineering. After a pause, he continued, after all, there are too many people behind me now, and I need to be responsible for them. And Crow, who had been silently observing, also asked, do you need me to go with you? If he is the kind of person who does research purely for scientific research, that's okay, but if he is the kind of fanatic who studies war weapons, then I will find an opportunity to kill him. As long as the other party thinks it's okay, then it must be really okay. Suddenly, he has unlimited expectations for Sean. So he said, so you want Enel to take over and stand in our position? If these people come up with any major scientific research results that can shorten the time between islands, it will be a major event that affects the world. Then I'm going back. You should go see Vegapunk early. By the way, that guy Vegapunk has actually been paying attention to you. After Kizaru finished speaking, he left without looking back. Sean nodded with deep understanding. To be honest, I am confident that I can win the opponent, but I need to know their true and false situation. Once the turmoil breaks out, life will be difficult for the soldiers at the bottom who are affected. Otherwise, in the future, we will only fall into the current situation again, because the heroes of the times emerge endlessly, and there will always be various careerists. After thinking about it, the name, Bridge, seemed to be correct, so Sean nodded. Absolutely, it depends on the ability of these people. Okay, as long as you are sure, we are all on your boat now, Kizaru stood up and said. Sean nodded. There is nothing we can do about it, and I really want to know what the 5 most powerful people in the world are like. He felt that as long as Sean said that he could fight. This might be the lowest standard. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Sean lowered his eyes and looked a little lazy, but both Crow and Kizaru knew that Sean was very annoyed. Crow pushed up his glasses with his wrist and said, so you want him to build a bridge between islands? The feeling that Sean gave him was that he looked extremely irritable and unyielding, but in fact he was just a small coin that wouldn't take action if he wasn't sure. Hearing this, Kizaru also felt more and more deeply that the foundation of world government was so profound that there was even the existence of Inspector Dehai. Sean nodded. If we are the vanguard of reform, then these people are the logistics of reform. P.S. I, Hu Hansen, am back. I haven't read any comments these days. I will continue to be a strong coder from tomorrow and strive to become a strong coder as soon as possible. I heard that 8,000 is a code king, 10,000 is a code master, and 20,000 is a code master. Mazun, we don't know what's further up. Kizaru frowned and asked, can they have other powers? Well, don't worry, we just don't want our colleagues to die in a meaningless fight. Kizaru murmured softly. It seems that the foundation of world government is deeper than we thought. Then he said directly, you seem to care about this person very much? No, that guy with white beard told me. He told me about his fruit ability. I don't know why, but I always feel something is different. After saying that, Sean narrowed his eyes, and a strong murderous aura burst out for a moment, but at that moment, Crow broke into a cold sweat. As long as the islands can communicate with each other, their progress will be incomprehensible. Sean thought for a while and said, forget it's our first meeting, let's go next time. I'll go with you next time. After all, I don't know what kind of character this scientist is. Sean then explained to Kizaru the content of his original conversation with Whitebeard. But he knew it wasn't directed at him, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The establishment of a new order requires more than just strength. These people are needed to promote the process of human civilization, ideological culture, etc. Hearing this, Kizaru's inner uneasiness immediately dissipated, and he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. He had known Sean for so many years. After all, in Sean's mind, the inconvenience of transportation is also an important reason why some places with few people are turned into a hell on Earth. Chapter 241 Technology Island. The next morning, Sean took the permanent pointer to the Technology Island, where Vegapunk was located. Yes, it is such a random name. It is said that this island has pleasant scenery, but in the end it was named randomly by Vegapunk. Speaking of this person, Sean found it quite interesting. This guy was born on Guan Island, or Future Country, which is a winter island covered in ice and snow. In his early years, his invention in his hometown was to semi-mechanize animals. Later, he built large-scale heating furnaces to improve the lives of the islanders, but was forced to stop due to lack of technology and funds. In Punk Hasad, a pet dragon is raised, which is an artificial creature. There is also a failed artificial devil fruit in Punk Hasad. It was the one eaten by Momonosuke, the Thousand Swordsman, in the original work, but subsequent comics indicated that this might not be a failure. One of the reasons for Sean's visit was this: conditions for delivering devil fruit. Human gigantism experiment, blood factor, artificial devil fruit. Wait, these are all things he showed in the original work. Sean always felt that Vegapunk knew a lot of things. He was a very mysterious guy and the only man who completely understood devil fruit. The reason why he started working for the world government was because he discovered the blood factor when he was young and was considered the most dangerous existence by the world government. After arresting Vegapunk, he disbanded his original scientific research team. However, these people turned around and were controlled again, and turned to work for the world government. Sean went to find him anxiously just to uncover all kinds of secrets. As for whether he can convince Vegapunk, to be honest, Sean is quite sure. This guy gave him the impression of being a serious scientific researcher. Advertisement, but the reality is very ironic. The human weapon developed was named Pacifist. Why don't Judge, Caesar and other first colleagues like Vegapunk? This can already be seen as the ideological dispute between these people, just like Aokiji and Akainu. What is Caesar studying? Sad, the raw material for artificial devil fruits, is an application based on the blood factor. There are also poisonous gas bombs such as Giant Drug and Smiley. What did Judge do with the blood factor? Create replica soldiers and modified people, and make human beings look like machines. And what about Vegapunk? There are huge risks in Smile produced by Caesar through SAD, but Vegapunk has already developed artificial devil fruit in the early years, and it is the same kind as Kaido's. Judge's modified humans and clone soldiers are even more of a joke. Apart from his sons, how many of them can resist a pacifist? It's okay to beat ordinary soldiers, but his scientific research ability is beyond compare. What they played were all the leftovers from Vegapunk. From these aspects, you can guess that Vegapunk is different from those two crazy guys. Therefore, Sean has high expectations for this trip. Not long after, Sean came to the Science and Technology Island. This is an archipelago with several small islands surrounding the main island. The islands are lush and vibrant, like primeval forests. From the outside, it doesn't look like it has been transformed into a scientific base camp. As soon as Sean stepped onto the island, he instantly felt someone peeping at him. Sean squinted his eyes and sensed them, and immediately felt their strength. Two of them were at the level of Crow and others. It seems that the world government takes Vegapunk as seriously as it thinks. Sean had no idea of dealing with these people, because he felt that these people had no emotions of their own, just like cold robots. After a while, a sound of footsteps came from the distance. Looking up, I saw a big fat man wearing a bellyband, walking barefoot and carrying a big axe on his shoulders. It's Zon Momoan. Sean has also played with the other party many times, so he is no stranger to him either. Advertisement. He immediately stepped forward and said hello. Why do you feel like you were getting fatter and fatter? Hearing this, Zon Taowen was not annoyed, but grinned. There is no way, there is almost no time to do anything here, or the standards are too high. After thinking about it, Zon Tamaru continued. Can you help me tell the old man next time that I want to go out to sea to catch pirates? It's too boring here. Hearing this, Sean remembered Kizaru's instructions before he came. Let Sean just ignore this guy's request to be a marine because now is not the time. As for the reason, it's because this most tight-lipped man in the world is Vegapunk's bodyguard. He knows too many secrets, and the world government will not let Zon Momoan go out until those secrets come to fruition. Even if his backer is Kizaru, in the eyes of the world government, his value is not as important as Vegapunk. So Sean nodded perfunctorily. Okay, I'll talk to you when I get back. So Zon Taowen took Sean towards the direction of the laboratory, and sighed as he walked. I didn't expect that the old man would become a fleet admiral, and you would become a general. It's really enviable. It's not bad. When you go to sea, you will have plenty of opportunities to make meritorious deeds. With your ability, you have a bright future, Sean said, giving Zon Taowen a thumbs up. This is not Sean's nonsense. Although Zon Momoan claims to be the most defensive and tight-lipped man in the world. But Sean recognized this guy's defensive potential, because his own physical skills were very unique. He had Qigong-like skills, which allowed the body fat to become incredibly dense under the control of this skill. At the same time, this is a kung fu that gets stronger the more you practice it. Maybe he will be able to achieve that achievement in the future. Not long after, Zon Taowen took Sean to a cave. There was a metal gate at the entrance of the cave. The big snail in front of the gate was observing the two of them with red eyes. After a moment, the heavy metal door rumbled open, and Sean followed Zon Taowen in. As soon as he entered, Sean looked around. The strong sci-fi style laboratory had a completely different feeling from the small processing workshop like Caesar's. The floor and walls are made of reflective metal plates that are perfectly matched, cleanly reflecting Sean's appearance. Various scientific researchers passed by Sean in a hurry, as if they had not seen the new Marine general. But occasionally some scientists came over to say hello to Zon Taowen and then left. Various high-end precision instruments can be seen everywhere, and the scientific and technical personnel in white coats seem to be racing against time, all in a hurry. This is completely in line with Sean's imagination of what a scientific research base looks like. It feels great, which makes him look forward to Vegapunk even more. Chapter 242 Tosin, 2, Stanny. Then Sean and Zon Taomaru came to the door of a basement. Another, snail, was used to verify the identity of the two people. This made Sean couldn't help but think that pirate phone bugs are really diverse, even for surveillance. Nowadays, it turns out that there are even more advanced, true intelligent identification, phone bugs. Not long after, I walked through the long tunnel and came to the room at the end. There were two burly men in suits standing at the door of the room. Wearing black suits and wearing headphones, they looked very mysterious. As motionless as a stone sculpture, Sean knew that this was someone sent by the world government. It was the World Government Science Headquarters who asked CP for someone and sent him. Although the scientific headquarters is powerful because they control various resources, their military organization is actually just that. So the people responsible for guarding are the members of CP. After the two saw Sean, they nodded to him without any trace. Sean knew in his heart that he seemed to be a subordinate of that guy Enel, and he looked tough. Then Zon Taowen opened the door and said, "Then I won't go in with you." The old man said, "You just came to acknowledge the door, so I don't need to follow you." Sean nodded. "Okay, I'll just recognize Vegapunk. After all, it's my mission to support this place at any time." After Zon Momoan left, Sean also strode in, and immediately a messy room came into view. I saw an energetic little old man tinkering with some utensils, a messy afro, and a messy white coat. They are very different from those scientific researchers outside who look like elites at first glance, but Sean doesn't care. After all, geniuses are all different. Sean just waited quietly not far away. Perhaps influenced by his past thinking, he respected these people who could change the world. Advertisement after all, the progress of the world is accumulated bit by bit. These people are called giants in the outside world. Not long after, Vegapunk put down his work and started writing and drawing in a notebook, and soon found Sean who had been waiting for a long time. "Ah, are you the new general in charge of defense?" Vegapunk asked. Only then did Sean see the other person's appearance clearly, or to be precise, the look in his eyes. It was a very pure look. Although his appearance was a bit unruly, the first impression was that this person was very wise and clean. Yes, Sean didn't know why he could see clean in a person's eyes, but it just felt like that. "Well, I think I came here because of the reputation. After all, he is known as a scientist who surpasses human wisdom for 500 years. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Vegapunk looked a little ugly, but after looking at the surveillance phone on the wall, he hesitated to speak, and finally did not speak. Sean's heart moved. Conquerors scanned the room slightly, and then, Kyoka Suigetsu, acted on their eyes. This is what Sean has experimented with. As long as it is a living thing, he can control the 5 senses. Sean said to Vegapunk, "If you have anything to say, you can just say that these phone bugs are controlled by me and can only transmit the images I want them to transmit." However, Vegapunk still didn't speak and just glanced at the black box with a strong metallic feel to the side. Sean frowned slightly. "What is this?" "This is the monitoring equipment of the world government. It is very hard." Vegapunk shrugged and looked at the door. Now Sean understood why the two guards at the door knew him, and he also guessed the function of the other person's headphones. Immediately walked to the door, used Kyoka Suigetsu to influence the surveillance phone bug in the corridor, and brought the two people into the room. Although world government's rules are that they are not allowed to enter Vegapunk's room, their boss has said that everything will follow Sean's command. So even if there are any bad consequences, they still follow the instructions. In Vegapunk's puzzled eyes, Sean pointed directly at the black box and asked, "Are you guys listening in here?" Advertisement. The two looked at each other. Although they didn't know Sean's purpose, they still nodded. "Yes, we are preventing the doctor from communicating with other people with evil intentions. After all, the doctor's scientific research level is too high." Hearing this, Vegapunk felt a little depressed. The so-called person with evil intentions was nothing more than an excuse to monitor him. This was as Sean expected, so he asked again, "Are you Enel's subordinates?" The two looked at each other again, and the one on the left said, "My name is Tuo, and his name is Tuo Senator. We are sworn brothers." Vegapunk was a little surprised and looked at Sean suspiciously. He didn't understand why these two people would really answer Sean's question. Just listen to Tuo continue to say, "When we were children, we were adopted and joined the World Government Science Headquarters, and then the headquarters let us infiltrate the CP organization." Tosin took over the conversation. "Lucci thought you would need us, so he took advantage of the situation and obeyed the orders of the Science Headquarters and sent us down." Vegapunk on the side was shocked when he saw them chatting about these topics as if no one else was around. "I didn't expect to hear such an important secret. This is a big shot game of the Marine Giant organization." Hearing this, Sean was not surprised that Lucci was thoughtful, but he still said, "Then why do you recognize me?" He would not believe that anyone would leak him out. After all, the cadres he selected had all been tested in the original work. Sure enough, Tuo also guessed Sean's thoughts, so he explained, "You don't have to worry about revealing your identity. In fact, our ultimate identity is still the Revolutionary Army. We are directly under Mr. Yishao. Besides us two brothers, there is only one cadre in the Revolutionary Army who knows your identity. He is an ability user who has eaten the rebellion fruit. The ability command he gave us is, only close contact will make us forget you, so it's only now that we remember you. Sean suddenly realized, is this just like Sugar's childlike fruit, is it a bug ability? Since this ability is so powerful, he shouldn't be unknown. Why haven't I heard of this person? Sean asked with some confusion. 200 continued to explain. Actually, Mr. Staney's ability is not as magical as you think. If we resist, it will be difficult for him to succeed. Moreover, Mr. Staney's health is not very good. So it is difficult for him to exercise his abilities. He is Mr. Dolag's secretary in the Revolutionary Army. He was picked up and trained by Mr. Dolag since he was a child, so you don't have to worry. Vegapunk, who was already horrified, now has a constipated expression on his face. Chapter 243. No one can surpass the current era. He didn't expect that the new Marine General he had just met would have such a deep connection with the Revolutionary Army, and he would openly tell it in front of him. He really couldn't imagine that the world's dominant force would be infiltrated to such an extent. He also knew that given his status and ability, the world government would not send ordinary people down to monitor him. So these two people are definitely the leaders of the world government. I didn't expect them to be so humble in front of the general. Although I was shocked, my eyes still flashed with hope, as if something was about to move inside me. And Sean has been paying attention to Vegapunk's expression. He did this to see the other person's reaction. Of course he is not afraid of Vegapunk snitching. Although he admires and respects these scientists, what if Vegapunk is also one of those Caesars? If he is a selfish war maniac with technology 500 years ahead of others, it will be a disaster for mankind. In this case, Sean will definitely deal with him, since he is not a virgin B*ch anyway. So Sean said to the two brothers, okay, the organization will remember your contribution. When things come true, you will be the heroes of your hometown. Sean then encouraged the two of them, making the two sturdy men as happy as children. Sean also smiled slightly. He is really a nice person. It seems that the development of the Revolutionary Army is faster than he imagined. The background is also deeper. It seems that I have time to go to him and get to know him again. It is also time to meet Dolag. Then after the two of them went out, Sean put his hand on Vegapunk's shoulder, a blue light flashed, and the two disappeared. Came to an uninhabited island. Although he had known Sean's ability for a long time, Vegapunk was a little surprised when he experienced it for the first time. Advertisement with his IQ, of course he guessed that Sean had something to talk to him about, otherwise the other party would not have told him so many secrets in a casual chat. But before that, he also needed to respond to Sean's previous praise to him. Yes, that was actually an insult in his eyes. Vegapunk gate of opening said straight to the point. You just said that I am a genius scientist who has surpassed human wisdom for 500 years. You said that I am a genius, and I think so, too. But if you say that I have surpassed the times, that is all nonsense. No one can surpass the current era, no one can. Speaking of this, Vegapunk's face turned red. No matter how outstanding a person is, as long as he is a person of today's current era, then he cannot be called transcendence. Assuming that this kind of thing really happens, then there is only one possibility left, that is, the times have gone backwards, and all levels have completely regressed. Do you understand what I mean? After saying that, Vegapunk looked at Sean expectantly. After thinking about it carefully, Sean understood what the other party meant. What the other party meant was that no one could surpass his era. This is materialistic thinking. They believe that the world is knowable, and to achieve it to the extreme is only the most amazing thing in the current era. For example, in the game's ranks, the highest ranked king in the current version, no matter how many stars you have, is still the king, and it is impossible to reach the ranks that may appear in the future. People often say that so-and-so has transcended the times. That is an idealist thought. For example, the sage Wang Shoren was ecstatic when he learned the method of studying things to achieve knowledge of that era. But when he studied bamboos for 7 days and 7 nights and fell ill, he found nothing. When he later became enlightened, he opposed regarding Confucianism and Mencius Confucianism as unchanging precepts, and opposed blind obedience to feudal ethics. Emphasizing individual initiative was undoubtedly heretical at that time. The philosophical proposition of leading to conscience, and the methodology of unity of knowledge and action, proposed by him have the requirements to break through the shackles of feudal thought and call for the liberation of thought and personality, significance. Probably these are ahead of their time. Sean's thoughts were racing in his mind. Beside him, Vegapunk saw the former not speaking for a long time and became a little anxious. Speak. Immediately, Sean came back to his senses. Well, I understand what you mean, but I think your reaction is a bit too big. Isn't it normal for the world to praise you? Vegapunk, a stubborn old man, stared closely at Sean's face, as if he wanted to see if he was being perfunctory. Advertisement seeing the serious look on the other party's face, Vegapunk also nodded. I am very happy when they praise me, but the reality is that their praises are all true. Hearing this, Sean was shocked. He originally thought that the other party was playing philosophy with him, but he didn't expect that the other party would say such a thing. He immediately frowned. So what do you mean, didn't you just say that no one can surpass his own time? Vegapunk sighed, sat cross-legged on the ground, and said softly, but I also said it, unless the times have gone backwards. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Maybe I think it is possible to rebuild with your help. To realize the glory of the past era? There was a thunder on the ground, and Sean's head was buzzing. In his eyes, today's technological level is already very high, and even water trains can be built. Although the technology tree was a little crooked, there was extraordinary power in this world, so he didn't pay too much attention. Now what Vegapunk, the chief scientist, said, could not help but shock him. He quickly asked, "What does that mean? What does the past glory mean?" I don't blame Sean for being impatient, it's because Vegapunk's words contained too much information. Vegapunk looked at the sea in the distance and said, "Because I stand on the shoulders of the times. I admit that I am a genius, based on the genius born on the shoulders of the previous giants. Just like the ratio of gunpowder, there is no shortcut. It is impossible for anyone to know the specific ratio at first glance. It is also done through experiments. The wisdom that surpasses 500 years is because if they follow the steps, what would take them 500 years to accomplish has been solved by me in advance. That's why I say that no one can surpass the times. No matter how smart a person is, the experiment must still be conducted. Science is rigorous and those hours are essential, no matter how lucky you are. As for the past glory, that's because this era was once harmed by a group of thieves." Vegapunk's clear eyes also flashed with disgust. Then he continued in a low voice. "I have achieved this achievement by standing on the shoulders of my predecessors. Rather than saying it is an achievement, it is better to say that I am replicating it. I don't know how to evaluate it. After all, I have received the inheritance of the future country since I was a child." Chapter 244 Future Country. Sean was confused now. The inheritance of the pirate world. What inheritance? What does this mean? Vegapunk took a deep look at Sean and sighed. "I grew up under the influence of various theories. Some adults also told me that our country was once extremely glorious and could create the most powerful people. Warships, the most powerful spaceships, even." Having said this, Vegapunk looked up at the cloudless sky. "We have even colonized that infinite land." Sean was startled, pointed to the sky and asked, "Infinite land? Doesn't infinite land refer to the moon?" This statement is too simple. Infinity refers to a very broad area. He refers to the stars and the sea. However, it seems that you also know a lot. Vegapunk took a deep look at Sean and continued, "But in fact, our ancestors only conquered the moon. That was a masterpiece of our country and the Sky Islanders." "So, you mean that your ancestors also had intersections with the infinite land?" In fact, Sean has always had some guesses, because from the comics, Enel's title page can be seen that he once entered the underground ruins with some small robots. The style of the ruins is the same as that of an empty island, and more importantly, the portraits on it are all people with small wings on their backs. There was even a guy from Vegapunk, the old guy who wanted to land on the moon. Why can fur people transform into moon lion form? All of this means that the moon has a big secret. Vegapunk thought for a while and continued, "Yes, I also heard some old people say when I was a child, or that the technology in this world was developed by the ancestors of our country." "What about the thief you call him?" Vegapunk took a deep breath and continued. "The gentleman who taught me knowledge said that this world was once turned upside down by a group of thieves. Advertisement in order to prevent others from abusing their superior technology, our ancestors destroyed them all, but..." Speaking of this, Vegapunk smiled. "But there are still many people who pass it down by word of mouth. The most important thing is that the glorious future country is not lonely. The answer to everything can be found on Pluton. If you want to know, go and look for it. It is not just a super battleship, it also has many once splendid technological means. It is a world government city, something to tremble at." At this moment, Sean suddenly realized that Uranus, Pluton, and Poseidon, if they were afraid of Poseidon, Sean would understand. After all, Poseidon doesn't refer to just one person. There are Poseidons in every generation, so they can't get rid of them all. Pluton, to be honest, what Sean doesn't understand is that, not to mention that he can destroy an island with one hit, Buster Call alone can do the same with enough cannonballs. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, etc. They can also achieve these magical abilities, but they don't see the world government caring so much. The most important thing is, these things have not been able to defeat the Tianlong people in the past. Why can they win now? It is really too unreasonable. But this unreasonable Pluton has attracted great attention from the world government. In the original work, the CP organization was even sent to search for him for more than 20 years. This is still explained. They didn't know how long they had been searching for, but now everything is explained, because there is something the world government needs on it. It seems that I need to go to Alabasta again afterwards. "So, everything you said to me, did you say it to the world government?" Sean asked. Vegapunk suddenly looked like a fool. "Why do you think I would tell them this? Do I think I have lived too long, or do I think I don't know what they are doing?" Sean's mouth twitched and he said angrily, "Then you haven't said so much to someone I've just met a few times?" "Alas," Vegapunk sighed. "I thought you were also a smart person. You can express your position in front of me. How can I still know what your plans are? You just want to tell me, want to cooperate with me, or use me. Anyway, you just want me to fight against the world government with you, right?" When Sean thought about it, it seemed that it was the same. He was just stating his position, and just wanted him to relax his vigilance, so as to pave the way for the next conversation. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, the other party said it out loud and pointed out Sean's intention, which made him a little embarrassed. The little old man glanced at Sean. "To be honest, if they hadn't held the power of life and death in my hometown, I wouldn't have served them. After all, the technological level of our hometown, even if it is temporarily lonely, is not the same as the outside world, easily comparable." Sean knew that he had been seen through again, and that an ordinary person had taken a dimensionality reduction blow to him in terms of IQ. You don't need top-notch knowledge to guess what he is thinking. Ignoring him and not paying attention, he just organized some words and said, "Then what do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me?" Vegapunk nodded. "Yes, but I still need to stay here until you are fully prepared before coming back." Sean frowned. "I can help you move the machine island away without anyone noticing. Then you can start your research again." Vegapunk said angrily, "So what do you think? Do you have to compete with the world government at this level? Why do you think they would allow you to come to my place? That's a trap set by some people from the world government for you, whenever something unexpected happens here. The finger must be pointed at you. If I am not wrong, you are not fully prepared, right? The fact that you have not been discovered and only suspected for so many years may have something to do with your timid personality." Sean was stunned. He had thought about this problem before, but he just couldn't think of a clue. Now it was like an enlightenment. Perhaps, Vegapunk's status in their minds is not as serious as the threat he poses to them. But thinking that way, he still retorted with some annoyance. "I've never been timid, I'm being cautious and don't want to do anything I'm not sure about." Vegapunk nodded. Yes, you have the best view of the overall situation, so I'd better wait for you here." "What do you mean? Lousy is 26 years old and he is still being coaxed like a child." The old man's clear eyes were indeed just a facade, used to disguise his dark side. Suddenly remembering something, Sean asked, "By the way, I want to ask you about devil fruits, such as those in the world government. According to Whitebeard, their fruits are somewhat different from theirs." Chapter 245 More Mysteries. Vegapunk didn't say anything when he heard Sean mention Whitebeard. He just pondered for a moment and then said, "Their abilities are real abilities, or in other words, complete abilities." "Full capabilities." Vegapunk nodded. "Although I have never seen those people you mentioned using abilities, I have some guesses based on the transmission conditions of the devil fruit abilities I have studied. I found a very interesting problem. When objects were given devil fruit abilities, I observed that those objects were not able to exert the corresponding abilities. But that's just comparing us. If we look at it from another angle and compare it with the people you mentioned, it gives me the feeling that their abilities are more complete." When Sean heard this, he frowned. "If I follow what you said, why do I feel that the people in Shanghai are like pirates? In other words, those in the world government are more like the masters of this world?" Vegapunk shook his head and said, "On the contrary, in my research, it happens that the genes of us Shanghai people match the devil fruit ability. As for those people, why are they more complete? Perhaps, this can be traced back to the blank history. Maybe the devil fruits at that time were not necessarily called devil fruits? And based on what I know so far, although I don't know how they can pass on that power, I can tell you for sure. Devil fruits are not hated by the sea, but devil fruits hate the sea. This is the conclusion I came up with from my research, but I don't know the specific situation." Sean was shocked. This was the first time he heard that it was the devil fruit that hated the sea, not the sea that hated the devil fruit. Moreover, Vegapunk also pointed out that the previous devil fruit might be different. Combined with Dr. Kloba of O'Hara's research, the once huge kingdom turned out to be a more powerful country. Sean narrowed his eyes, as if thinking of something. "Then have you heard of rubber fruit?" Yes, Sean thought of the devil fruit that the red hair snatched. He didn't believe that the robbery of an ordinary paramecia devil fruit would put Fuzzy Fu, one of the strongest agents comparable to Lucci, in jail. "What? Are you talking about rules?" "Just kidding, the Judiciary Island was defeated, the Ralph Drew Pointer robbery failed, and other tasks like this. Advertisement according to the world government's measure, what is not more important than that one devil fruit?" Vegapunk thought for a while and shook his head. "I actually don't know many things, because in their eyes, I am just playing the role of a tool. Will you tell many secrets about your tool?" Suddenly, Sean looked at him with pity in his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Vegapunk. "You don't have to pity me. In fact, I have nothing to be dissatisfied with. I just hope that I will die in the research institute in the future. In fact, except for the direction of research that I don't like, I am quite satisfied with everything else here," Vegapunk said. Hearing this, Sean grinned. "Don't worry, I will let you have the right to independent research and development soon." Then Sean looked at the sky and said, "Let's go back. Next, I will continue to play the passionate middle schooler Marine." Vegapunk also smiled. "Then I look forward to that day coming soon." Then Sean put his hand on Vegapunk's shoulder, another blue light flashed, and the two returned to the bright but messy research room. In the following time, Sean did not go to Vegapunk again. "I just spent a few days wandering around the island as if it were a vacation." People who have been observing him secretly cannot figure out what Sean wants to do. Not only those people in secret, but also behind the surveillance, there are a large number of psychologists, behavioral scientists and others analyzing Sean's every move. But there is no way to know what Sean is thinking. Yes, the world government has never believed in Sean, just because the five elders had differences on how to deal with Sean. Because the threat posed by Sean was too great, but there was no way to quietly erase it. Otherwise, they would not monitor him in this way, because if it fails, they may even need to restart the blank plan. Because none of them knew what Sean knew and what he wanted to do. Just like they knew that the pirates were looking for the final land, but did not stop them, in fact they were also fishing. Roger is not the man of destiny, and they also want to wait for the man of destiny to appear. After getting acquainted with each other on the Science and Technology Island, Sean said goodbye to Zon Tamaru. He now had more important things to confirm. Advertisement. If you need anything, just use the phone bug to contact me. I will come right away to join you, Sean said to Momomaru. Zon Talwin listened carefully. Then when you go back, remember to tell the old man that I want to go to sea. I am almost bored to death here. Sean's mouth twitched and he nodded perfunctorily. After all, no one dares to let this big mouth leave, not even Sean. Then Sean returned to Marine headquarters, called Crow immediately, and told him all the information he knew. Let Crow check and fill in the gaps for him, and think of any clues that can be connected together. But Crow just shook his head. There is no way, there are too few clues now, unless you look for the red hair again, there is no way for us to know the secret. Sean was silent, thinking quietly, there were too many different clues, pieces of the puzzle here and there. It's too difficult to put together a complete pattern, like red hair, for example. If the secret of this fruit is important, then the red-haired guy would rather die than surrender, and threats are useless to these veteran pirates. At best, Sean only knew of Usopp's existence, but he hadn't become a pirate, and he couldn't do anything to him. Now, the only thing left for the Revolutionary Army in O'Hara is to speed up the process of cracking the secret. By the way, there is also a need to find a chance to get back the compass pointing directly at Rafteru from Bullet. Brubberbrew, just as Sean was thinking, the sound of a phone bug interrupted Sean's thinking. Sean picked up. Hello, who are you? An intellectual voice came from the phone. Vivi is about to start. The time of reckoning is coming. Are you coming? Hearing this, Sean perked up. Oh, it's so fast. Is she sure? Well, let's give them a 50-50 break. She has collected evidence that Crocodile used dancing powder, and now she is publicizing it. The commanders of the National Army are fighting with the cadres of the Baroque Working Group. Vivi asked me not to interfere. She said she wanted the citizens to fight for peace on their own. When he said this, there was a chuckle from the other side of the phone. Chapter 246 Vivi's Crocodile. Hearing this, Sean raised his eyebrows. Oh, she is only 14 years old now, is she that powerful? Yes, this disciple is becoming more and more like a queen. I believe she will be a good king in the future. What do you think? Do you want to come? Self-reliance. Sean murmured softly. Then he continued. Okay, I'll come over in a minute to see how she has grown over the past few years. I'm looking forward to it. Then hung up the phone bug. He looked at Crow and said, how about it, do you want to go take a look? By the way, let's see where Pluton is. Crow stood up and put on his coat of justice again. Of course, I am your most capable subordinate. Sean's mouth twitched. He couldn't understand what Crow had gone through in the past few years and why he was so confident. He opened his mouth but still didn't say anything. Having confidence was a good thing after all. On the other side, in the palace, a girl with a blue ponytail looked at Robin with hope. Robin nodded the other person's head and chuckled. He will come to see the results of your practice. Suddenly, Vivi's eyes were filled with stars and she jumped up happily. Great, I will definitely prove myself. I will surpass Hancock and become a more powerful king than her. Vivi has been practicing with Robin in the past few years, and even went to New World with her some time ago. Due to her special status, she cannot participate in the battle between the four emperors. But she saw her teacher's lifelong enemy, Hancock, who was a beautiful, powerful and domineering empress. This made her fascinated, hoping that she could become such a beautiful and proud person in the future. Moreover, she also knew a lot about Sean's deeds from her teacher, and she admired him very much, almost treating him as an idol. She hopes that the teacher can win in the battle between the teacher and Hancock. This way she can get closer to her idol. With Xiao Juju in her heart, Vivi headed straight to the rainy land with high spirits. She wants to capture the thief first. It's best to deal with the enemy before Sean comes. Not long after, Robin secretly followed Vivi to Crocodile's base camp. During the rain feast, Crocodile stared at the girl with blue ponytail in the distance with an ugly expression. Advertisement just now, the whole country knew that Crocodile was the mastermind behind the drought. They were very fortunate that despite their hard life, they still did not have too much resentment for the pirate Crocodile to take advantage of. Nowadays, many citizens are coming from all directions. When did you know this? Crocodile said in an angry voice. Vivi looked proud. Humph, I have known your tricks for a long time, but I was not sure about dealing with you before. I will go to the world government to expose your evil deeds in the future. Kid, do you know who Laozi is? Why do you think Laozi became a Shichibukai? Crocodile laughed angrily. Unexpectedly, he was underestimated. Vivi said with a serious face. I know that when you were young, you even fought Bullet without losing and your reputation rose. Then you failed to challenge Whitebeard, and then you came to plan our country. The surrounding national army and the masses were shocked when they heard this. Some of the young people may not have known who Bullet was before, but there was such a person among the criminals who escaped from impelled down city's jails that made a lot of noise some time ago. This also caused this name, which had been forgotten for nearly 20 years, to be remembered again. They knew Crocodile was very strong, but they didn't expect to have fought against these legendary pirates. Discussions started immediately. Where is the king? How could they let Princess Vivi come out and cause trouble? I will try my best to defeat the opponent. I want to tell my citizens that our country never needs to rely on pirates for protection. They looked at each other, and finally the old man asked loudly, Princess Vivi, can you really win? Crocodile bit his cigar with a look of disdain. It's useless, you will pay the price today. Vivi in the field moved her wrists. Of course, our country will be protected by ourselves. Everyone, stay away. Because she felt Sean was coming, there was no need for her to stay here. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. I have learned this sentence in the past few years. But before they could take a few steps, they were stopped by the king's army. Princess Vivi said she will defeat them. Oops, Princess Vivi will be in danger. Sean looked at Crocodile, who stood up with an annoyed look and said nothing. He also wanted to know what methods Crocodile would use in reality. Because he saw a black fist that was constantly enlarging. Advertisement: the citizens were anxious. How is that possible? She is still a child. Just when some riot started at the scene, Vivi in the center took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, please listen to me." Although she said it impassionedly, Vivi did not dare to be careless in the slightest. "We can protect our homeland with our own hands. Please trust me and stay away." As he said this, several people went up to protect Princess Vivi. How can she be allowed to face such a vicious person alone? Where are Ikaram and the others? Boom! Immediately, there was a sound of punches hitting flesh, and Crocodile was also knocked out, hitting his base camp, Yuyan, with a sound that broke through the air. It shouldn't be as watery as in the original work, right? As the heir to the throne of Alabasta, I have an obligation to protect my citizens, and this has nothing to do with age. They also have their own battle. The king gave us an order not to let anyone interfere with Princess Vivi's battle. No, we can't put Princess Vivi in danger. That's right, everyone come with me and be sure to protect Princess Vivi. But it was too late, so he just raised his voice a few decibels and shouted, "Domineering?" However, before Crocodile finished speaking, his pupils shrank and he quickly wanted to turn his head to avoid it. They had never thought that the cute Princess Vivi could have such a domineering side. For a moment, everyone hesitated. Crow said disdainfully, "She used to be a figure, but now she's reduced to bullying little girls." Later, he did not stay here anymore, but changed his direction and went to help the national army. Robin, in the dark, as if he noticed something, immediately raised his eyes to look at the sky, and a smile appeared on his disguised face. In an instant, he came to Crocodile, raised his fist and jumped up, hitting Crocodile in the face. At this moment, when they saw that young and petite body, they couldn't help but feel a little lost. As for Sean and Crow in the air, their justice coats were blowing loudly, and they looked at Crocodile, who had just been beaten away below. As soon as the words fell, Vivi took the lead and rushed straight towards Crocodile, who looked ugly. Chapter 247: The King's Courage, Return to Yu Yan. After Crocodile was beaten away, he was not angry at all. Instead, he burst out laughing. That's interesting, kid, is this your power? Crocodile then stood up and pushed back the loose hair from his forehead. With a bit of madness in his eyes, he said, "You will regret your decision today." Having said that, he half crouched down and touched the ground with his palms. The surrounding buildings suddenly seemed to be crumbling. Then cracks appeared and gradually became fragile, as if it would turn into dust when touched. When the citizens in the distance saw that Vivi could beat Crocodile away, everyone's hearts suddenly became excited. Vivi was as proud as a white swan, raising her head proudly. "Is this Shichibukai?" But as soon as Vivi finished speaking, a small salon volume formed in Crocodile's hand and gradually grew in size. Shalon. Then the sandstorm swept towards Vivi, cutting the crumbling buildings into powder along the way. The growing volume came in front of Vivi, making her almost unable to open her eyes. However, Vivi was not afraid at all and quickly reassembled the 3 iron rods from behind. The top of one of the iron rods had a cold light, and it was clearly a gun. Then the spear came out like a dragon, pointed at Arankar, wrapped the domineering spear tip, and pierced the salon roll covered in dust. And attacked Crocodile unabated. Peacock serial gun countercurrent. Vivi's spear thrust out at high speed, forming bursts of black afterimages, with cyan flowing smoothly between the afterimages. Boom! Crocodile also reacted very quickly. The golden hook in his hand was also covered with domineering force, and he rushed forward and collided with Vivi. The ground under their feet was already fragile, and turned into powder under the impact. There are also ravines opening further away, desert sunflower. In an instant, under the control of Crocodile, the man-made sand dune formed a life-devouring quicksand, trying to bury Vivi alive. Vivi suddenly felt the pulling force under her feet, her face changed slightly, and she quickly tried to struggle out. But the more you struggle, the faster you fall into trouble. Advertisement. Crocodile sneered and said, "Although I don't know why you use hockey, the desert is my home ground." After all, it deepened the use of abilities, making Vivi sink even faster. But suddenly, Vivi smiled. "I lied to you." While Crocodile was stunned, Vivi held the gun in both hands and slammed it to the ground. The tip of the spear flashed with cold light, and a dazzling light burst out in an instant, at the moment when the spear light collided with the quicksand. The quicksand couldn't withstand the powerful impact at all, and was blown away in all directions. In the smoke and dust, Crocodile still saw the looming figure. Crocodile lived up to his name as a pirate, and immediately turned his huge arm into a crescent-shaped sand blade and slashed at the figure. Vivi's reaction was not slow at the same time. The spear was slashed vertically with domineering force, and easily scattered Crocodile's crescent-shaped sand dunes. After the dust in the sky was blown away by the wind, Vivi said with a disappointed look, "Are you Shichibukai? Your abilities are useless to me." Hearing this, Crocodile's forehead veins bulged, and he was obviously in a state of rage. When had he ever been taunted like this by a kid? At this moment, he seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. Suddenly he shouted, "Try again, don't look down on lousy." Suddenly there was another wave of arc-shaped sand blades with a sound of breaking through the air, attacking Vivi at high speed. But what is different from before is that this time the sand blade is covered with dark domineering energy. Vivi's expression also changed slightly. She gave a sweet shout, thrust out her spear, and collided with the sand blade. But what was different from before was that this time she did not break up the sand blade. Instead, the power brought by the sand blade made her take a few steps back. "Isn't this okay?" As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, he turned his hands into 4 large sand blades and slashed at Vivi. Vivi also knew that she had indeed inflated just now, so she dealt with it more seriously. King Kong Desert Sword. 4 sand-shaped slashes, covered with domineering energy, cut the ground directly and collided with the spear with a powerful impact. Vivi was forced back by the impact. Maybe in her mind, this duel was like a fair duel. She may not have realized that a real pirate would not have an honest duel with her. The 14-year-old girl just wants to defeat Crocodile head-on and let the people build their own self-confidence. The next moment, Vivi, who was resisting with all her strength, suddenly changed her face. Because at her feet, a wave of sand suddenly rolled up and quickly formed the shape of a big sword, as if it was about to cut Vivi in half. Advertisement: she could only cover her body with domineering energy in a hurry to resist the blow. Poof! The sound of meat entering sounded. After a while, a breeze blew. Vivi was revealed, half kneeling on the ground. She was covering her abdomen with one hand, and red blood flowed from her fingers. She was holding a spear in one hand. Da. As footsteps came, Vivi raised her head and saw Crocodile's arrogant look. "Kid, when fighting pirates, you don't use your own advantages and seek a fair duel. This is the stupidest thing you can do." Yes, Crocodile thinks Vivi is still too naive. Melee and long-range consumption? Isn't this a loss of life? After saying that, the golden hook was raised high, ready to end Vivi's life. The next moment, bursts of roaring sounds were heard, accompanied by the sound of footsteps like thousands of troops. "Let go of Princess Vivi, Princess Vivi, don't be afraid, we are coming. We won't let him hurt you. We also hope that Princess Vivi will lead us well when she becomes king in the future." Vivi looked at everyone a little distracted and felt extremely annoyed. She shouldn't be so arrogant and thinking about confronting the opponent. She only remembered it at this moment. The other party is an out-and-out thief, a big pirate. I won't talk to her about morality, so he could only struggle to get up and say, "Everyone, run quickly, you are no match for him." Crocodile said with a cruel smile, "Run? Can you run?" Vivi held a gun in one hand, stood in front of everyone, and shouted without looking back, "Everyone, retreat quickly, this guy's strength is not something you can resist." As the crown prince, she must protect her people. At this moment, she understood Crocodile's unscrupulous behavior. She couldn't imagine what kind of revenge these people would suffer if they resisted. Vivi looked at Crocodile with firm eyes. This time, she would not be soft-hearted. "Great look, but are you really ready to become a king?" "King, it's not just courage, strength is more important." Chapter 248 Conqueror's Awakening. Crow looked at Sean in the air. "Do you want to help her?" Sean didn't know what he was thinking and shook his head. "It's not that far yet, let's see what she can do." The growth of youth is always accompanied by labor pains. This is a good lesson for her to understand the truth of the world and lose her innocence. After all, kind people may not be naive. On the ground, hearing Crocodile's taunt, the girl was a little distracted. When Crocodile saw this, he lost interest in communication. "Then you should repent for going against me." After saying that, he squatted down and put his palms on the ground. Erosion of reincarnation. In an instant, a wave of air spread out, and the ground was visibly cracked and continued to spread toward the distance. When Vivi saw this, her voice suddenly rose. "Stop, your opponent is me." She knew Crocodile's ability. Even the ground was sucked dry, as if it turned into powder when the wind blew. She couldn't imagine what consequences such an ability would have on people. He immediately ran towards Crocodile with a gun, trying to interrupt Crocodile. But just after taking a few steps, the ground sank and quicksand was formed again, but this time the scope and depth of the quicksand were not comparable to those before. She couldn't struggle out for a moment. At this time, Vivi was at a loss. She knew that the teacher would be watching her nearby, and she also knew that Sean had promised to come see her. But why hasn't anyone come out to help her in this situation? In a daze, she heard a shrill cry and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. She only saw a scene that she would never forget. The bodies of the citizens in the front row were shriveled up to the naked eye. This is a symptom of being sucked dry of water. Vivi's eyes were splitting when she saw it, and she roared loudly, "Stop!" The next moment, Vivi's eyes flashed with scarlet light, and an invisible force burst out from her body. Advertisement: the airwaves filled the air with sand and dust, causing the struggling and screaming citizens to lose their voices collectively in an instant. Their eyes turned white, some even foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground like ears of wheat in a field. Crocodile was also shocked and lost consciousness for a moment, with a heavy cold sweat flowing out of his forehead. This kid. Vivi didn't know what happened, but she only knew that Crocodile stopped and immediately struggled and jumped out of the quicksand. In the air, Sean's hand that he just raised also lowered it again. Although he wanted Vivi to grow up, he didn't need to pay the price with his life. As for the ordinary people who have been sucked out of water, it's not a big problem. Just give them some water. It doesn't matter how many times Luffy sucked them dry. What's more, they haven't been sucked dry yet, Sean's ability can restore them. He did what he said, and when Vivi and Crocodile were not paying attention, he used purification on those people. They also visibly returned to their original appearance and even looked rosy. After doing all this, Sean breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you would really let Crocodile kill people. Crow, who also breathed a sigh of relief, said. Sean glanced at the other party and said angrily, those are what evil villains do in comics. We are Marines. How could we really watch them die? Then why do you still want them to be hurt? Sean sighed. Only by experiencing death personally can we understand the true meaning of life. Only by experiencing this can they be better united. Now that they have all experienced a life and death crisis together, they will no longer trust pirates in this country. They will understand that pirates cannot be trusted and will fall out at any time. After experiencing this, those who have not yet been affected have seen the harm suffered by their compatriots. They will also hate pirates so much that they will never believe that pirates can become national heroes. And on the ground, Vivi held up her arms and looked at Crocodile with firm eyes. Next, I won't hold hands on you anymore. As for you asking me if I am ready to be a king? The next moment, Vivi smiled, and the little girl's still immature face revealed unquestionable majesty. I am the king, why'd I need to prepare? At this moment, the citizens who had just woken up in the distance turned red and were extremely excited, not just because they had been rescued. Advertisement even more because their future king seems to have grown up and has his own majesty. They are full of expectations for the future of their country. In another corner, Cobra and others were in tears. Your Majesty the King, Princess Vivi has really grown up and has the confidence to become a king, Ikaram said while wiping away tears. When the group of them saw the helpless and desperate posture of Vivi and the citizens, he almost went crazy. If Robin hadn't used his ability to restrain them, they would have rushed forward desperately because he knew Sean wouldn't just watch. Although she didn't know why Sean didn't take action, she chose to believe in Sean. Facts have proved that she made the right choice. Cobra bowed to Robin with tears in his eyes. Sorry, my ministers were rude to you just now. I would like to apologize to you on their behalf. When Ikaram, Yaka and others on the side saw this, they suddenly became anxious. Your Majesty the King, how can you bow your head to others? Even if you apologize, we should apologize. So these people also bowed and apologized, not forgetting to help Cobra up. Ikaram, I am not only a king, I am also a father. She is my daughter's teacher. I am very grateful to her for teaching Vivi. When Robin heard this, he also smiled lightly, looked at the young figure in the distance and said, it doesn't matter, I like Vivi very much. Then several people straightened up, except for Ikaram and a few others, whose faces were red with shame. Cobra asked, do you think Vivi still has a chance of winning? After all, she is injured. When she was not injured, you said she only had a 50% chance of winning. After hearing Cobra's question, several ministers also looked at Robin worriedly. Robin said softly, that's based on Vivi's kindness to the enemy. Now, she has seen Crocodile's methods. I believe she won't be merciful anymore. As long as she makes full use of her own advantages, she can win. In the center of the battlefield, Crocodile was also a little distracted. He thought of the self-confidence he had lost after he failed to challenge Whitebeard, and suddenly became a little angry. Why is this kid so confident and why is it so natural? Is it just your half-assed conqueror's domineering attitude? Lousy has seen a lot of your qualifications? Chapter 249 Sand Crocodile GG. Vivi didn't wait for Crocodile to continue talking. He rushed towards Crocodile decisively. The already sharp tip of the spear looks even sharper with the addition of the armed color. An instant appeared in front of Crocodile, stabbing the opponent with guns in both hands. Crocodile didn't expect that this kid would dare to attack even though he was injured. His passion as a pirate was suddenly aroused, and his arm turned into a huge sand blade and swung towards Vivi. Wanting to repel her from him, but Vivi would not be fooled anymore. She squatted down and swept out her spear. The huge force directly knocked Crocodile to the ground. Then Vivi stabbed the opponent without hesitation. Crocodile turned into elements and flew away. He found that Vivi's playing style was different. It is no longer a head-on style of play, it is much more flexible and decisive. Crocodile then used various abilities to distance himself from Vivi and engage in long-range combat. But Vivi will not be soft anymore. She knows that today's battle is not a fair showdown for the cowboys of West Blue. And he was also injured, so he had to fight quickly. Crocodile looked a little ugly, and he found that his ability had no effect on Vivi at all. His sand can no longer touch the other party. No matter what angle it comes from, it can be blocked by Vivi's spear. Moreover, the opponent's playing style is becoming more and more fierce now, and he knows that Vivi wants to determine the outcome as soon as possible. So he felt the pressure, yes, felt the pressure on a 14-year-old girl. But when he caught a glimpse of the people in the distance from the corner of his eye, he immediately took it into consideration. Just when he was about to squat down, Vivi would hit him more forcefully, forcing him to stop. Put away your despicable thoughts. Today, you must explain it here. After saying that, the tip of Vivi's spear stabbed out a blue slash and flew towards Crocodile with a sound of breaking through the air. Advertisement Crocodile could only avoid it by turning around. Because this is different from the swordsman's slashing, which is generally known for its sharpness and power. Vivi's spear, on the other hand, had the momentum to break through all defenses, which also made the sand shield formed by Crocodile irresistible. However, Crocodile grinned. Even if you can see my thoughts, can you stop me? As he finished speaking, a sandstorm appeared in his hand and he threw it into the distance. The small sandstorm was strong in the wind and swept towards the citizens at high speed. Heavy Shalon is different from the child just now. It can destroy the power of your country now. Vivi was shocked when she saw this. You despicable B*****************. She saw a sandstorm gradually forming that covered the sky and the sun, and could not imagine that once this super powerful sandstorm swept into the distance. Not to mention other places, the rainy land alone may be submerged by yellow sand, and by then the city will be gone. The current method can only solve Crocodile immediately. With anger, Vivi jumped up, holding the end of the spear in both hands above her head, and fell towards Crocodile. The tip of the spear, filled with light, was thrown out fiercely with all the strength of Vivi, and flew towards Crocodile with a rumbling sonic boom. The falling peacock end, Crocodile's expression changed drastically, and he felt a huge threat from the flying spear. Vivi's behavior is undoubtedly telling him how not to be angry because her shot can end him. If a swordsman loses his sword, it is equivalent to losing his combat power. The same goes for Vivi, who is holding a spear. He knows that this is her last move. They knew the winner was decided. Rumble. Vivi was standing far away, half kneeling, holding her hands at the gurgling red blood flowing from her abdomen. The yellow sand in the sky obscured everyone's sight, and Cobra and others looked anxious. Ikaram looked at the sandstorm in the distance and asked anxiously, but the sandstorm hasn't disappeared yet. Then Sean and Crow landed directly in front of Cobra and others. When Cobra saw this, he immediately asked, Mr. Sean, what's going on at Vivi's place now? Before these people could speak, Sean stretched out his hand and shook it in the direction of the sandstorm. Advertisement. The next moment, Crocodile transformed into an elemental body. The sand was like water flowing through a spear, and he struggled to get away. However, a large amount of blood still flowed out of the pierced body, soaking the yellow ground red. A smile appeared on Sean's lips and he said, it's our turn. Hearing this, Cobra and the others suddenly felt despair. If a sandstorm of that size were allowed to spread, how much damage would it cause? The next moment, a breeze spread, and the yellow sand and dust that covered the sky in front of Vivi and Crocodile immediately dissipated without a trace. Sean, Crow, and even Robin in the air were not affected by the perception of S***X. Let this shield become thicker and covered with domineering energy. The next moment, a thunderous explosion sounded as the spear collided with the sand shield. Suddenly, the whistling yellow sand in the sky became still in the air as if time had stopped. Crow nodded and said with emotion, what a great talent. I didn't expect that she would actually awaken Conqueror's Haki. She bet on the last shot. Once Crocodile resists, Vivi will be like a tiger that has lost its claws. Crocodile had a spear stuck in his abdomen, nailed to the ground, and his whole body was lying on his back. Before Sean could speak, Robin said directly, they are all here to arrest Crocodile, what do you think? This wasn't over yet. A black line appeared on Crow's hand, which looked like a tattoo. Looking at the flaming spear, he knew he couldn't hide, and his veins were immediately exposed. But if you look carefully, you will see that it is wind, a wind controlled by him. Sean glanced at the other party speechlessly. It was formed by using the power of nature. His power is just a fuse. The sandstorm will not disappear. The ground was cracked, and a dazzling azure blue light burst out. The airwaves it brought swept out, blowing up smoke and dust all over the sky. Even the sandstorms in the distance were affected by the collision of airwaves. Let's try it. Let's see if your gun is sharper or Lousy's sand shield is hard enough. Then the yellow sand quickly gathered together, gradually forming a huge stone, a stone made of sand. He roared angrily. Kid, stop looking down on others. Crocodile clasped his hands together and pulled them apart to form a wall of sand, which continuously absorbed the sand and dust from the ground. The two figures were revealed. Cobra and others were dumbfounded by this method. Crow waved his hand, and the black wind was thrown out by him, and then it dissipated like the ice and snow melted. Chapter 250 Appearance. Cobra and others immediately exclaimed when they saw this. Vivi. Vivi. Then several people ran towards Vivi, because they saw that Vivi looked pale, and it was obvious that the injury was not light. Crow was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Seeing the appearance of Cobra and others, he knew that his men were probably doomed. But he didn't panic at all, because in his long career as a pirate, he had encountered life and death crises many times, and he was able to avert the danger every time. Although he was seriously injured, as long as he was allowed to rest for a while, his low energy consumption would be enough to support him to leave. Cobra quickly helped his daughter up. Why are you so brave? I feel so sorry for you. Although Vivi's face was pale, her little face showed a proud smile. Father, I defeated Crocodile. Our country does not need pirates to be heroes. As if agreeing with Vivi's words, the citizens who were waking up in the distance suddenly burst into fierce cheers after some people who witnessed the whole process spoke about it. Long live, Princess Vivi is amazing. That's right, having such a crown prince is so reassuring. My kid is also the same age, but he only knows how to be naughty and mischievous. He's very different. Feeling the heartfelt cheers of the citizens, Vivi looked at Cobra. Look, we did it, building the nation's self-confidence. Cobra looked in Robin's direction with emotion. Then you have to thank your teacher properly this time. After all, her teachings are indispensable. He couldn't imagine how long Sean and Robin would have been kept in the dark if they hadn't shown up. Maybe one day in the future, Crocodile will really succeed? After all, the other party has been planning for so many years. With the other party's strength and ruthless character, no one in their country can deal with it. So Cobra is extremely grateful to Sean and Robin. Advertisement at this moment, Crocodile struggled to stand up while holding his belly. Kid, you win this time. But you have to pay a corresponding price. Yes, he decided when Crocodile recovered. Even if he has to leave, these people who ruined his good deeds must pay the corresponding price. Pirates are not Western cowboys. However, Crocodile did not see any fear on the faces of Cobra and others. Instead, he looked behind him inexplicably. Immediately, a lazy voice faintly entered his ears. Tell me, what's the price? Suddenly, Crocodile stiffened, and the voice sounded familiar. Then he turned around and saw the person he was unwilling to face without beating him to death. He was a Marine who was extremely cruel to pirates. And as a pirate, he also has a lot of eyes and ears in the underground world, and he has heard a lot of rumors about the Marine in front of him. Sean took out a cigar, and Crow quickly stepped forward to light it. After puffing on the smoke, Sean took out the phone bug. After waiting for nearly a minute, Sean frowned and his tone became a little colder. Is your efficiency so ink? Asked. I am Shichibukai, recruited by the world government. What do you want to do? Nothing else, because Doflamingo had their leverage at that time. Let's not talk about whether the world government will protect you, a pirate who is trying to steal the allies. Mr. Sean, it is better for you to stay in prison peacefully. Otherwise, you will face endless pursuit and torture. Yes, even if the world government wants to cover up the scandal, it will not be too harsh on Sean, after all, in their minds. Because the current relationship between world government and Sean is not so happy. Sean is now a passionate man of justice. Thinking about the original novel, Crocodile was clearly taken care of by the Straw Hats. But after all, he is a veteran who has been around for many years, so he should calm down now. After hearing this, the person on the other side of the phone was silent for a few seconds and said, Sorry, I'm going to contact the 5 elders right now. Then he glanced at Crocodile. I'm not here to ask your opinion, I just want to shatter the Sand Crocodile's B************ D fantasy. It seems that Marine is not completely unreliable, they thought. Advertisement, but the subsequent conversation between Sean and world government made them feel confident and even had a great impression of Sean. The citizens who gradually gathered around naturally heard the conversation between the two and looked at Sean with some worry. They were afraid that Sean would compromise. It was so difficult for Princess Vivi to defeat the B**************** D who coveted this country. He immediately said, I want to contact the people above. This is my power, you can't arrest me. Wearing a white suit, a silver-white short ponytail, and a cold and arrogant expression, standing next to him was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a slicked back hair. Before the angry Crocodile could speak, Crocodile on the side pushed up his glasses with his wrist. Because whether Crocodile is taken over by pirates or the country itself, the face of the world government will be damaged. Sean has no doubt that if Crocodile kills all the insiders, world government will also help him clean up the mess. After calling, he said in an indifferent tone, Lousy is Sean. Crocodile's crime of stealing the country was exposed and stopped by the royal family. Now he wants you to protect him. They even used birdcages in an attempt to kill all those who knew about it. Who else could this combination be, if not Sean and Crow, who were feared by the new world? What should they do if the other party easily lets this villain go because of world government's words? But they put the credit on Smoker's head because they didn't want the participating countries to think that this was the fault of the world government. What's worse is the time of Doflamingo, the world government even asked Marine to cooperate to clear up all the stumbling blocks. The next moment, an old voice came from the other side of the phone. Where have you put us? Obviously, the other party also knows that there are some things that he cannot make the decision, even though he is also in a high position in the world government. Sean sneered and looked at the other person as if he were a fool. What, when your deeds are exposed, you want to use world government to suppress me? Why are you so naive? Nothing else, just because of that ridiculous face. But just because he was in a high position, he also vaguely knew something about Sean, so he didn't dare to stop at all, so he went straight to Pangu City with the phone bug. And Crocodile naturally knows the attitude of the world government. If an ordinary Marine had come here, he might have been forcibly suppressed by the world government, and then the Marine would be widely publicized. Immediately, Crow continued to speak softly. Also, do you think world government will let Mr. Sean rob world government, or will they arrest you? Chapter 251 Conversation with 5 Elders. Sean knew that the other party should be one of the 5 elders. Although they had conflicts several times, but those were all messages passed on by people below, and this was the first time for a direct call. Sean laughed angrily when he heard the other party's preemptive questioning. I only heard the other party continue to say, Shichibukai is under the command of the world government. If you want to take action against them, shouldn't you report it first? Even if you were a general, can you do whatever you want? Sean really laughed at the other party's confident words. Then am I going to let him go now? I'm helping him kill all the people who know about it? After hearing Sean's words, the other side fell into silence, and the scene fell into a quiet atmosphere. Except for those who knew Sean's details, other ordinary people looked nervous. After a moment, the person on the other side seemed to be really discussing something and said, "Okay, we agree. Keep it secret, and then you can bring Crocodile up." That arrogant attitude, that attitude of really considering the feasibility, made Sean's face suddenly turn cold. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped a few degrees, making everyone shiver. He said in a cold voice, "Then you are also an insider now. Am I going to kill you too? Tell Lousy who you are. Lousy will come over and kill you now." Although he has a certain understanding of the other party's urine properties, that's what Doflamingo does. But that's because in the original work, Doflamingo holds the reins and has mastered too many things, so he doesn't want him to fall. But now, it's just a sand crocodile, and the other party wants to do that, and Sean already wants to turn the table over. In fact, he knew intellectually that there was also his reason for this, and the other party was still testing him, wanting to know what choice he would make. However, Sean didn't choose anything and just flipped the table. Sure enough, when Sean's words fell, an angry roar came from the other side. "You are so impudent. You are just a general of Marine under the world government. How do you have the qualifications to threaten us? Aren't you presumptuous? Lousy is here to be a Marine, not to listen to your nonsense. Just one sentence. Who are you?" "Lousy is here to find you now," Sean also responded. Advertisement. Now there is an opportunity to face the 5 elders directly, and Sean is fighting hard. The worst he can do is fight, and the worst result is just a few criticisms in the document. As the saying goes, the world government will be more tolerant of those who do not shake the foundation of world government. The person on the other side seemed to be thinking about something, and the atmosphere was silent again for a while. Everyone in the field was stunned, including Cobra and Crocodile. They know what 5 elders means, which means the people in charge of the highest power center in the world. Fortunately for Cobra, after all, he knew early on that Sean was intending to overthrow the world government, so he quickly restrained himself. But Crocodile didn't know it, and there was a huge wave of panic in his heart. He couldn't imagine why Sean dared to say that he was going to kill the other party. Just because he is a general, what he doesn't know is that Sean's deeper consideration is to create an image of revenge that never lasts overnight. Only this kind of personality can make the other party put down their guard. They are all old foxes for thousands of years, and they will not be able to bear it after being criticized by Sean for a few words. After all, Akainu often had disputes with these people in the original work. The advantage of this is that if any 5 elders are slaughtered by Sean in the future, they will not be the first to suspect him. Because at that time, they had no argument at all, and most likely they were suspicious of the inexplicable D family. So he then added, "Don't think about joining forces. If you are not the only one in my past, Lousy will not do this Marine anymore. If a Tianlong comes out of Mariajoya, I will kill one of them, and I will go to the Red Earth continent from time to time to kill a few of your cadres to see who can bear it." If these civilians didn't know the high status of Sean's conversation partner before, then what Sean said now. It was enough to make everyone's heart beat faster and even their blood boil. They didn't expect this Marine. He dared to threaten World Noble, the god of this world, and his favorability towards Sean immediately increased. There was a different voice on the other side of the phone, but Sean still heard some yelling. "Advertisement, tell me what you want. This is our first conversation. I don't want the outcome to be unpleasant. There's no need for you to threaten us. It's useless." Sean narrowed his eyes. It looked like a troublesome guy was coming, but he still said, "I have no demands. First join Marine. I just want to implement my ideas. If a pirate commits a crime under my nose, you let me go. If you can't get past him, where will you put me?" As soon as the words fell, the other party said directly, "Okay, Crocodile will be handled by you. The world government will immediately issue a notice to deprive him of his Shichibukai status from now on." "Okay, this is best. I wish I had known you would answer this call. That's it for now. I hope you can take care of yourself. I also look forward to meeting you." "I'm looking forward to it too." Clip. Then Sean hung up the phone, squinting and thinking about something. The other side. In the conference room of the 5 elders, the official who delivered the call bug was trembling all over. He did not expect that someone would dare to directly threaten these 5 adults. At this time, the bald old man holding a long knife yelled, "Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten me? Why don't you let me kill him? This is obviously a good opportunity." The curly-haired old man who was holding a phone bug said softly, "No need, he is just stating his position with us. A mere pirate is not that level." The old man with a goatee who always advocated cleaning up said, "Indeed, all we need to know now is the attitude of the other party. If he wants to carry out that ridiculous justice, let him go." The bald old man looked at the goatee in disbelief. "Don't you also think that such a threat must be eliminated?" The old man with the goatee nodded and said, "But that is based on the premise that the other party wants to go against us, and his ability is too weird. Today's revolutionary army is moving more and more frequently. There is no need to push a man with the highest mobility to them at this time." The curly-haired old man continued to add, "Maybe his strength is just like that, but his weird ability will also give us a headache. This result is the best. After all, the uneasiness factor is based on the other party not being able to appeal. Now that we understand his appeal, we are satisfied. We don't care about Whitebeard, so is there any other pirate that we should care about?" Although he was unwilling to do so, the bald old man could only nod his head, and at the same time he was determined to kill this uneasy factor himself if he had the chance. Chapter 252. Lao Sha is imprisoned. Alabasta. Sean changed his indifference and looked at Crocodile with a smile. It seems like your backer has given up on you. Do you want to resist? Crocodile is actually still a little confused now. How can this new Marine general dare to threaten the world government? The most important thing is that the world government is so tolerant to him. Hearing this, he looked at Sean and then at Crow, who was eager to try. He could only stretch out his hands and wait for the other party to put the seafloor stone handcuffs on him. There is no way. The rumors about Sean are really terrifying. It is said that no pirate can become arrogant in his hands. Even after going to sea, anyone who wants to be arrested will be caught without exception. In his heyday, he might have fought head-on, but now in this situation, he can't resist. It's not that he doesn't dare, but it's not necessary. Crocodile is very sensible and does not want to be tortured for no reason. Well, that's what he thought. Sean took out a pair of seastone handcuffs and threw them to Crow, who put them on for him. Then he looked at Vivi, who looked a little pale, raised his hand and used pray. Sean gave a thumbs up and said, "You are very brave and you deserve to be the princess of this country." When the milky yellow light dissipated, Vivi's injuries had healed. When she heard Sean's compliment, Vivi smiled sweetly. That was all taught by the teacher. As if she remembered something, Vivi suddenly asked, "By the way, that bad guy just said that I have Conqueror's Haki. Is that true?" Following Robin's training, Vivi also gained a certain understanding of various techniques, including Conqueror's Haki. Speaking of being rare, there are nearly 20 people listed by Robin alone who have the qualifications of a king. These are powerful people with huge prestige in the world. But to say the least, the people who own Conquerors are some of the top powerhouses, and in the circle where she was born, such people would not exist at all. Sean nodded. Yes, you have just awakened Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations. Oh, by the way, why did you choose to use a spear? Advertisement. Vivi was still very happy, but when she heard Sean's question, her face suddenly fell. He stammered. Because I'm afraid of pain. The attack range of the spear is relatively wide, which can reduce the chance of being beaten. Hearing this, not only Sean, but also several people present were a little confused. They didn't expect Vivi's reason for choosing to use the spear to be so simple. Suddenly Sean laughed and stretched out his hand to rub Vivi's head angrily. Ha ha ha, you are still a brat after all. Your sudden domineering attitude cannot change the fact that you are a brat. It's still early for you to be the king. Ikarim and Cobra on the side saw how Sean treated Vivi, and Vivi looked like she was enjoying it. Suddenly, some people were gnashing their teeth, wanting to speak but stopping speaking but wanting to. But Robin on the side covered his mouth and smiled and said, "No, Vivi is very talented with guns." Sean didn't think there was anything wrong with using a gun. He just remembered the time in Kizaru's office. Immediately, Sean, Vivi and others headed to the palace. At this time, a Marine who also wore glasses said, "Colonel Smoker had a conflict with the nobles over there because of the slave issue, so he was demoted to serve in the East Daxia Sea." Sean patted Smoker on the shoulder. "Do you need me to transfer you out? Go to New World. The pirates there need more aggressive marine talents like you." Otherwise, if Sean quietly took Crocodile away, the impact would not be as great as a high-profile one. "Okay, it's not a big deal anyway. When are you leaving?" Sean waved his hand, and then said to Smoker, "Don't worry so much, I am a general. What's wrong with the general taking a cigarette from you? That guy Akainu, doesn't he often get it from me too?" Smoker shook his head. "It's not necessary, they want to demote me, so I'll just treat it as a vacation. That guy Aokiji also said he wanted to help me before, but I refuse. Leave now. It's just that my subordinates want to meet you, the new general, so they stay here until now." Smoker said a little sourly. "Who said General Shaonian is aloof? We will have to deal with him in the future." But Smoker did nothing wrong, so he could only be transferred out on the charge of endangering public order. This scene is exactly like a bad boy bullying an honest child. Then he looked at the Marines and asked, "What do you think?" Unexpectedly, Vivi would also have this idea. Sean was 20 years old at that time. Sure enough, a man will remain a boy until he dies. Advertisement. Smoker said with itchy teeth. "You be asterisk 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 D. Can you stop being so unscrupulous? I also want to save face." Smoker broke out in a cold sweat. "HMPH, if I catch those corrupt guys with evidence, I will send them to jail directly." Yes, because the world government explicitly prohibits human trafficking and other activities, but this is just a fig leaf. If Smoker exposes it, of course they will be furious and complain to the world government. Smoker thought about it and didn't care anymore. After all, this guy's character wasn't the first day he'd known him. Ha ha ha, then you should work hard and try to replace me as soon as possible and become the next general. You will also have many fans by then. Sean turned his head and looked, and sure enough, Smoker's men were all looking at Sean. Hearing this, Sean was confused. He always felt that something was wrong with the world line. This is also considered a greeting. However, he did not rush on the road, but instead went back while playing. This also made Sean feel the prestige of Cobra in the hearts of the people. In front of the palace, Sean saw Crow and Smoker standing next to him. "I was actually hesitating whether smoking a cigar or smoking was cooler. Everyone supports Cobra and Vivi, which is completely different from some rulers who claim to be aristocrats." Then he sighed and said, "Originally, I was in West Blue, and I guess I will be able to return to the headquarters soon, but, alas. Your Excellency, the general, is right." They were a little excited to see Sean being so approachable. Then he turned to look at Crow. Contact the headquarters and ask them to send a warship to deal with it. The reason why the warship was sent was to let the citizens of Alabasta know Marine's attitude, and Marine would arrest Crocodile in an honest and fair manner. Just like this, in the evening, Sean led everyone directly to the palace. He skillfully took the cigar from Smoker's hand. What, they sent you as an errand boy? Weren't you demoted to West Blue? In recent years, due to Sean's influence, Smoker has worked very hard and has even become a brigadier general. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly demoted back to colonel because of his mistakes. Seeing Sean looking at them, they immediately stood up in military posture and shouted in unison, Your Excellency, General. Although many of the people here are poor, at least the smiles on their faces are mostly sincere. Chapter 253 Historical Article 3. The capital of Alabasta is Albana. At this time, in the palace, Cobra was entertaining Sean and Crow. It was in the form of a family banquet, and Ikaram was entertaining it next to him. Because what they are planning is of great importance. It's not that Cobra doesn't trust other people, but it's to reassure Sean. Therefore, there were only the Cobra women, Crow and Sean, and Robin as the teacher. While drinking, everyone was enjoying themselves. Not long after, the family dinner was coming to an end. Adhering to the principle of having a cigarette after a meal, Sean lit a cigar. Then he looked at Robin and asked, Speaking of which, have you studied the history here? Robin nodded and said bluntly, Pluton, right here. This historical article of Alabasta records the use and some functions of Pluton. Ikarim on the side was not surprised by the topic of their conversation. As Cobra's confidant, these matters were discussed with Ikarim after receiving Sean's permission. When Ikarim first heard about this, he was also shocked. At that time, Sean was still a lieutenant general. He really didn't expect that this marine general would be so bold and even thought of challenging the majesty of the world government. What made him even more unexpected was that the king, who had always advocated peaceful development, would actually join the gang and even secretly help the notorious Revolutionary Army. This incident had a big impact on him at first. There was a lot of noise for a while, fearing that the secrets he knew would be discovered by others. It took a while before I slowly accepted it. Well, so, where is Pluton? I talked to Vegapunk and he said that Pluton may contain records of a once glorious civilization. Robin's expression was a little surprised, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. He continued. Pluton is in Alabasta. It also records the equipment on it, which contains the glorious technology of the past. When they said this, several people also stared at the expression on Sean's face, as if they wanted to see something on his face. Advertisement. It's a pity that they were disappointed. Sean still looked expressionless. Instead, Vivi asked in surprise, Hey, Sean, why don't you look like you're not surprised at all? Vivi also asked the inner questions of several people present. Sean was too calm. If you don't believe it, look at Crow, who is also looking confused at this moment. Sean spread his hands. Why should I be surprised? I originally guessed that Pluton might be related to you. Otherwise, as a descendant of one of the 20 kings who founded the world government, why are you still miserable here? Yes, Sean has always felt that something is unreasonable. The reform of the times can never avoid the word profit. If they say that their ancestors wanted to make the lives of the people better, that would make sense. But all they wanted was to rule the sea, but strangely they did not enter the Holy Land. This is something that Sean has never thought about until now. But Sean still has a question, that is, why does Pluton have design drawings? So he asked directly, Pluton, what exactly does it do, and what are his specific abilities? Robin organized some words and said, the powerful thing about Pluton is not the number of technologies on it, but that it has a conversion system that can convert the power of ability users. It can even make its power more than 1,000 times. In other words, he needs the power of the devil. The stronger the devil, the more powerful it emits, so it is easy to crush an island. Hearing this, Sean frowned slightly and said to himself, it always feels a bit familiar. Crow and Robin looked at each other and felt something familiar. In the end, Crow reacted the fastest. It's Bay from Sky Island. Hearing this, Sean felt as if he had an enlightenment. Yes, it was Bay. The difference was that Bay from Sky Island could not store such a huge power. It can't even amplify the power. That is a thing that can capture and store even light. Things like sounds, smells, shockwaves, wind and clouds are all childish. This is a magical technology that belongs to this world. Shell can store energy or matter, but compared to Pluton's ability to amplify, it is a bit useless and can only be used as a convenient tool in life. Thinking of this, Sean suddenly thought of the underground civilization ruins and those robots that Enel discovered on the moon on the title page. Advertisement on the murals of the ruins, there is a group of people with small wings. Their technology was already very developed 800 years ago. As for the discovery of robots, it is even more astonishing. The doctor who only appears on the title page possesses advanced technology that no one knows about. He also comes from the future country, the hometown of Vegapunk. Through various clues, Sean has now determined that Sky Island, Machine Island and the moon are inextricably linked. Sean's eyes narrowed slightly. What does this have to do with the blank 100 years? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Sean simply stopped thinking about it. Sooner or later, he would be able to solve all the problems in this world. So Sean looked at Cobra and asked, so your royal family is actually here to protect Pluton, the ancient weapon, right? Cobra nodded. This is recorded in the literature, because special prerequisites are required to activate Pluton. Speaking of this, Cobra looked solemn. Precondition. What precondition? Sean asked with a frown. Robin finally said, either with the help of Poseidon, or a complete devil fruit user. Moreover, you must have a member of the D family to activate that system. Other people, other situations cannot be driven. Sean frowned. Something was wrong. If the original work was followed, Luffy, the D, wouldn't have two fruits. Moreover, he had only heard Vegapunk talk about the complete devil fruit not long ago. He always felt that he had overlooked something. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Sean's head. By the way, that rubber fruit. The world government even needs to use the word escort to protect the fruit. And in the end, Bei Hongfa was snatched away, so this fruit is not simple. In the combined manga, IM pays great attention to Luffy and Shirahoshi. I know, after Sean blurted out, he looked at Crow. Contact Beckman and tell him that I want to see the redhead. At the same time, Sean was determined to find an opportunity to catch Jin and torture him. Because, in the comics given by the system, it is said that Jin's race is the former clan of gods. The Lunaria clan. At the same time, he is also one of the races on the moon. Chapter 254 Vivi is going to see. Because of the little angel on the title page, the three-winged races appear clearly. The small-winged snail horn tribe, the small-winged animal skin hat tribe, and the white big-winged tribe can also be found. However, there is half a face in the lower left corner, which is another race that many people tend to ignore. The Lunaria clan. The pattern on the title page shows that their family works underground, and in front of them are tools that are somewhat similar to fire. Based on this, it is not difficult to guess that the fire ability mastered by the other party was inherited from their ancestors. His flames are even similar to Marco's green flames in that they can be used to sustain life. This is also in line with what Quinn said, Jin's race can survive wherever they go. And the most important thing is that there was the Lunaria clan first, and then there were the Celestial Dragons. According to Sean's information, the Lunaria clan was located in the Red Earth continent at least 1,100 years ago. At that time they were also called gods. What's interesting is that the text of the historical article also appears on the murals on the moon. It can be inferred from this that this planet full of seas has an inseparable and close connection with the moon. But there are too many mysteries, and even if Sean wants to solve them, it won't be possible in a moment. So he shook his head and threw his racing thoughts behind him. At this time, Crow also spoke to Beckman. The red-haired guy said we would meet at the place where we last talked, 1 day later, Crow said. Sean nodded. He got there very quickly, he could just go there the next day. So he said to Robin, you come with me tomorrow. You know the history in more detail. Let's see if that guy deceived me. Robin said happily. Okay, I am also going to the Nine Snakes Pirates. Only by following them can I better find historical documents. Advertisement Vivi on the side looked a little disappointed and pursed her lips, which made Robin feel soft-hearted. What's wrong with you? Robin asked as he continued to stroke the other person's head. Sean looked at this scene and felt a little weird, because in the original book, they were enemies and they were both Straw Hat companions. Nowadays, Vivi is inexplicably a generation younger. Tisk, what a sin. Vivi shook her head, looked at Robin pitifully and asked, when will the teacher come to see me, otherwise my strength may progress very slowly. She is a princess of a country and cannot leave the country at will, so she is very reluctant to let Robin leave. Robin pondered for a moment and then said, you don't need to compare with her. She is a devil fruit user, and her training is slightly earlier than yours. These people have both physical skills and abilities, except Hancock and Robin, who have been training for more than 10 years to compete with those people. Vivi jumped up happily. Teacher, who do you think is more powerful, me or Nami? But if you want to specialize in two things, you need a lot of time to polish it, even some Logia ability users like Swamp and Gas. He immediately ignored everyone's reactions and left directly. Hearing this, Cobra fell silent, and Ikarim on the side wiped away tears and murmured. Princess Vivi has really grown up and can already think at the national level. Sean hesitated and said, actually, you can take her with you. Can't you help her disguise herself? He hesitated and said, Your Majesty the King, actually, I think a well-informed king will be better able to lead the people to the road of happiness in the future. Ikarim grew up watching Vivi and couldn't stand her coquettishness. On this ordinary night, the news of Crocodile's arrest swept the world like a hurricane. Vivi was also full of fighting spirit after hearing this. I will definitely stand at the top of this world in the future so that everyone can take our Alabasta's words seriously. Robin was right. The difference between people with abilities and those without abilities was actually not that big. It was mainly reflected in their early combat power. Then several people also said goodbye to each other and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Advertisement Why are characters like the 4 emperors and generals so poor after taking potions? That's because they haven't accumulated enough. Yeah, I won't be rude. Look how much combat power they have. Do you really think Marine generals are powerful because of the fruit? They are powerful individually, otherwise they would not have been hailed as monsters when they first entered Marine. Sean's scalp was numb when he was stared at by Cobra's resentful eyes. He smiled and said, You can just make your own decision. I'm a little sleepy and I need to go back and rest. After all, Nami lacks foundation. She met Nami once and knew that he was only 2 years older than her, but he was extremely powerful and could already fight with some of the cadres in indistinguishable ways. Cobra was a little hesitant. To be honest, there were too many dangers and changes in the sea, and he was not willing to let his daughter take risks. This is what Sean taught her. No matter how useful her ability is, it will never be as powerful as her own advantages. Only when she is strong can she be truly powerful. Robin thought for a while and said, I don't care, it just depends on whether King Cobra is willing to let the eagle spread its wings. At this stage, you are weaker than her, but if you focus on the development of physical skills, you will have no weaknesses in the future, and you can also catch up from behind. Vivi raised her head and said, Father, Mr. Sean has a saying that I like very much, that is, we don't have to use force, but we must have the strength to be feared. Robin also showed a knowing smile. Okay, go to bed early tonight, and go with Sean to meet the Emperor of the New World tomorrow. Now that she is still young, she may be able to travel to the sea for some time. She knows that when she grows up, she will prepare to take over. Finally, the ball was kicked back to Cobra, which gave Cobra a headache. It's okay. In fact, you are already very strong. You just need to practice more in the next time, Robin reassured. Vivi, actually don't push yourself too hard. Dad just wants you to grow up healthy and happy. Seeing this, Vivi stared at Ecolem with her big eyes blinking, and motioned for Ecolem to help persuade her. Cobra couldn't sit still after hearing this. His well-behaved daughter seemed to have a tendency to become violent. In the past few years, I have been thinking about it. Assuming that we, Alabasta, had a figure like Mr. Sean to protect us from the beginning, would Crocodile still dare to make plans? Cobra glanced at Sean with a resentful look. Every one of you has said this. If I continue to disagree, wouldn't it mean that I, as a father, are too arbitrary? Hearing this, Vivi was stunned, and then looked at Robin and Cobra with hopeful eyes. Chapter 255 Goodbye Red Hair. The next morning. The vast majority of people received newspapers. Open black lens bracket Shichibukai crocodile dismounts. Princess Alabasta shows off Kamui. Close black lens bracket. Marine's new general helps Alabasta get rid of cancer. Since Hancock left Shichibukai, another Shichibukai has been dismissed. Is Shichibukai dead in name only? Close black lens bracket. World government executives speak out. Put an end to all pirates who want to reach out to the government, and research for new Shichibukai candidates. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Whether the news is true or false, the world government will not let the Alabasta people take all the credit, otherwise where would their face be? Therefore, it was Sean and Alabasta who arranged the plan, and frankly admitted that it was a measure implemented to combat pirates who coveted the franchise country. New World. Ghost Island. Kaido looked at the newspaper and sneered. Those guys are so shameless. They give all the credit to Marine. Boss Kaido is absolutely right, Marine is shameless, Jack said. He was still bitter about the fact that he was ridiculed that the bounty was 1 billion, and 90 million was the value of ivory. Even this rumor has spread to the New World. Now seeing Kaido's disdainful look, his mind suddenly became active. How about we go to the G5 branch and attack, just to dampen Sean's energy and let his subordinates taste the feeling of despair? Jin looked at him like he was a fool. Do you think the other party has been so active recently, why no one bothers him? Quinn, a fat man who loves to dance, also changed his usual funny attitude. He chewed a cigar and added, even fewer people go to the waters under the jurisdiction of G5. Seeing Jack scratching his head in confusion, Kaido also sighed. Lousy is a reckless man, but he is not a stupid man. If it weren't for the fact that you are a loyal fan of Lousy and have a certain level of strength, Lousy wouldn't let you become one of the 3 disasters. So he explained. That's because no one dared to touch his brow, and everyone subconsciously followed a rule. Jack asked. Rules? What rules? Advertisement Jin explained. Because his abilities are so weird, the forces in the New World, whether they are pirates, some non-joined countries, or even underground forces, are worried about Sean's unscrupulous capture of pirates. Think about it. With the opponent's mobility, he comes to our pirate group every day to catch orders. How many people can resist him? All the forces don't want to encounter this kind of thing. We can only make a tacit agreement not to provoke him, but if he takes the initiative to cause trouble, the counterattack of these forces will also hurt the civilians he advocates to protect. At that time, no matter how fast he is, he will cause irreparable losses. In this case, whoever teases him deserves to be caught. After all, the other party is no longer a regular fighting force. He is a very special existence. Hearing this, Jack suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the other party usually didn't take much action. Quinn continued to add. This is not a compromise by his pirates. In other words, it is a threat to him. Once he becomes unscrupulous and we become unscrupulous, the justice he advocates will be gone. So if we make trouble with us, he will arrest him. Jack suddenly asked. Then why don't we organize more people to join forces to kill him? Ha 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 ha. Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed when he heard this, and Quinn even started dancing. Just when Jack didn't know what his boss was having, Jin slowly said, perhaps those guys in the world government have more headaches than us, so why should we help them? Kaido finally said, perhaps, the grandest battle feast we are looking forward to will be kicked off by this guy? After the words fell, Kaido looked at the proud figure on the newspaper. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, all the famous forces paid attention to Sean. Some people even learned about Sean's conversations with world government. After all, there were many civilians there at that time. There is no airtight wall in the world, and they all probably know that the relationship between Sean and the world government has reached a freezing point. Even some underground forces are secretly looking forward to Sean's break with the world government. They got a message from this newspaper and some intelligence networks. That means the world government has compromised, but there are always smart people in these organizations. Has the world government really compromised? The answer is no. So many people are looking forward to Sean's next move. As for Vivi beating Crocodile, in the eyes of some big guys, isn't it enough to just have some hands? 14 years old. At best, he has some qualifications. Such qualifications are as rare as a hair in the history of the sea. The sea is undercurrent again. Advertisement. The other side. Sean took Robin, Crow and Vivi to the islands where they met last time. As soon as he appeared, he saw Red Hair and Ben Beckman. The two of them were handling the ingredients leisurely like last time. Sean's mouth twitched when he saw this. Why do these pirates like to hold parties so much? They can do it anytime and anywhere. Crow pushed up his glasses with his wrist, looked at Beckman and said, "You're here." Beckman. "I'm coming." Crow. "Maybe you shouldn't come." Beckman. "Because he's here." Seeing the strong infernal affairs style in front of him, Sean decisively interrupted their conversation. "Don't be so ridiculous. As a red-haired partner, how can this guy Beckman not know about him?" Yes, the riddle the two of them played was that Crow felt that the matter was important and that Beckman should not be here. Beckman felt that when his captain faced such a terrifying figure, he must fight side by side with him. The red-haired man smiled heartily. Haha, Crow is really energetic. I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Then he looked at the other two people, hesitating that even though Robin was in disguise, the photo on the wanted poster was still in her demonic form. So the redhead couldn't recognize Robin and Vivi, who had already changed her appearance. "Who are these two?" Sean said nonchalantly. "Oh, this is my partner who helps me collect historical articles. You don't need to worry about it." The red-haired man nodded and said, "Then why did you come to me this time?" Sean thought for a while and felt that it would be better to get straight to the point with gate of opening, so he asked directly, "Your father was once a high-level official in the world government, right?" Hearing this, the red-haired man was stunned for a moment, and looked at Beckman, then his expression remained normal. For them, the fact that Sean knew this information was not that difficult to accept. However, the red-haired man still said seriously, "So, what do you want to express to me?" After saying that, the red hair narrowed his eyes and held the hilt of the sword unabashedly. Perhaps no one in the sea knew about this news except Whitebeard. He felt that it was the guy with white beard who told Sean, but he didn't really care. But he doesn't believe that Sean mentioned this matter for no reason, but if the other party has any bad conditions, he will not be threatened by others. Chapter 256 Testing Each Other. Beckman also threw away the cigarette from his mouth. The gun in his hand was opened and disarmed, but it was not pointed at anyone. Obviously, he was also ready to fight. For people at their level, not many people would be afraid, even if Sean is a complete monster. On Sean's side, apart from Vivi who was a little nervous, Crow and Robin were still calm and composed. After all, this was Vivi's first time seeing such an exciting scene. Sean glanced at the two of them. "I don't care about anyone's son here. I just need to make sure you can answer my questions." The red-haired man frowned. "Dispel the doubts. Solve the doubts. What do you want to know?" "Rubber fruit. I want to know why the world government took a fancy to this fruit, and you even took the risk to plunder it, but in the end, no one from the world government took any action." Sean directly stated his intention. Hearing this, Beckman raised his eyebrows. "This is not a big problem, but what can we get? After all, the impact of this secret is not small." Yes, even though it was a big secret, Beckman directly made the decision for the redhead. In previous negotiations, the red-haired man always asked Beckman, the vice-captain, to make decisions for him, and this time was no exception. Because Beckman always strives for the most beneficial solution for the red-haired pirates. The reason why he agreed directly this time was because Beckman felt that Sean knew that the devil fruit was unusual. Then it is only a matter of time to find the reason. It is better to let the other party owe a favor at this time. When Crow heard this, he was not happy and said directly, "Then have you ever thought about it? That kid is clamoring to be a pirate every day, but I can arrest him directly." Hearing this, the red-haired man showed nostalgia in his eyes. "Luffy, I miss him so much. Is he doing well?" Beckman and Crow looked a little weird. They were negotiating now. This guy was still thinking about his life. Advertisement. So Beckman coughed lightly. "He is Garp's grandson. You won't attack him easily. What's more, he didn't go to sea to become a pirate." Beckman is not threatened. At worst, he will go back to the East Daxia Sea and bring Luffy out. Sean frowned and his voice became colder. "That's enough, just say it directly, otherwise even if I won't do anything to him at this stage, I can still ask Garp to detain him. I believe this is not what you want to see." Sean was betting that they would not let Luffy be captured by his grandfather. After all, the red-haired arm was betting on the new era. It's useless to threaten him, and Sean doesn't want to do anything to Luffy. After all, Luffy is still a little kid. Hearing this, both Red Hair and Beckman were stunned. After the two looked at each other, the red-haired man sighed and said, "You are still as strong as ever. How about we hold a banquet first? You be asterisk 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 D. Don't think about taking the topic too far. Tell me first, what I want to know." Sean was speechless. At this time, he was still trying to mislead him. Then the red-haired man said seriously, then what do you know? Sean thought for a while. Just tell me the difference between that rubber fruit and the complete fruit, and what exactly this rubber fruit means, and what are you planning? Hearing this, the red-haired man changed his usual jovial expression and looked at Sean seriously. It seems that you are more terrifying than I thought. As expected, as Beckman said, you even planted someone in the world government. Oh, Sean looked at Beckman with interest. Why do you think so? Beckman picked up his cigarette again and looked at Sean with burning eyes. Because what you have done since you went to sea may seem careless, but it has destroyed the balance of the sea more than once. It's impossible to control the forces on the sea to a certain extent. It was just a guess at first, but now the question you asked. Not just any pirate can know all this information, but you, an ordinary marine, know it all. Beckman shrugged. So that confirms my guess. Sean glanced at the redhead noncommittally. Then can you tell me now? The redhead rubbed his hair and complained with some distress. Really, why are you so barbaric? Who is the marine and who is the pirate? Peeved. Advertisement. Everyone looked around and saw Vivi in disguise, covering her mouth in a hurry and running around in a hurry. She also didn't expect that Sean would have such a rogue side. This was simply a waste of money. Any piece of information he expressed could cause a sensation on the sea. I couldn't help laughing when I saw that the Emperor of the Sea, who reigned supreme in the New World, had such an embarrassing side. The red-haired girl immediately became energetic and pointed at Vivi and said, Look, the little girl you brought thinks you are going too far. Otherwise, she wouldn't laugh. Vivi waved her hands quickly. I'm not, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. I was obviously laughing at you, so I didn't think Sean was going too far. The redhead glanced at Sean and saw that Sean was getting more and more impatient. He had no choice but to sigh and say, Has anyone ever said that you are boring? With such important information, you at least want me to do some psychological construction? I'm the four emperors. Am I so shameless here? Sean sat down cross-legged speechlessly. He remembered the face fruit that Nezans had ridiculed, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually use it on him. However, the other party's current attitude also made Sean understand one thing. At least the other party's position does not conflict with his own. When it comes to who he is most afraid of in the sea, it has never been world government or other four emperors groups. Even Blackbeard, he can GG him in advance. Only the red-haired pirates were something he couldn't see through from beginning to end. Now that we finally have some clues, it should not have any impact on Sean's plan, otherwise this person would not continue to laugh and joke. Okay, stop playing tricks and let's talk frankly, Sean said to express his stance. When Beckman heard this, his serious old face also showed a slight smile. Crow and Robin were also relieved. They also knew that this information might be a major plan related to the red hair. Once their goals conflict with each other, there would only be one outcome. There are no more redheads in the red-haired group, and at least they won't know any information about devil fruits in the short term. It seems to be a joke, but in fact it is a mutual testing of the core figures of the two parties. Because some words, said before confirming the other party's position, will mean that one party will not be safe and sound. Chapter 257 Rubber Fruit. Only Vivi was still blinking her big eyes and didn't understand the situation. She didn't know why, but after she started laughing, the serious atmosphere just now disappeared. The current situation between Sean and the redhead is like being in love. You understand my pretense of reserve, and I understand your evil intentions. Both of them understood it tacitly. The red-haired man thought for a while and said, You probably know my origins. In short, it was my mother's influence that kept me from staying in that stinking place. The old thief Oda is about to release a new theatrical version. I blindly guess that the woman in it is the red-haired mother. Remember to check in next year. The rubber fruit, well, as you can imagine, is complete. Even this fruit is related to the secret of Raftru. Captain Roger, he is not a man of destiny because he lacks this thing. Hearing this, Sean interrupted the red-haired man directly. You guys, don't try to fool Lousy, complete. Then why is Luffy a landlubber? So important, why doesn't the world government get rid of Luffy? I don't believe that they are powerful, the intelligence agency can't investigate. The red-haired man spread his hands and said, Don't worry, listen to me first. Devil fruit is not actually rejected by the sea, but it hates the sea. Hearing this, Sean suddenly remembered Vegapunk's conclusion about devil fruit, and he thought the same. Unexpectedly, Vegapunk actually relied on his own scientific research methods to come up with the truth. Just listen to the red hair continue. What to say next may be a bit strange, but I hope you don't doubt it, because what follows is absolutely true. Why are the D-clan the natural enemies of God? That's because the blood factors in their bodies have talents that are completely consistent with the fruit's abilities, or they can develop their abilities to a greater extent. Some people are even born with it. Some strange abilities. Sean asked. So the combination of the D family and the devil fruit has the opportunity to unlock the secret of Raftru. Then why doesn't the world government directly find people from the D family to train them from an early age? Hearing this, the red-haired man looked into the distance in a daze. Because this is related to a prophecy. Someone predicted it as early as 800 years ago, saying that someone will definitely overthrow the rule of the Tianlong people in the future. Hearing this, Sean also nodded. He did not believe it. You must know that Kazuki Odin's wife traveled from 800 years ago. Advertisement. He also predicted that the Red Scabbard 9 would attack the general to avenge Odin. In his opinion, these abilities are too buggy. The red-haired man continued. They have no way of knowing who the person of destiny is, but they know that the person of destiny is the person with the rubber fruit ability. Unknowingly, he already had the foundation to directly compete with world government. Maybe not nearly enough, but that can be made up for by time. The red-haired man lowered his voice and said, I don't know the specifics, but the only thing I know is that in that era of violence, those with abilities will be completely liberated. When Sean heard this, he felt that everything seemed to be correct, but he just felt that something was wrong. Hearing this, the red-haired man smiled bitterly. It's true, you have too much to hide, and you have to attack us from time to time. During the second half of the banquet, the red-haired man said, I hope you won't stop Luffy from going to sea. He is the key figure who made the era completely run amok. Then Sean stood up, patted his pants and said, okay, Crow and I are leaving first. At this moment, Hongfa and Beckman were stunned, and Hongfa also sighed. Sure enough, the ability to fly is really enviable. The reason why they allowed me to plunder was because they wanted to take the opportunity to find the man of destiny and eliminate this potential threat. I was betting with them. They bet that I couldn't find the man of destiny. After a moment, Sean, who suddenly understood, slapped his forehead and asked, you haven't told me yet, why is the rubber fruit special? Although Sean is still dubious about the red-haired explanation of devil fruits, he can only believe it for now. Yes, this is something that Sean can't figure out, why so many people, I am paying attention to Luffy and Shirahoshi. Robin also stood up after hearing this, and bone wings suddenly appeared on his back, and then the hair-like color covered them, forming a pair of black wings. I bet Luffy is the man of destiny, so when Luffy goes to sea in the future, he will receive more attention. As long as he shows signs of that, the world government will take action. At this moment, Beckman asked abruptly, is Hancock yours? She has been very active recently? Sean glanced at the two guys, and a flash of blue light flashed on Crow's body at the same time, and disappeared in front of them the next moment. Because I am is too mysterious, as I said before, it's better to be cautious, because this is not a game, there are too many people following him behind him. Advertisement finally, one day, the devil fruit no longer hates the sea. On that day, it may be the day when the D family rebels against God. He didn't expect that there was someone planning all of this, and his background even exceeded the nearly 20 years of his hard work. Sean asked suspiciously, since you don't know everything, why are you so convinced? Well, yes. Sean admitted directly. Everyone had talked about this, and there was nothing to hide. In other words, the ability to awaken is no longer exclusive to some people, but all these benchmarks need to be achieved by those with rubber fruit abilities. Then he wanted Luffy to come out and test Ain's bottom line no matter what. But I couldn't stand the freshness of the ingredients, so I was satisfied with the meal. What's more, Robin is here. She has been active on the battlefield where the Nine Snakes pirates and the Big Mom pirates fought more than once. The red-haired man sighed with a look of nostalgia on his face. Sean smiled. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't touch my bottom line, I won't take action against him. After all, he is Garp's grandson, and the old man has taken great care of me. Then everyone started a small banquet and feasted, although everyone's cooking skills were not good. He could understand paying attention to Shirahoshi, Poseidon, but paying attention to Luffy was too much. That's because the captain confirmed for me that everything the man left was true. So, do we have to row back again? Robin was also a decisive person and took Vivi directly into the air, flying quickly into the distance. Of course, this is of course Sean's high-sounding statement, but what he actually thinks is that since Luffy can make IM take him seriously. And I will do my best to protect him. After holding Vivi in hand, she flapped her wings and flew up. Then I'll take her away first, Sean, see you next time. Chapter 258 Haori Pirates. At the same time, a kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line. An auction was being held at this time, and the auctioneer ordered people to bring up a group of different races. Mermaids, Murlocs, Furfolk, humans, etc. Everyone, now comes the main event. These are the races on the stage that need to be auctioned. First of all, the first one, the auctioneer pointed to the fishman in the water tank. This inferior fishman must be familiar to everyone. He is very popular among consumers. You can put it in the fish tank at home and watch it chase each other with the creatures in the sea. This will definitely make you look good in front of your guests. They may even be extremely powerful, so they are definitely the best choice for slaves working as coolies. Next, the starting price is 1 million belly, and every increase will be less than 100,000. After that, he knocked down the gavel in his hand, and after a muffled sound, the nobles on the field did not express their preference for the fishmen as he thought. They were all whispering in the audience, "What, I came here for that mermaid. It's better to just go straight to the main event." That's right, this Murloc is not allowed to play at all. Last time I used a Murloc to catch Poseidons, but the Poseidons were disgusted by it. Half of its body was bitten off and spit out. The auctioneer was also helpless. He also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the fishman's status was so low, so the asking price couldn't be too high. After all, feed also costs money, and which of these rich people has never raised it? Everyone knows that the Murloc race is useless except for some hard work. At most, it can only stage a scene of chasing beasts in the deep sea. In a corner of the auction venue, 3 people and a bear were sitting there. Yes, it is Luo's pirate group. Due to the butterfly effect, Luo's pirate group is no longer called the Heart Pirates. Instead, they are called the Haori Pirates. Advertisement. Except for Luo, they were all wearing diving suits. At this time, Luo was holding the knife with one hand, and feathers kept appearing and disappearing in the other hand. He glanced at the scene with disgust. It seems that there are quite a lot of rich people in today's auction. Sha-Chi echoed. Captain, this is already the 10th auction, why aren't we wanted yet? Pagan said carelessly. What's wrong with this? The later the arrest is made, the greater the sensation we will cause. Babo, this adorable creature who turned out to be the second in command, was playing with his lil hands dully, sniffling from time to time. I think so too. Yes, this is the 10th auction that Luo is about to plunder since the decisive battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. He continued to plunder the wealth of these people at the fastest speed, and he wanted to show his power and greed. Although he hates Doflamingo, he has to say that Doflamingo has brought him some inspiration. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Do you know who established this auction? The person in charge said angrily. The next moment, feathers fell from the ceiling, and feathers grew on the walls. Luo glanced at these beefy-looking brawny men in suits with disdain. What, you just want to threaten me because of you idiots? Feathers even continued to fall in the air, but they did not turn into sharp blades and cut through everyone as before. The sudden appearance of white feathers made the people present a little confused, but some people still instinctively wanted to reach out and catch them. Devil fruit, Paramecia feather fruit, is tailor-made for people like him who are domineering and physically strong, and it also has various magical effects. It turns out that the devil is not only pitch black, but can also be wholly white. The next moment, the person in charge of the auction came out, frowned and said, What do you mean by this? Do you want to be our enemy? When something unexpected happened at the auction house, the person in charge asked the security guard responsible for security work to find a way to solve the problem. Now, after finding the mastermind behind the scenes, the person in charge immediately asked everyone to surround them. He stretched out his hand, shook it in the stands, and whispered softly, Angel Cage. Advertisement. This is the inner thought of most people on the field. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luo suddenly smiled. Good afternoon, everyone. After saying that, the feathers on his hands that were constantly changing into various forms, such as swords, guns, and sticks, suddenly disappeared. After everyone came back to their senses, what they saw was a blanket of white. Whether it was the ceiling, the floor, or even the walls, they were all replaced by feathers. If they resist, these feathers falling like heavy snow will turn into blades and pierce their bodies. Although he didn't kill them, all their suppliers were slaughtered by him. Even if he couldn't kill these noble scum for the time being, he would make them suffer a lot and die, accidentally, not long after. But the moment they made contact, several shrill screams rang out in the field. But in the eyes of these people, this smile was like the devil's smile, forming a strong contrast with his holy ability. Yes, Luo is even better than Doflamingo in developing the cage. His ability is to grow feathers anywhere. But this scene made everyone on the field feel like they were falling into an ice cave, because they all knew that this was a threat, and someone was secretly taking action against them. The world government wants him to stop, so it has no choice but to recruit him, because even if General Marine is dispatched, after more than 10 years of training, he has no chance of winning. He had an intuition that in the future, this ability could even grow these sharp feathers on human skin. Even combined with his sword, this ability can be even more powerful. They can pass through the white barriers, but when they touch these soft feathers, what they often withdraw will be a bloody hand. But it's no problem to escape, not to mention, he also got his favorite devil fruit. Luo suddenly smiled. It's time to get to work. After all, every second I look at these people's faces, I feel worse. Yes, the moment they touched them, these feathers seem to have turned into the sharpest blades in the world, cutting directly through their hands and sticking straight into the ground. People who can do these transactions will naturally not be a good person, but if they can resolve it peacefully, he doesn't mind giving the other party a little sweetener. After all, he has never met Luo, a person like him. Just when everyone in the venue showed fear and looked around for the evildoer, the leisurely and calm Luo came into everyone's sight. There is nothing more convenient for the world government to notice him than to take action directly against these nobles. Behind the scenes of this auction is the great pirate of the New World, who is currently competing with other heroes and is one of the popular candidates for the Four Emperors seat. Chapter 259 Ronaldinho Pirates, out of trust in his boss. He believes that he will be a cadre member of the Four Emperors group in the future. Naturally, he looks down on young people like Luo. Luo raised his eyebrows. You want to say that you're backstage as so-and-so, and then you want me to be captured without mercy, and then you give me a decent way to die? The person in charge was startled. Why is this person so familiar? He even expressed his thoughts. But he didn't just have this set of lines, so he said, Humph, as long as you kneel down and apologize and follow Mr. Johnson, I might be able to consider interceding for you. Yes, he took a fancy to Luo's ability. He felt that Luo was still talented. After all, this weird feather ability should not be underestimated. What he didn't know was that he had already experienced these words 9 times. Who is capable of doing these businesses and is ordinary and has no background? Luo looked at the other party with the eyes of a cockroach. Johnson? Thief Johnson is the boss of your auction? Luo naturally knew who this was. He was the captain of a large pirate group in the New World, because when he was young, he was always sneaky. So he has a nickname called Johnson, which is also the title he hates the most. He prefers people to call him Grand Admiral. After all, the biggest advantage of his pirate group is the large number of people. There are many across the four seas and even the Grand Line, but today's cadres have all entered the New World to compete for hegemony. That's why the auction's defensive power is so weak. According to the past, the person in charge would not talk to Luo and would have taken action directly. After all, Johnson's backstage as an official of the world government, and he has many dirty deals with the world government. When the person in charge heard Luo shouting out the title that Mr. Johnson hated, he immediately became furious. You be ***************. You dare to call Mr. Johnson that way? Do you think you can be arrogant if the cadres are not around? Luo nodded. I'm just so arrogant, what can you do to me? Rona's arrogant attitude undoubtedly stunned the person in charge. He had never met a young man who could be calm despite taking the name of Johnson. So he asked in disbelief. Master Johnson is a big shot who is about to reach the top. You don't recognize him, right? He is a pirate group at the same level as the four emperors. Luo slowly raised his hand and said, Little people, please stop saying such stupid things. Not everyone likes to hear it, and the guy you were talking about. Advertisement, what qualifications does a scumbag who bullies the weak and fear the strong have to reach the top? After finishing his words, Luo stretched out 2 fingers and moved them gently. The next moment, feathers suddenly sprouted from the handle of the knife he was holding, spreading towards his hand. In front of everyone, within a few moments, the person in charge was covered in white feathers, as if he was wearing clothes made of feathers. No one expected that Luo would take the lead so decisively, which also made them stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the originally holy white feather fabric suddenly oozed a dazzling bright red. Tick as a drop of blood fell on the ground, everyone on the field panicked again. They didn't expect that the person in charge of the auction would be restrained so easily. The other side of the holy white is a foul-smelling red. As if to confirm everyone's thoughts, the red feathers slowly dispersed, revealing the frightened eyes of the person in charge. After saying that, Luo stood up and walked onto the auction stage step by step, regardless of the hostile looks from the minions. Luo seemed to see what they were thinking, but he didn't care. He just looked at Pagan and said, Whoever has any thoughts will be killed directly. These scum will die without mercy. But they feel at ease. As long as money can solve the problem, it is not a problem for them. Just as the auctioneer was about to open his mouth to stop him, his throat was pierced by a sudden feather on the ground, and he could only make a ho-ho sound. Everyone who breathed a sigh of relief suddenly felt alive in their hearts. And it's beyond recognition. But before they could get happy, a breeze blew up and dispersed the smoke, revealing a situation that stunned them once again. Ah! The next moment, screams and vomiting echoed throughout the audience. But after hearing this, there was still some commotion on the field. Except for what could be seen as eyes, his head, torso and limbs were all a bloody mess. The next moment, Pagan stood up and said, There is no need to interact. If you want to survive, go and get all the valuable things. As long as there are omissions, our captain will not care whether there are nobles among them. Advertisement. So the nobles became numb and took out their telephones one after another. After all, some of them didn't bring much money. Luo stretched out his hand, with Lu Ying's domineering energy lingering in his hand, grabbed the collar around a slave's neck, and then pulled hard. Luo completely ignored the commotion on the field and said to himself, Little people must have the self-consciousness of little people. If you don't have the ability, don't talk about your backers. Vomit. These slaves are all restrained by collars, which are devices that explode when they are away from a certain distance. Luo then tore off the collars on the necks of these slaves one by one. The subordinates brought by the person in charge also looked frightened. Luo shouted without looking back, Babo, take them back to our ship, I want these slaves. The roar of the explosion was endless. At first, these dignitaries would be full of joy, hoping that Luo would blow himself up. Pagan's words were not only meant for the people at the auction house, but also for the nobles. They are afraid of death, but this does not affect their desire for revenge. They hate being threatened the most. The person in charge was the person in charge because he already had considerable strength, but he didn't expect to die so easily. I saw Luo and the slave standing there intact, and Luo had already walked towards the other fishman. Losing the support of Hagoromo, it fell to the ground with a clatter. Only a pair of eyes expressed the identity of a human being. Although I feel a little heartbroken, I am afraid of encountering those perverts who are fearless and take killing for fun. But until Luo violently released all the restraints, they were still standing there safe and sound. Lying on the ground, he looked at Luo with a look of reluctance. His followers asked warily, Your Excellency, what exactly do you want to do? We don't seem to have anything to do with you, right? How can I take revenge on this cruel guy? They were afraid that Luo would find a reason to say that they didn't have enough money and would take the opportunity to kill them. There was a burst of explosions, and the nobles on the field looked at Luo in shock. They did not expect that this stupid young man would seek his own death. Boom. Chapter 260 Aokiji appears. Hearing this, the nobles did not react at all. To them, these slaves are not even as good as their favorite little pets. Moreover, with the cruelty shown by Luo, they didn't think these slaves would end well. The newly raised hopes of those slaves seemed to be poured with cold water, which was so cold. Then a dead silence returned to their eyes, they lost hope in life, and allowed Babo to take them away. They didn't dare to resist at all. Luo saw this scene clearly. From the first time he kidnapped these slaves, he already understood what Sean once said, To save the world, you must first plant the seeds of resistance in their hearts. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the force is, it will only be enough. Just another reincarnation. Yes, if these people give up on themselves, then it will not make any difference to them if any one of them is in power. What Luo Xian wants to do now is to leave a cruel image in front of these nobles. He wants these nobles to see him as if they are seeing an evil ghost. The reason why he asked Beppo to take these people away first was because he knew the Marine would attack soon. Then Luo sat directly on the steps and glanced at these nobles. These nobles and people at the auction all took out all their belongings without daring to resist at all. Luo looked at it, but sneered in his heart. These people also know how to be afraid. Not long after, Peijin and Shachi walked towards Luo carrying oversized packages in one hand. Luo, all the valuables are here, what should we do now? Luo glanced at the auction security guards standing in front of the nobles and smiled. Okay, that's enough, don't worry about them. Immediately Luo stood up, and the feet of the human traffickers and auction staff were suddenly entangled with holy feathers. They immediately shouted in horror. What do you want to do? Didn't you say you wouldn't take action against us? Luo didn't even look at it, and walked towards the door step by step, leaving only one sentence. Idiot, I am a pirate. Your boss offended me, and you still want to live? Stop joking. As soon as the words fell, the white feathers under these people's feet intertwined with each other, covering their whole bodies from bottom to top, revealing only a pair of frightened eyes. Advertisement they struggled hard, but to no avail. When Luo was halfway there, the muffled hums that could be heard from time to time in the quiet fields suddenly stopped. What followed was a strong smell of blood, making these nobles look at Luo in horror. When Luo walked to the door, he unlocked his ability, and those guys wrapped in feathers were like their superiors. He lay limp on the ground, his flesh and blood so blurred that he couldn't see his true appearance. They resisted gagging, for fear of making the slightest sound and angering this cruel guy. When Luo led the two of them to the door, a sound sounded, and the nobles who heard the sound felt like the sound of nature. Alala, we Marine can't even think of it, boom. Luo, who had just walked to the door, seemed to be knocked away by something. He flew backwards, breaking many seats along the way, and finally stopped on the auction table. As the tall figure appeared at the door, the nobles suddenly felt that they could do it again. Peijin and the two also knew the strength of their captain, so they ignored Aokiji at the door and passed him directly. General Aokiji, please help us recover our losses. They were afraid that if they continued to speak out, Aokiji would no longer protect them, which would make them uncomfortable. I can only secretly think about it and report them properly after I escape. This was all within Luo's expectation. What record could be better than that of wreaking havoc on the aristocratic circle and fleeing under the pursuit of generals? General, please deal with this villain immediately, he has caused us huge losses. Aokiji thinks that he should just deal with Luo first. Those people can't escape far from him. The two Peijins calmly left everyone's sight. Aokiji said with some annoyance. What a terrible kid, it's hard for me to handle you like this. Then he glanced at Aokiji. The expected irritability did not appear. Instead, he was somewhat used to it. He simply ignored the cries of these fleas. Marine's original intention was to protect civilians and maintain law and order in the sea, but in the eyes of these nobles, Marine was just a security guard. Advertisement. These nobles were not all fools, and they immediately shut their mouths when they saw this. Yes, all our belongings were taken away by these villains. But those nobles were not happy. But Luo couldn't bear it, after all, his Mr. Razanandi was a member of Marine. They knew Aokiji did it on purpose, but they had no proof. Aokiji immediately formed an ice blade in his hand, blocking the sudden attack. Then he looked at Peijin and the two. Go back to the boat and wait for me. I'll come to the rear. I also want to see the gap between myself and Marine. Luo watched silently, and at this moment he had a clear understanding of Marine's embarrassing position. Yes, this hateful guy must be brought to justice, otherwise we will complain to the world government. He had heard from Shan that only a few of them were not weaker than the current generals, the four emperors. Luo stood up slowly, patted the dust behind him, and smiled. It seems that Marine really thinks highly of me. The general is here before the wanted order is issued. You Marines are here to protect the lives and property of his people, go quickly. There are even a few who may have strong backstage connections and shout arrogantly, if you don't help me recover my losses immediately, I will complain to the world government. Immediately with a wave of his hand, several white streaks came out and attacked the jumping nobles. Just as Aokiji was about to take action, a white feathered sword that was about the same height as Aokiji suddenly rose from his feet. The sword was wrapped around Haki and slashed towards his waist. They all started shouting, General Aokiji is Marine's general, that's great. In the end, some people even commanded Aokiji arrogantly. Seeing this scene, Luo felt more and more that the rules of this world were terrible. These nobles were already dead, their eyebrows were pierced directly, and their shrinking pupils were gradually dissipating. When Aokiji saw this scene, he seemed to be half a beat slower when he rushed to these people. Yes, the security guards responsible for protecting their lives and property and maintaining law and order may be just incidental. The rest of them are all inferior, just like professional boxers, they are also professional, but the gap between lightweight or heavyweight and heavyweight. Chapter 261 Luo vs Aokiji. Aokiji might not be able to do anything to them. But Luo had no such scruples. He said with a smile, Mr. General, let me see the gap between you and me. After saying that, Luo pulled out the knife, and the blade was filled with holy white light. Then he rushed towards Aokiji and thrust the long knife he was dragging from bottom to top, as if he was going to split Aokiji in half. An ice blade also appeared in Aokiji's hand, covered with Rumo's domineering force, and held horizontally in front of him. Rumble. During the collision, there was a thunderous explosion, which made the eardrums of the nobles watching at close range hurt. The air wave generated by the impact even flew them out, knocking the seats in the auction venue to pieces. This was not over yet, as the white light on Luo's knife seemed to have accumulated to an extreme, and suddenly it glowed brightly. The blade of the stalemate was washed out with streaks of white streaks, attacking towards Aokiji's face. Aokiji was slightly surprised and stepped back, forming a thick ice wall to resist the white light. Explosions continued, and Aokiji saw clearly the true face of these white horses. They are no longer white feathers like goose feathers, but white hairs as small as cow hairs, but they are like extremely miniaturized blades. Tightly embedded in the ice wall. Is this your ability? It's really practical, Aokiji praised Luo's ability. Yes, these countless hairs exerted great power in Luo's hands. Any feather can kill someone. The biggest difference between this and Doflamingo is that Doflamingo needs to manipulate the connected lines. Luo, on the other hand, can individually send out feathers the size of Velis hairs, and can produce this thing on any object. It can be done without awakening, changing terrain, etc., and is more delicate than Doflamingo's ability. Each has its own advantages. Doflamingo's is tough and Luo's is delicate. Advertisement. Luo glanced at the embarrassed nobles and said, "Don't be ridiculous, I don't believe that the highest combat power of this department is only at this level." After that, he continued to charge forward and swung the knife in his hand, but Aokiji also blocked it as before. Luo did not swing out a slashing attack. Instead, the blade continued to shoot out a series of spurs, but they were all blocked by Aokiji. Aokiji's somewhat distressed voice sounded, not loudly, but the nobles were all dying. Alala, this is really tricky. If I let go, these people will freeze to death, right? Then my mission will fail? Aokiji said after a wall of ice suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo glanced at Aokiji meaningfully and continued to attack with the current frequency. When the nobles heard Aokiji's words, they immediately reacted. They were just ordinary people. How could they watch the battle at such a close distance? Why do they? Then a large group of people suddenly became commotion and kept running towards the exit. There was a push and a trample, but they had no choice because they saw Aokiji seem to be suppressed. Once Aokiji lets go, they didn't think they could survive. They had also seen Aokiji's battle in Phonebug, which was a large-scale freeze. Not long after, everyone including the downtrodden nobles struggled to climb out of the auction hall. Luo Jianwen glanced over it, and his eyes signaled Aokiji to go further away. Then he rushed forward and kicked Aokiji's ice blade sideways, and Aokiji let the force fly him away. Call out, the nobles who had just escaped only felt a gust of cold wind blowing by, before they could recover. Another white light chased after him. Luo sprouted 6 pairs of wings from his back and caught up with Aokiji in the jungle. Aokiji also stood there calmly, waiting for Luo's arrival. Seeing Luo's gesture, he nodded in appreciation and said, "Are you the kid that Luo Nandi saved back then?" Luo released his ability and landed on the ground again. From time to time he swung his knife not far away, and white ons plowed ravines of different depths on the ground, making a deafening roar. Aokiji was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. As expected of Razanandi, he is very cautious. Advertisement. Having said that, Aokiji also stretched out his hand and froze everything within sight. When Luo heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Of course he knew what Aokiji meant by being cautious. Razanandi was an espionage officer, and caution was a basic quality, but Razanandi never taught him this at all. But Luo did not refute, but asked, "I just killed a few nobles. They seem to have a lot of connections with the Tianlong people. Will there be any trouble?" "Yes, they both know each other as their own," Aokiji said. "It depends on your strength. Are you as strong as Razanandi said? If you are strong, then there is nothing you can do about their casualties." After a pause, he looked in the direction he came from and said, "After all, even I can't capture you head-on. For this kind of person, the world government will certainly not hesitate to recruit. After all, Shichibukai has 2 vacancies." Luo stopped his movements and said, "Then, please give me your advice next." After learning that he had not caused trouble to the other party, Luo also rekindled his fighting spirit. Only by seeing and understanding the world can you improve yourself. Under Razanandi's tutelage, he never swelled, even though he could easily suppress Doflamingo long ago. Then he stepped forward. The white light on the blade was more intense than before, and the range of the lacing was even greater. Aokiji also stretched out his hand, and 5 ice balls exuding a cold air suddenly extended out and turned into 5 icicles that crashed into Luo's white feathers. The impact of the collision caused the ice on the ground to crack, and the icicles and horses were constantly broken and reorganized during the confrontation. Thunderous explosions were heard. Then Luo Bei gave birth to 6 wings and flew into the air at high speed. "Let's not test it anymore, let's show it with some real skills." After saying that, Luo's free hand tapped the air. After a while, countless white hairs suddenly appeared in the air. It blocked the sky and the sun, and even the nobles in the distance saw it. It is worth mentioning that these white vellus hairs are covered with black domineering tips. Then it entangled around Luo's body like water, like a dragon swimming in the water, but it was not an arousing breath, but it made people palpitate. This also made Aokiji a little more serious. If he was negligent, he probably wouldn't be able to get away with it. So behind him, the temperature suddenly dropped and formed a blue mist exuding bursts of cold air. The air was even freezing and there were countless ice beads falling down. Chapter 262 escaped. Luo shouted loudly. Be careful, don't lose your reputation as a general. Aokiji looked at the former with a serious look on his face. I won't look down on anyone. Let me see what the capabilities of the person he chose are. Yes, Luo's performance has made Aokiji very satisfied, and he is looking forward to the pie that Sean has drawn. After all, any kid can have such strength, isn't it a promising future? Luo naturally knew what the other party was talking about. He yelled angrily. Chinbin Yuliu. The next moment, the velvet hairs that covered the sky and the sun, accumulated into large masses, emitted a dazzling holy white light, sweeping away towards Aokiji overwhelmingly. Aokiji stood with his hands in front of him, ice storm. The fog filled with cold air behind him suddenly exploded, forming countless ice balls, icicles, ice blades and other irregular weapons along the way. They also surged towards the overwhelming force in the sky that was like a rushing river. At the moment of the collision, the sky suddenly became brighter, and even everywhere on the island was affected by this dazzling light. It makes people even unable to open their eyes. The blue and white lights collided and intertwined, making a deafening roar. The white torrent was constantly frozen and torn apart by the cold air, and the blue cold air was unable to break through the blockade of the torrent for a while. The huge air wave generated by the collision between the two swept away towards the land in all directions. From the center of the collision, the ground was blown away layer by the shock wave, and swept away into the distance. The nobles in the distance suddenly felt a biting cold air coming, and they couldn't help but shiver. Immediately, a wave of air visible to the naked eye hit, and people were suddenly turned upside down. They even received cuts of varying depths on their bodies. Even those buildings became riddled with holes in the aftermath. After all, buildings are not like people who know how to lie down. This typhoon-like aftermath lasted for about 10 seconds and then gradually disappeared without a trace. Where the two fought, only Aokiji was left standing in the misty cold air, while Luo Zi had already disappeared without a trace. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he murmured, "What a terrible little devil," he was almost looked down upon. The next moment, a breeze blows away, blowing away the cold air around Aokiji, revealing the true face of the earth. Advertisement: countless ravines crisscross the area, and there are pits everywhere except where Aokiji stands. Wherever you look, the earth is full of desolation, and the originally lush jungle has disappeared without a trace. Aokiji chuckled. Now, those people should have nothing to say. Then he looked in the direction of the nobles. On the other side, on Luo's boat, Peijin and the others also saw their captain returning. I just don't know if it's an illusion, but I felt that when Luo Fei came, he was trembling all over and his skin even turned a little purple. As soon as he landed on the deck, Luo immediately shouted, "Bring me some boiling water, I'm freezing to death." As he spoke, his teeth were still chattering. Only then did the crew see Luo's appearance clearly. They did not have any illusions. Luo Biandong's face and hands were a little purple and trembling. Sha Qi immediately went to prepare hot water, and Peijin grabbed the confused Beibo and placed it in front of Luo. Luo understood immediately and gave Peijin a thumbs up in his heart. He immediately hugged the warm Beibo and breathed a sigh of relief. "I feel alive." Peijin saw this and asked, "How is it? Isn't the general very powerful?" Luo didn't speak, just nodded, until Sha Qi brought a vat of boiling hot water, and Luo dove straight in. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Kizaru scratching his head and ears like a monkey. "The sea is once again undercurrent," Peijin said. "Luo, you said, with so many people gathered in the Thieves' Pirates, can they attack the position of the four emperors?" "Ah, it's not that important. I just contacted Aokiji on the phone. He said that Luo has escaped and it's time to issue a wanted order." Immediately, Beibo obediently went to the cab. Then he said, "Let's find a place to release those people first. Next, we will face the pursuit of the Marines." Luo recalled the collision with Aokiji's ability just now, and he even had a feeling that Aokiji seemed to freeze the space. "You know, 9 Snakes has been competing against the 4 Emperors group from the very beginning, but they have been hiding their capabilities and biding their time in these years. Advertisement soon, they will be wanted, and then they will be solicited by the world government." Sean coughed slightly to show that he was not laughing. "By the way, what do you want to see me for?" "Apart from being purple from the cold, nothing seems to have happened." Kizaru nodded. "This incident has caused an extremely bad impact on the world government, and they have asked us, Marine, to dispatch a general to arrest him. Take a hot bath and it will calm down. HMPH, those guys know how to tell the truth, but what's next? Aokiji failed to be arrested. The development of the 9 Snakes pirates over the years alone is not a pirate group that can win with just a large number of people." "Luo, what did he do?" Sean asked suspiciously. Sean was happy to see it. After a while, he surfaced, his face regained some rosiness and said, "Very powerful, I'm still far from it, it's not enough. I have to become stronger." Now, the 9 Snakes pirates finally show their fangs and rule the new world. After a pause, Kizaru added, "However, it seems that I want you to be responsible for recruiting in the future. Although he asked Luo to find a way to sneak into the world government, he did not restrict what the other party could do. If others knew what Luo said about himself, they would definitely call him Versailles. Kizaru said angrily, "Don't laugh, I am in this situation because of you." Hearing this, Kizaru explained to Sean what Ichiban Luo had done. Sean was happy again. In this case, is he taking advantage of this period to continue to plunder those nobles? And kidnap all the slaves? The new world is also turbulent, and they all want to occupy the position left by Whitebeard. Luo narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He knew how many skilled captains Hancock had, not to mention the powerful women who followed Sean. Sean returns to Marine headquarters. Hearing this, Luo chuckled and said, "Perhaps this pirate force will no longer be around in a while." He was immediately called to the office by Kizaru. Anyone else would probably be frozen to the bone, but he was like an ordinary person taking a walk in the snow in winter. Kizaru shrugged. What the above means now is that let us issue a wanted order and examine their influence for a period of time to consider whether to recruit them. Chapter 263 Nine Snakes Pirates. After listening to Kizaru's explanation, Sean understood immediately. The world government is using eye drops again, because it stands to reason that Shichibukai is an organization belonging to the world government. Even if it's recruiting, the world government needs to go there, because Marine exists to catch criminals. Isn't it a joke to ask Marine to recruit criminals now? Moreover, those pirates have always been unruly in their style. They probably wanted to make Sean feel embarrassed. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed this time. Kizaru also knew this, so he skipped this topic directly. Now the former Shichibukai, Boya Hancock's Nine Snakes pirates are disrupting the pattern of the new world. More and more dormant pirates have jumped out. Are you going to support them? Kizaru said. He knew very well that this pirate group was Sean's backup after he had dealt with the Whitebeard pirates. When chaos was imminent, the Nine Snakes pirates revealed their edge and occupied the territory that originally belonged to Whitebeard with lightning speed. This also made many old pirates who had been defeated by the Four Emperors group ready to take action again. This will also allow some pirates to point their fingers at the Nine Snakes pirates to the greatest extent, thus reducing the number of fights affecting civilians. Sean stretched out on the sofa. Don't underestimate them. With their current configuration, they won't necessarily lose even against Big Mom. They can dominate the new world, and Hancock can do the same. Sean's words were full of trust in them. Hearing this, Kizaru stopped asking questions. After all, Marine now has too many things to do. Only by freeing up Sean's time can he better deter the pirates who are ready to attack in Paradise. Sean seemed to have thought of something. By the way, that guy Akainu won't do anything to Hancock and the others, right? Because the general in charge of New World now is Akainu, Sean is afraid that if his brain gets hot, he will lead people to hunt down Hancock. Speaking of this, it was Kizaru's turn to laugh. That guy really wanted to attack the Nine Snakes pirates, but I stopped him. When he heard that the Nine Snakes pirates were yours, his face turned ugly. He is now responsible for stopping some pirates from returning to the first half of the Grand Line. Sean nodded. That's good, let's not start fighting among ourselves, we have to save our strength to deal with those guys. After the two discussed some more things, Sean returned to his office. Advertisement. In the following time, Marine, the war machine, will be busy. After all, Whitebeard's influence cannot be eliminated in an instant, coupled with the transfer of Marine's top management. Luo also got his wish and was wanted. The initial reward was a full 100 million belly, but in the following time. He also did many things one after another, all of which were plundering the wealth of nobles. This also made his reputation deeply disliked in the aristocratic circle. There was no way, this madman seemed to be targeting them. Some world government agents and some lieutenant generals have tried to hunt him down. But all in vain. This also made his bounty even higher, and it didn't take long before it rose to 280 million belly. In the new world, with the efforts of Akainu, Kuina and others, a short-term balance was restored. This balance means that there are no longer a large number of pirates entering and leaving the new world unscrupulously. Akainu also suggested to Kizaru that he simply move Marine's headquarters to New World to show Marine's determination to fight against pirates. After some discussion, the proposal was put on hold for the time being, because Marine is still busy and will only discuss it after it has stabilized a bit. Sean was also on his way to the Golden City at this time. Without him, because he was going to recruit Luo and took a look at this guy Tetsolo. At the same time, the Nine-Snake Island that moved to the New World is also located in the windless zone of the Poseidon-like nest, just like their original geographical environment. At this time, at the port, an endless line of women were waiting eagerly for their emperor. Not long after, the Nine Snakes pirates slowly approached the shore. At the same time, the citizens on the shore saw many cadres standing on the deck. There were bursts of cheers. It's Master Hancock, they're finally back. Yes, this period of time has been so dreamy. We suddenly arrived in the new world. HMPH, there's nothing to be afraid of. Our emperor, where is Mr. Hancock? Advertisement. The noise of whispers below did not make Hancock feel impatient, but instead greeted them sincerely. Since she stepped onto the national stage, she has gained countless fans in the country. She is strong, confident and beautiful, and is the idol of countless women in the country. Perhaps due to the influence of Sean in her childhood, she is not as world-weary as in the original novel. Instead, she becomes more positive and leads the country to become stronger again. Then Hancock got off the boat first, followed by Baby 5, Nami, and Robin and Vivi in disguise. Behind them are also the cadres of the Nine Snakes pirates. In addition to her two sisters, there are also Sniper Argentian, Combatants Cosmos, Daisy, Purple Fangirl, etc. Nowadays, the names of these people have been resounded all over the world. If you take them individually, they can stand alone. Their country originally advocated force. Under the influence of Hancock, they had unique talents and worked harder and harder. And under Hancock's operation, many people have obtained powerful devil fruit. While everyone was being welcomed by the citizens, the one standing at the front was new Granny Loliosa, leaning on a purple crutch and looking at Hancock. "Welcome home, Snake Princess." The next moment, the citizens also shouted, "Welcome home, Lady Snake." Hancock originally looked unhappy when he saw Granny New, but he calmed down when he saw how much his people loved him. After all, if it hadn't been for Granny New, she wouldn't have suffered from lovesickness and even almost died of it. Yes, when Hancock grew up, he already understood that it was all Granny New's fault, and it was not her who kept whispering some ideas in her ears. She won't fall in love either. Hancock glanced at the other party, and then shouted, "Go back to Nine Snake City. Let's have a big banquet tonight." Then there were bursts of cheers. Hancock walked in front, thinking silently, in fact, there is nothing wrong with falling in love, at least he has to work harder. Trying hard to get the other person's attention, now, he should pay more attention to himself, right? As he thought about it, a blush suddenly appeared on Hancock's face. This made everyone a little suspicious. Chapter 264 Women's War. In the evening, inside Nine Snakes City, every house is filled with laughter and laughter. Because their emperor came back and signed foreign trade agreements with some countries. They are now full of hope for the country and feel that the future is promising. Even in this chaotic sea, they have such a powerful emperor and they don't have to worry about who will dare to cause trouble one day. After the banquet, the cadres all went to the hot springs to eliminate the fatigue of this period. In the steamy hot spring pool, everyone was laughing and chatting. Later, Granny New appeared in front of several people wearing a dead stocking water. The corners of these young girls' mouths twitched. Granny New didn't pay attention to their faces, but took a stack of newspapers and distributed them to everyone. Hancock just glanced at the top portion and then threw it aside. Granny New said excitedly, "Shiji, now the strong men in New World have recognized your status. Why do you have such an attitude?" The rest of the people also picked up newspapers one by one and started reading them. The new emperor who reigns in the New World, Hancock. The Nine Snakes pirates, while the major forces in the New World have not yet responded, have already established themselves in the clouds. Close black lens bracket. Hancock led the cadres to defeat each force and became the new emperor. After Whitebeard, a new four emperors group was born. The members are as follows. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Hancock said calmly. "Isn't this a matter of course? Just because we didn't compete in the past few years doesn't mean we don't have such strength." At this time, the youngest Vivi exclaimed, "Wow, I am also wanted." "Wow, Nami, your bounty is so much higher than Peggy Wan of the Beast Pirates." Peggy Man is the rising star of the Beast Pirates, and at the age of 16 he already has a bounty of 290 million belly. So the other girls all looked at the reward notice at the back of the newspaper. Boya Hancock, with a bounty of 2.65 billion baileys, close black lens bracket. Advertisement, Son of the Devil, with a bounty of 1.37 billion baileys, close black lens bracket. Baby 5, the bounty is 1.2 billion baileys, close black lens bracket. Nami, the bounty is 500 million belly, close black lens bracket. Genshin, the bounty is 430 million baileys, close black lens bracket. Boya Sandasonia, bounty. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. The Blue Enchantress has a bounty of 200 million baileys, close black lens bracket. After reading the reward order, Baby 5 snorted, "Humph, why is my reward order lower than Hancock's?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere that had been full of laughter and laughter just now suddenly turned cold. Not only her, but also Robin, who never liked to argue, also showed an unknown smile. Hancock showed a reserved smile. "Of course it's because I'm the captain and the bounty is the highest. Isn't this natural?" Baby 5 immediately retorted, "What are you thinking? Do you really think you are a pirate? If Sean hadn't asked me to help you, I wouldn't have come." Hancock stretched out his white arms and gently lifted Baby 5's chin with his white fingers. "This is Sean asking me to become a big pirate. Even if you don't accept it, there's nothing you can do about it, right?" Baby 5 pushed the other person away and said angrily, "Smelly snake spirit, do you want to fight with me?" Hancock stood up, causing a tumble and said, "Why not? I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time." The scene fell silent for a moment. They both knew that neither of them could convince the other, and they both disliked each other. According to Robin, maybe it's Baby 5's ability to release low temperatures, which is incompatible with Hancock's high temperature. Even though this scene happened more than once, it still left Vivi a little stunned. In the end, Robin came out to smooth things over. "Okay, we are all united here for him. There is no need to argue over these inexplicable things." The two were about to take over the stairs, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Hancock reacted the fastest and shouted, "Robin, who do you think you are? How dare you boss me around?" Baby 5 also reacted. Good guy, this stinky woman actually acted like a master. Huh, Robin, you are not a good person, you are very evil-minded. Next time I will accuse Sean and you of your evil deeds. The few of them were noisy like this, and Nami and Vivi watched with great interest. Advertisement. Vivi bumped into Nami gently. Tell me, which one of them will win Sean's heart in the end? Nami didn't look back and said decisively, no one knows how to do it. Because he remembered the question he had asked Sean before, asking him what the conditions were for choosing a mate. Sean's answer was that he must be beautiful alone. Vivi turned back to look at Nami, only to see an unknown luster shining in Nami's big Kazlan eyes. This suddenly shocked the adolescent girl, and her sixth sense told her that she had discovered some secret. As if to confirm her guess, Nami also stood up and said, "Oh, Sister Hancock, you are the oldest, shouldn't we all listen to you?" Then he turned his head and blinked at Baby 5, making some gestures with his fingers. Baby 5 immediately took over the conversation. That's right, Hancock seems to be the oldest, he will probably lose his beauty soon, right? Robin, who was only 1 year younger than Hancock, immediately broke his guard, and an invisible wave of air arose around him. He retorted, "How can a gentle and mature woman be comparable to a violent and brainless woman?" Seeing the tendency of a big fight, Vivi opened her small mouth. She suddenly found that she was a little out of place here. She didn't expect that the villain here was actually Nami. Seeing Nami's excited expression, and even wanting a few people to fight on the spot, Vivi felt that she was too naive. At this time, Nami, who had finished provoking a few people, suddenly saw Vivi's expression, and her heart skipped a beat. He moved back with an unnatural expression, and said with a gloomy face, "You didn't see anything, do you know anything?" Vivi nodded subconsciously. She couldn't help it. Nami was so deceptive. With her well-behaved appearance, who would have thought that she would be the culprit who instigated a few people to quarrel from time to time? Hearing this, Nami smiled again and showed a warm smile. "When my sister becomes stronger, I will protect you." Vivi continued to nod her head, thinking to herself, it seems that she is still too naive. Maybe it's time for a change, otherwise, how can you be a good king without a city? At this time, no one knew that an even darker girl would be born tonight. On the other side, Sean finally came to the country belonging to Tetzolo. Different from what the information said, it was once a country full of famine. At this moment, this country is showing a vigorous vitality. Chapter 265. The Tetzolo Couple. Grand Tessero, the world's largest entertainment city. This is Sean's first time setting foot in this city. Sean's first impression here was that it smelled like money. The neat streets reveal valuable luxury stores, as well as towering buildings in the distance. The hawker's cry was not 1 or 200 belly, not 1 or 2,000, but 10 or 20,000 belly. Yes, Sean stopped in front of a vendor selling candied haws, looking at the red candied haws, and fell into deep thought. "Mr. Marine, please try our candied haws, it's definitely the best here." Seeing Sean stop, the vendor quickly made a sales pitch. Sean thought for a while and asked, "Why are your candied hawsers sold so expensive?" The hawker was not impatient, but explained, "According to the king, as long as our service is good enough, it is worth the price. Our selling prices are based on the overall service pricing of the entire city." Hearing this, Sean fell into silence again. As expected of you, you understand the importance of service in this pirate world. Just when Sean was about to pay for the sky-high price of candied haws, there was a commotion in the distance. "Ah, it's the king and his wife, the king looks so good today." "Yes, the princess is as gentle as ever." Sean looked up and saw a man in a purple suit with a slicked back hair approaching leading a gentle woman in a purple dress. He came to stand in front of Sean and said to the vendor, "This marine general wants to eat candied haws, so please charge my account." After saying that, he directly took a few candied haws down. Just as Sean was about to pick them up, Tetzolo immediately handed them to Stella next to him. Sean's movements froze. He didn't expect that the reserved young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes would now be showing off in public. Advertisement. So he hummed softly, turned to the stall as if nothing had happened, picked up a candied haws and started chewing on it. Seeing this, Stella covered her mouth and chuckled, bumped into her husband and said coquettishly, "Be careful, don't you know to give it to Mr. Sean first?" Tetzolo turned around and saw Sean gnawing on the candied haws with a dark face. His smile suddenly froze and he said, Sorry, I'm used to it. Why don't you go to our house first?" "Okay." Sean was in a mood and didn't want to talk to him, so he motioned for him to lead the way. Then several people walked towards the vehicle in the distance. Yes, there are a lot of vehicles coming and going here, but they are no longer the human-pulled vehicles in the original work, but are powered by shells from the empty island. As soon as I saw a few people leaving, a burst of discussion broke out. "Oh my gosh, first thought that Marine looked familiar, but I didn't expect him to be the new general. Yeah, he looks really cold. After all, Marine is under a lot of pressure, and it is necessary to travel around and relax during vacation. Tisk, what's the matter? I saw General Akainu last year." The reason why he showed up here so arrogantly and was invited to Tetzolo's house was because there were also many Marines visiting here. The confidence that filled his words made the Tetzolo couple feel dazed for a while. Baccarat pushed the gate of opening and was about to leave when Stella stopped her. Then she looked at Sean and said, "She is our confidant. There are some things I want to let her know and let her know, Field." Baccarat, who was driving in front, felt a storm in his heart. It's the couple's super combat power and tacit understanding. They are extremely powerful alone, and when combined, they are more than 1+1. Long time no see, Mr. Sean. Stella also nodded in agreement with this statement. Tetsulo smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Sean is still as domineering as ever. You are indeed the same you I remember. Not long after, the vehicle stopped, and Sean saw the huge manor in front of him through the window. His first impression was that it was filled with the smell of money. Tetsulo nodded, not feeling embarrassed at all. Hearing this, Sean nodded and didn't care. Tetsulo also echoed, yes, I just felt that you were very powerful at first, but I didn't expect that even now, you still give me a very powerful feeling. Advertisement. So Baccarat once again led the way, and finally came to the door of a banquet hall through twists and turns, and pushed the door open. When I got into the car, the driver was a woman in a cheongsam. Everyone was talking about it, and Sean, who hadn't gone far, also heard it. Moreover, she seems to know what the Tetsulo couple once told her about someone above them. Could it be this Marine general? Sean just glanced at it and nodded. Okay, those are your subordinates. You can do whatever you want. Even if it is exposed now, it doesn't matter. She knew how powerful her boss was. With the power of the two of them, they could suppress all petty beings. Confirmed. Stella's words undoubtedly sealed Baccarat's conjecture. Sean's mouth twitched and he said angrily, I restrained my breath. How could you feel that I am strong? Don't do this. Stella took over the words and explained, no, Mr. Sean, it is the direction in which my sense of perception has been developed. I can easily sense the strength and weakness of the opponent, even from a distance. Sean even noticed some guys dressed as nobles, looking at him with envy, but didn't dare to say anything. Sean shrugged. Okay, I'm hungry. Let me try the food of your country, which is full of luxury. Sean looked at Stella but hesitated to speak. After all, she looked like a woman full of artistic talents, while Tetsulo looked like a nouveau riche. Yes, those golden buildings almost blinded Sean's eyes. When they got off the bus, the three of them followed Baccarat and walked for a full 20 minutes before they stopped in front of one of the buildings. Sean looked at Tetsulo and asked him if he believed this person. Of course, the delicate Stella noticed Baccarat's performance and said softly, Mr. Sean, he is our boss. Please stop making random guesses. She was a little hesitant and didn't dare to confirm. After all, the current status of this country cannot be affected by a Marine general. Stella said, it's been a long time since I last saw him. I didn't expect that the feeling Mr. Sean gave me would still be as strong as ever. After thinking about it, I understood. After all, Tetsuro's ability is to use gold. Tetsulo said bluntly, don't worry, Mr. Sean, Baccarat is one of our own and has been a good helper to us over the years. The thieves who covet this country that has been reborn from the ashes are like crucian carp crossing the river, but they are still intact, and they do not rely on world government. Chapter 266 Long Lost Friend. Pushing the gate of opening, there was another burst of splendor. Sean looked at this guy Tetsulo speechlessly, he was so unartistic. But he didn't say anything, he even felt a little fond of it in his heart, it was shiny and pretty. He would not make random accusations from a moral point of view, saying, hey, you are so rich, why don't you donate some? Besides, Tetsulo has to support the whole Marine in the end, so he can't let him bleed and cry. Then Sean noticed the figure sitting on the sofa not far away, wearing a long-sleeved shirt, jeans, a moderate hat, and a long knife beside him. This is not Luo, who else could it be? Likewise, there are two people and a bear beside him. Luo, who had been carelessly lying down, stood up reflexively after seeing Sean. The friends on the side were all shocked, because they found that their captain seemed a bit timid. Shao, Mr. Sean, it's been a long time no see. Luo stammered something, and cold sweat seemed to flow out of his forehead. There was no way, Sean was not only his savior, the previous training scenes were also vivid in his mind. That is the devil's training. Without the training during that period, he may not have such good self-discipline to improve himself later. Because he has become accustomed to various kinds of practice since then. Sean was amused when he saw Luo's look, and joked. Why, is our big shot still nervous? I heard that guy from Aokiji said you were very arrogant. When Luo heard this, he laughed dryly and said, Don't be joking. How can I be arrogant? I'm still the same young man as before. In Luo's heart, Aokiji has been scolded by his ancestors for 18 generations. He has two people he respects very much in his life. One of them was Razanandi, a person who gave him a ray of light in his darkness and kept him from falling into the abyss of hell like Doflamingo. The other one gave him a new life when he yearned for the light but was unable to do anything about it. That person was Sean. Advertisement. That's why Luo is so nervous. For him, he is not afraid of Sean beating him, but he is afraid that Sean will misunderstand him, because he respects this person from the bottom of his heart. For a person like Luo who once walked on the edge of the abyss, he would like to use his life to prove his outburst of emotion towards the person who pulls him out. Sean waved his hand. Okay, you have to take responsibility now. Stop stumbling in front of your friends. It will affect the dignity of your captain too much. At this time, Luo's friends were really stunned. They didn't expect that the person Luo always talked about was Sean. He is indeed qualified to be a general, after all, he has saved so many people, but when it comes to Sean having any outstanding achievements, it seems that he doesn't have any. Although they had fought against many strong men, and even arrested a few escaped criminals in the previous war with Whitebeard, they didn't feel that it was anything special. Such an ordinary marine general was treated like this by his own captain, which made them subconsciously nervous. Luo looked at his friend subconsciously, and his face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect that his timid side would be seen. Sean also saw his dilemma, looked at Baccarat and said, "Hurry up and let someone serve the food, I'm almost starving to death." Baccarat also nodded repeatedly, not daring to show any lightness. Then everyone sat on the sofa next to the dining room, and Stella also made a cup of tea for Sean. Sean took a sip and gave a thumbs up. Okay, this makes Tetzolo look a little less nouveau riche. Tetzolo scratched his head in embarrassment. It's okay. Then Sean took out a cigar, and Baccarat, who had just walked over, quickly stepped forward to light it for Sean. This made him sigh. In the future the world will no longer be distorted, and he must be a rich man. The only sound at the scene was the sound of Sean exhaling smoke, and everyone looked at him silently. After all, his king and captain are all headed by him, and these subordinates are too embarrassed to speak. After puffing and puffing, Sean straightened his face and said, "Luo, you should know why I asked you to meet this time, right?" Luo nodded. "I know, it's about Shichibukai's invitation." "Then do you know why I asked you to take over Shichibukai?" Luo hesitated for a moment and then said, "Is it for the balance of the sea?" Advertisement. Sean shook his head. "No, we are different from those guys. Our purpose is to overthrow their rule. I want you to take over as Shichibukai because I will do something next, something that will completely break the balance of these hundreds of years. I want you to support our partners. After all, I can't guarantee what those guys will do after that." After the words fell, everyone looked at each other, while Tetzolo and Stella both looked happy. Before Luo could respond, Sean continued, "I will let you meet him after a while, so don't worry." Then Sean looked at the Tetzolo couple. "How have you accumulated over the years? How many years can you last?" They all know what Sean is talking about, which is Marine's military expenses. So Tetzolo said with pride, "You look down on our couple too much. I can afford to support the entire Marine in my lifetime, let alone a few years." Sean grinned. "Look, I said you could do it at the beginning, but I only need your funds during the early transition. It will be fine when the order is re-established in the future." Stella asked softly, "Are you going to announce your separation now?" "No, after I kill that person, I will officially declare Marine's independence." After the words fell, their subordinates were all confused except for a few people who knew about it. After hearing Xiao En's words, they suddenly understood. Immediately, there was a turmoil in my heart. Pagan stammered and looked at Luo. "Ship, Captain, are we going to be the enemy of the world government?" Although after getting along with each other for these years, they all had some guesses, but when they actually confirmed the news, they couldn't help but be a little shocked. World government is an absolute behemoth. For hundreds of years, no one can compete with it, not even the king of pirates. A single Marine can take down Roger. Now, when Sean says that he wants Marine to be independent, he is undoubtedly going to be on the opposite side of the world government. How can this not surprise them? The Tetzolo couple knew about it early on, so Tetzolo asked, "Then who are you going to deal with? Is there any place that needs us?" Sean shook his head and pointed at the sky. "This goal is a test, to test those people's background. I will take action myself." Chapter 267. Ronaldinho's classmate as a grandson. The smart Stella thought about it and decided that apart from the people behind the scenes that Sean had said, the only ones who wanted him to take action personally were those in the highest authority. They have had a lot of dealings with world governments over the years, and of course they are no strangers to those people. He asked cautiously, "Are you one of those 5? Sean nodded. To be honest, he did want to help Enel go up, but once he got to that position, he couldn't achieve it through meritorious service. But he still had to fight with the opponent to test their background. As for whether Enel can seize this opportunity for promotion, he doesn't have much hope and can only take it as it comes." Pei Jin and Sha Qi were confused and wanted to ask but did not dare to ask. Finally, with Sean's acquiescence, Baccarat explained to them. They are the 5 most powerful people in the world government. They are called the 5 elders. This time, they finally understood. "Good guy, are you going to deal with these people right from the start?" Always feeling a bit hopeful, Sean didn't know their mental activities, but raised 2 fingers. 2 years, within these 2 years, I will deal with one of them. Although my plan is foolproof, there are no loopholes. I will be the only one worthy of their suspicion. On that day, it will also be the time for Marine to officially break with the other party. Seeing the joy on the faces of the Tetzolo couple, Sean also smiled slightly. He said softly, "I have wronged you all these years. Listen to Robin, you want to have another child in the new era, right?" I remember a meeting with Robin. She said that the reason why the Tetzolo couple did not have children after being married for so many years was because they wanted their children to be born in a better era. Tetzolo shook his head. "We are not aggrieved. On the contrary, we are looking forward to it. We are all victims of this era, so we want our descendants to not have to face those things again." Stella held Tetzolo's hand and said softly with a smile, "Yes, we are also the lucky ones saved by Mr. Sean and given a new life. Compared with waiting for a while, we are simply lucky. It's so good." Yes, the couple never thought that how much money they earned made a big difference. Even Tetzolo didn't feel that what he did for Sean was so great. Advertisement. According to Stella, they are just lucky ones. There are thousands of people with business talents in the sea, but they were chosen. Tetzolo also deeply agreed. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened if he hadn't met Sean. Maybe it would be like Sean said, and he would also achieve great results in the future. But, at that time, the person I love most is no longer around, and everything will lose its meaning. After thinking about it, the couple clasped their fingers together again and looked at each other lovingly. This scene made Sean a little confused, and then he seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. That's enough for you. Stop showing off your affection in front of me, a single nobleman. The two Pekin also looked at the Tezzolo couple with envy. They also envied this kind of love, and heard Sean say, single aristocracy. Suddenly he said with some sourness, yes, we are single aristocrats, we are very noble. Luo glanced at his friend who started dancing again not long after and Po. According to Mr. Sean, you guys are just singles at best. Poor for Porlu, Babo quickly apologized, I'm sorry. Ah, it went well. Sean glanced at Luo, and then said, we have already prepared the military expenses for our marine. Stella said, that is our couple's honor. He glanced at Luo who was a little embarrassed and said, Warring States, Rosinandi's father, well, I guess he is also looking forward to meeting you. He knows your identity, don't worry. Shachi's face froze. Is there any difference? Babo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned red, and the two of them saw it. He immediately roared. You are as red as a bubble teapot, aren't you also single? Sean glanced at Luo and said, do you want to talk to Luo now? He is right next to me. Warring States originally called this phone bug to see if his grandson was doing well and to talk on the phone. Yes, to the Warring States period, Luo was his grandson. After all, to Luo, Rosinandi was like his father who took care of him when he grew up. And Rosinandi was the adopted son of the Warring States period, so he was called his grandson, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. As a result, the mentality of the two friends almost collapsed, and they exuded an aura of death. Seeing Luo's coquettish posture, those who didn't know it thought he was on a blind date. Advertisement Luo explained to his friends seriously, of course, single aristocrats are handsome, wealthy, versatile, and have many suitors around them, but you simply can't find a girlfriend. Now they are happy to see Sean eating to his satisfaction. Therefore, they have always maintained some top chefs here, who are no worse than the chefs dedicated to the nobles in Marie Joa. Sean was also speechless. At such an old age, someone who had been a fleet admiral was still very popular. While they were drinking, Sean took a big gulp of Coke and breathed a sigh of relief. So Sean couldn't wait to go to the dining table. Seeing the various dishes, his mouth almost watered. When the Tezzolo couple saw this, they also smiled knowingly. They didn't get along with Sean for a long time, but there was one sentence that they remembered vividly. After everyone started having fun, the food was ready. What Sean said now made Warring States on the other side look a little solemn. Before Sean could speak, Zhang Guo hung up the phone. There was a burst of laughter from the other side of the phone. Boy Sean, I'm Warring States, are you doing well over there? Sean looked at this big white bear and thought it was a little cute, and he even apologized at every turn. At this moment, the phone bug in Sean's arms rang, and the scene became quiet. Sean picked it up and answered, I'm Sean, who are you? It's great. The food here is so good, when I retire, I will come to your place to eat and drink. Food is the most important thing for the people, but food cannot be disappointed. Sean thought for a moment and said, let Grandma he come and discuss a charter. After all, this is not a trivial matter, and I'm not good at it either. No, let's do it next time. Business is important. I'll hang up first. Well, I will go find Xiaohei in a moment. No need to say hello, just start feasting immediately. He glanced at Rosinandi who was doing physical exercises and said, is there anything I can help you with? Chapter 268 Haiyuan Calendar Year 1520. Hearing Sean say this, Luo breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Then everyone continued to eat and chatted about some things from time to time. Now Sean has no taboos, so except for a few people who knew about it, everyone who heard it for the first time was almost scared to death. But after calming down, they were all a little excited. In the evening, Sean returned to the room prepared for him by Tezzolo to rest alone. The next morning, Sean said goodbye to them at Tezzolo's house, and then disappeared in front of everyone with a flash of blue light. Tezzolo held Stella's hand and said, it seems that we will soon witness history. Stella was also very interested. Well, it's really exciting. Luo also said goodbye to a few people. He had just agreed to Shichibukai's invitation, and he had to find a place to stay during this period. Otherwise, everyone else has their own station, but he does not, and he will look very out of place. However, some countries actually do not have much objection to Shichibukai. Those countries are generally located in the waters of trade civilization. With Shichibukai's blessing, they may be wishing for it. When Sean returned to the headquarters, he first went to find Kizaru. So, you want to prepare for the war during this time? Kizaru looked at Sean suspiciously, feeling that he was looking for an excuse to be lazy. In fact, Kizaru really misunderstood Sean, and he really wanted to use this time to go further. During this period of time, he has gained a lot of plot points, so he wants to splurge on it to take his combat power to the next level. Now that everything is ready, all we need is Dongfeng, and our hard power, which is Dongfeng, cannot be left behind. Well, before Enel informs me, I have to seize all the time to improve myself. After all, after finishing that old guy, it may be time to break up. Advertisement having said that, Sean narrowed his eyes and broke away from the world government. It was as simple as issuing a statement. But in fact, it is very complicated. Not to mention, there are countless Marines stationed in the waters near those franchise countries. There are even places like Judiciary Island, which are jointly governed by world government officials and Marine. So Sean added, I'm going to trouble you during this period. Please talk to those people and do some psychological work for the lieutenant generals so that they can be prepared. After Kizaru pondered for a moment, he put away the wretched look on his face and said solemnly, I know, I will explain the situation to them during this time. With Sean saying hello in advance, you won't be in a hurry when the situation comes. After discussing some details with Kizaru, Sean said goodbye and left. He was going back to continue training, trying to sink an island. It is 1520 in the Hyuan calendar. A lot has happened on the sea in the past 2 years. For example, in the changes in New World, the base commander of the G5 branch is now Ace. He is already a major general, although not a lieutenant general. But with Sean's existence, no one dared to give him eye drops and Ace's cheerful personality. Soon they became close, and even nearly killed Drought Jack during a cruise, which made the soldiers at the base admired. The sea has always admired the strong. There is even a legend circulating in Marine that the base commanders of G5 may be trained according to the standards of generals. Otherwise, why are all of Lu Shui's major generals so awesome? Like Sean, he was directly fighting against 4 emperors Kaido. Crow directly calculated a large group of pirates from the old era and accelerated the situation of 4 emperors. It can be said that Crow had half of the credit for the subsequent New World structure. Not to mention Kuina and Dasky, during their sister's tenure, they were devastated. The first is Dasky. Her habit of collecting famous swords from villains has already spread throughout the New World. Strong men with swords do not even dare to pass by the waters governed by G5. Kuina is the most popular. In the past 2 years, she has made great progress and even challenged Hawkeye. That battle lasted for 7 days, and the title of the world's best swordsman was enough to attract the attention of most people in the world. Advertisement. Unfortunately, Kuina lost half of the chips, and Kuina threatened to knock Hawkeye off the altar in a year. And Hawkeye has also ignited his fighting spirit for a long time, according to the information revealed by Shang, Guan, K, people, C, who are familiar with the inside story. Hawkeye admitted that he won because of his rich experience. Although Kuina was powerful and domineering, her skills were not as good as his. He recognized Kuina as his opponent. When this news came out, everyone was looking forward to whether Kuina could defeat Hawkeye a year later. This also made Zoro, who was lost in the East Daxia Sea, yearn for it. He decided that he must get out of the East Daxia Sea this year. He had been lost for several years. Koshiro had a complicated look on his face. Their family had been forging swords for generations, but they never expected that such a powerful swordsman would emerge. This made him proud and a little ashamed, and he couldn't help but think of what he once said to Kuina. It was impossible. When it comes to Ace, it's even more exaggerated. Many people know that Ace and Jack are old rivals. Ace had already fought against Jack when he was still a reserve Marine, and that time he directly broke the opponent's ivory. Nowadays, many people in New World are laughing at Jack's $1 billion bounty, but 900 million is worth ivory. Many nobles even threatened and joked that they wanted to buy Jack's ivory, which made Jack so angry that he came to kill him. Recently, the atmosphere within Marine's senior management has become increasingly strange. Officers below the general level have felt something unusual, but they can't tell what is wrong. All we know is that Marine's top brass are getting busier and busier, but no one at the bottom knows what they are busy with. Even many lieutenant generals have directly clashed with world government officials. This is normal. After all, in this environment, who would join Marine and sacrifice their lives if it wasn't for the justice in their hearts? If they want to get rich, wouldn't it be better to become a bounty hunter? If they want status and have the strength, they can just find a country to join soon? This also made the soldiers below a little uneasy. There were even rumors that Kizaru Fleet Admiral almost had a fight with Cyborg Kong and Mariajoya, but they didn't know whether it was true or not. But one thing is certain, they are frequently targeted by the CP organization, which makes them hate the leaders of the CP organization even more. They don't know why some people from the CP organization always appear to oppose them during the execution of tasks. If you can't figure out the problem, just push it directly to the other party's boss. The pirates in the New World also feel that a storm is coming, and many of them have become much more stable recently. Chapter 269. Sean comes out again. Even Kaido did not go to the first half of the Grand Line to cause trouble. Even if he wanted to take away Caesar, he didn't go. The reason is also very simple. His son Yamato brought news and told him not to mess around in the past 2 years, otherwise if he died, it would not be the end of his life. This made Kaido so angry that he committed suicide several times to vent his anger. However, this news finally made him a little concerned. After discussing it with Jin, he felt unwilling to do so. But he still decisively chose to follow his heart. He was not afraid of fighting, but he was afraid of being plotted. Didn't you see how Whitebeard was useless? Therefore, Caesar, a scumbag, did not wait for Kaido, who was longing for him, until he entered prison and scolded the 18th generation of Kaido's ancestors. Impel Down City also felt an unusual aura, but people outside were unaware of this situation. As for the forces on the pirate side, they are also undergoing a reshuffle. 2 years have passed, and world government has also recruited 2 Shichibukai. They were all supernovas that year. There's Deathwing, Luo, and there is Pirate Prince, Cavendish. Yes, this guy Cavendish has become the new Shichibukai. Perhaps world government considered the influence of his number of fans and recruited him. As for Luo, he chose a country for asylum. The pirate forces in New World are becoming more and more turned upside down. Since Whitebeard's fall, his remnants seem to have disappeared, which led to a brief period of turmoil in the pirate forces in New World. Until the Nine Snakes pirates were like kings who ruled the world, clearing away the turmoil in the sea area where Whitebeard was with lightning speed. Even after colliding with the Big Mom pirates, Hancock's status as the Fourth Sea Emperor was completely established. The two pirate groups still have conflicts from time to time. Without him, a queen and an empress both want to be the only emperor. At the same time, many people also joined Hancock's command, which also made the Nine Snakes pirates stronger and deeper. And another force that has been secretly, the Revolutionary Army, is becoming more and more unscrupulous. Advertisement. I don't know what caused the madness, but their behavior has become more and more blatant in the past 2 years. Some cadres even go directly to a country and give speeches openly to sow discord between the people and the royal family. This also gives the world government a huge headache. At this moment, at the Marine headquarters, at the door of Sean's residence. No one has been here within a radius of 1 kilometer for a long time. Even if the food is delivered, Marine Lieutenant General Crow does it personally. Now, the sound of the phone bug was ringing at the door, and Crow was holding the phone bug with a serious face and waiting. Next to them were the two generals Aokiji and Akainu and Kizaru, the fleet admiral. They were also waiting with solemn faces. Perhaps thanks to the fact that several subordinates trained by Sean have the ability to act independently, there is no need for several generals to be spread out. They are also on call at the headquarters at any time, and now they come here together. It's because today may be a special day. Dong dong, dong dong. A sound like a heartbeat came from the room, making them tremble. Their hearts seemed to be beating with this drum-like heartbeat. Dong dong. Their heartbeats became faster and faster, making their faces pale slightly. This was not an illusion. They actually felt that their hearts were beating fast in the sound of their heartbeats, as if their hearts were about to jump out at the next moment. Just when they could no longer hold on any longer and wanted to leave, the sound of their violent heartbeats suddenly stopped. Just as several people were looking at each other, a creaking sound of gate of opening sounded. Several people looked around and saw that Sean's short ponytail had been let down, and his silver hair was blowing in the wind. Wearing shorts and short sleeves, he looks like an ordinary neighbor. Crow didn't feel the same breathtaking momentum as when Sean came out last time. He felt that Sean was very ordinary now. But all of them have a feeling that Sean has become more powerful, but they don't know why. It seems that he has no upper limit and can become stronger as long as he is given time. Sean leaned against the door, looked at the phone bug in Crow's hand and asked, "Is there any news from Enel?" Porlu pour for Porlu. The phone that was ringing non-stop did not stop because of the episode just now. Advertisement. Crowlian handed over the phone bug in his hand. "It's Enel's news." Sean gave this phone bug to Crow and told Crow that when this ordinary phone bug rings, it will be a signal. A signal to attack. Sean answered the phone directly and gate of opening asked straight to the point. "Is it ready to move?" The other end of the phone said in a low tone. "Yes, one of them will walk through the road we planned today." Sean grinned. "Okay, please pay attention to your safety, I'll be there right away." After saying that, Sean hung up the phone directly. The person who just spoke was actually Lu Chi, and Sean recognized the other person's voice. This is just an ordinary phone bug, there is no need for Sean to talk too much to him inside the phone bug. Sean looked at a few people and shrugged. "Did you all hear it? Get ready next time." Hearing this, several people's hearts sank. They didn't expect that this day would come. They didn't have any regrets, they just felt that it was too impermanent. Especially Akainu, who would have thought that this guy who was a captain when they first met him would actually be manipulating the direction of the world. Even playing games with the person behind the world government. As he learned more and more in the past few years, he felt more and more insignificant. The great wheel of time never stopped based on personal will. If he wants to implement justice, he must change, otherwise even if Marine succeeds this time. How they succeed in the future may also be how they are pulled down. Even he couldn't help but tremble in fear when he saw the power of those civilians in the past few years. They were the civilians who destroyed one country after another. In this world, ordinary people are the norm. If they are as arrogant and aloof like the world government, they will be pulled down one day. Isn't Sean just an example? Isn't he a civilian? Who among you and others was not a so-called civilian? So after Akainu woke up, he became more and more kind, not to mention approachable, but at least he no longer had the idea of killing 10 wrong people rather than letting one person go. Kizaru pondered for a moment and then said, "Actually, we have been ready in the past 2 years, and even the backbone of Marine have made their choices." Marine, still righteous. Chapter 270, Great Sean. Hearing this, Sean smiled. Sure enough, these usually grumpy Marine generals did not disappoint him. He just couldn't figure out why some people said Marine was a lackey of the Celestial Dragons. Including Akainu, there is no true sense of the Celestial Dragons being scumbags. In the final analysis, they just have different positions. Even if you become Fleet Admirals Akainu, won't you still be in tit for tat with the 5 elders? Even the headquarters has been moved to New World. These people just have no choice. Money and rights are the most worthless things in this era. Anyone with some strength can just find a country to join, or become a pirate hunter, wouldn't it be within easy reach? Is it possible to buy a devil fruit without looking at the starting price of only 100 million? Look at the so-called big pirates in the East Daxia Sea. They all have bounties of tens of millions. You have to lick blood with a knife to do it. Marine is a profession that requires you to be scolded and is dangerous. If it weren't for love and justice, who would be willing to do this? Again, order can be chaotic, but it cannot be absent. Thinking of this, Sean looked at these people with more appreciation. These people are the cornerstone of peace. So he said softly, then let's wait for the news to come back. In the next period of time, I may not be able to stay at the headquarters. Akainu frowned and asked, what do you want to do? You don't want to pat your butt and walk away, do you? Sean said angrily. You look like a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Why do you have a mouth? Lousy is here for you. After thinking about it, Sean decided to tell his plan first. Besides me, I believe no one can kill the 5 elders without anyone noticing, so I can't hide it anymore, so I won't hide it. Advertisement. Several people also nodded, understanding that Sean's main purpose of this battle was to test the opponent's background. Sean continued. We can't expect the red-haired guy to really help us convince the world government not to target us. This is unrealistic. If we want to develop steadily, the only way is for me to put a clamp on them, so. Sean raised his head and looked at the sky, as if looking directly at the group of guys called gods through the clouds. So, I'm going to stay at Mariagio's door. After the words fell, the expressions of several people changed drastically. Crow even said impatiently, no, this is absolutely not possible. You are the core leader of our many forces. Once something happens to you, our force that has been working hard for many years will soon fall apart. Several other people also understood that Sean was planning to form a bomb alone and place it at the door of Tianlong's house. Thinking of dying together at any time, in order to threaten the world government not to take action against Marine. So he quickly advised. Marine is not that weak, even they can't attack us Marine without restraint. Akainu really admired Sean at this time, saying that he was a threat to the Celestial Dragons, but now he has no idea what the Celestial Dragon's trump card is. Once the assessment is wrong and the opponent has the ability to restrain Sean, it will be completely ruined. Sean is taking a huge gamble. He also advised like Kizaru. Indeed, we Marines are all iron-blooded. Even if we bleed, we will not let those people succeed easily. Once you are missing. Although we don't want to admit it, it's really like a tiger missing its teeth. We will only become more passive. And Aokiji was silent for a moment and then said, if you must do this, then let me go with you. If there is any emergency, I may be able to serve as your back. Sean's heart warmed up as he listened to the words of these people. 10 years of Marine career had allowed him to gain the love of colleagues. So he explained. Don't think that I'm too great. I won't fail there. I have my own plans. They can't keep me. You just need to deal with Marine's affairs well in the future. Don't worry, Marine is still a behemoth in this sea. There will be many people coming out to help us Marine. Our foundation is stronger than the world government thinks. This time I mainly want to play a clear card with the opponent. I will make the rules. After saying that, Sean waved his hand gently, and a few of them felt dizzy, and then landed in the square of the headquarters again. Advertisement. Several people looked at each other and immediately didn't know what to say, so they looked at Crow, the guy who had followed Sean for the longest time. Kizaru asked directly, Crow, what do you think this guy Sean is thinking about? Crow thought about it, and based on his understanding of Sean, he actually felt that Sean would not make fun of his own life. Even to a certain extent, Sean is still afraid of death, and his current actions can't help but make Crow frown. After thinking about it, Crow said, I don't think Mr. Sean is such an impulsive person. He cherishes his life more than anyone else, so I can't see through it. When Akainu on the side heard this, his heart suddenly moved, as if he knew something. So he said in disbelief, do you still remember the dispute I had with him before? At that time, he frankly said that he was indeed afraid of death. But now he is so decisive, I am afraid there is only one reason. Aokiji and Kizaru were both confused when they heard this, and they also remembered it. No matter how bad Sean's skills were, he was a coward in his original intention. His original strength was comparable to that of himself and others, but just a little bit worse. It turns out that at that time, he had just gone to sea as a Marine, and he stayed in the East Daxia Sea for 2 years. The most important thing is that at that time, he also had the ability to teleport around and unparalleled healing ability. But what they don't know is that those abilities were acquired by Sean later, not when he first joined Marine. But it can also be seen from this that Sean does not do anything that is uncertain. Suddenly, black lines appeared on several people's faces. Aokiji said directly and conclusively, it is because he has absolute confidence that he makes such a choice. He is confident that the world government will not be able to deal with him no matter what. Kizaru took over the conversation. Even other weird abilities won't work. He must have confirmed through some channel that his abilities are unsolvable. Akainu narrowed his eyes. The most important thing is his hard power. According to this speculation, if his ability is incomprehensible, then the only way to deal with him is to crush him with hard power. And for people like us who are of comparable strength, if a sneak attack succeeds, there will still be danger. So, can we say now that he is not afraid of emergencies? After a while of analysis, several people came to the conclusion that Sean is even more powerful. This can't help but make Crow, who claims to know Sean best, feel complicated. 8CA Chapter 271 First Generation Ghost. Sean returned to the house and soon changed his clothes. Wearing a white suit, a coat of justice, and his ponytail. The blue light flashed and disappeared. Sean reappeared beside a quiet road, which was the place he had agreed with Enel. All you have to do is wait quietly. Now he no longer needs Rosinante to help him eliminate the sound and breath, he can do it himself. After a long time, there was a clicking sound, and Sean heard it and walked away. I saw a bald old man wearing a white kimono and holding a knife. One of the 5 elders, Kizoichi, holding the supreme sharp sword, first generation Kitetsu. Then Sean suddenly threw a stone with all his strength as the opponent got closer and closer. Onizui also reacted quickly. Just as he was about to cut away with his sword, he noticed the powerful domineering energy wrapped around the stone. As soon as his mind changed, he turned sideways slightly and chose to hide away. The top warriors all have fast thinking in battle. He doesn't want to have new attacks pop up from nowhere while he is resisting the stone. But just when he was about to look up and look in the direction of the stone that he had just passed by suddenly shone brightly and lit up with a blue halo. Gizui's heart also skipped a beat. Before he could make a move, a figure suddenly appeared and stretched out his hand to put directly on him. Along with this, the scene he saw suddenly changed to endless white clouds. Then he felt a sense of weightlessness and truly felt that he was falling. Boom! The fall was accompanied by a sound, which finally brought him back to his senses. Looking around carefully, he found a huge desert island with no grass growing on it, and then he raised his head and looked at the sky. He really didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him in the holy land of Marijoya. Advertisement. When he saw the silver-haired figure wearing the coat of justice, he was not surprised. Instead, he said sarcastically, "Kid, it seems you have sent yourself to the door." Sean, who was in midair, slowly landed and shrugged. "Don't you remember, I told you I was going to kill you." Snort. Gizang snorted coldly and said, "I told those guys a long time ago that you can't be trusted, and they still insist on letting you go. This time you come to the door, they probably won't have anything to say anymore." After saying that, the grumpy bald man took a step across and slowly placed his hand on the handle of the knife. When Sean saw this, he didn't do anything, but said playfully, "Oh, is this the demon sword first generation Kitetsu?" Onizuchi sneered and said, "There is no such thing as a demon sword. It is just a name forcibly arranged for a famous sword that is feared by the weak." Then Onizuchi slowly took out his sword. In an instant, the heaven and earth seemed to be shaking, and the waves in the distance of the desert island could not help but surge. The slowly exposed sword blade burst out with scarlet light, bursting out with a suffocating momentum. When the knife was completely pulled out, the momentum suddenly reached its peak. The ground was cracked and many gravels were trembling. But once it jumped to a distance of less than 10 centimeters from the ground, it was crushed into powder by the breath and dispersed in the wind. Sean raised his eyebrows. "It's interesting, isn't this Conqueror's domineering attitude?" Onizuchi narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Oh, only the weak have those so-called aptitude theories. Are you that ignorant too? Come on, let me see your sword. Aren't you also a swordsman?" Sean thought for a while. His purpose today was to see this man's power, not simply to kill him. So he pulled out the knife from his hip that had not been sheathed for a long time, but without any bells and whistles. Onizu raised his eyebrows. "As expected, what you have in your hand is the most beautiful famous sword, Mikazuki Munachika." Sean stroked the blade gently. "This is a coming-of-age ceremony given to me by my family. I won't be easily compared with your knife, right?" As if responding to Sean, Mikazuki Munachika let out a soft cry, and then he saw the brilliance flowing on the blade. After absorbing Sean's domineering energy, the blade, which was already exquisite in appearance and printed with 3 bright moons, burst out with dots of halo. Sean nodded with satisfaction. When he was in Shimotsuki village, he met an old man who said that swords have their own personalities. Don't be afraid of the knife just because it is performing its own mission. That was the person that Sean and Zoro would come in to talk to each other. Zoro was still young at that time, so he didn't understand the old man's meaning very well, but Sean was older than him at the time, so he understood it thoroughly. Advertisement. But later, when the old man died of illness, Sean knew that it was the legendary swordsmith Shimotsuki Kozaburo. Remembering his old friend, Sean felt a little melancholy. If he could awaken more abilities earlier, maybe the old man could live longer. "You kid, you are looking for death and you dare to lose your mind." As soon as Gizang saw Sean's distracted look, he was furious, like a demon roaring. The whole land seemed to tremble with fear. Sean was also brought back to his attention by this roar. Frowning in displeasure. "What? Is it so loud? You want to die?" Then a dark red halo burst out from Gui Zhangyi's body, and he seemed to get into the knife in his hand consciously. Immediately afterwards, where Gizu stood, 10 meters from him as the center collapsed, which was suppressed by the aura generated by the knife in his hand. Rumble. When the knife in his hand was like a bloodthirsty vampire, after absorbing the red blood, Kizoichi's eyes also turned red. It was like Conqueror's, flashing with scarlet red light, but Sean knew that this was not Conqueror's, and the color was even darker. Murderous look. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Sean's mind. The next second, Gizang held a knife in both hands and swung a horizontal slash that covered the sky and the sun, and swept away towards Sean. The ground along the way, even if it did not directly touch the slash, turned into nothingness as if the ice and snow were melting. Wherever it passed, nearly 1 meter of land was wiped away. One can imagine how terrifying this slash was. Sean also raised his eyebrows, although this slash was very strong. But to him, that's it. Holding the knife in his backhand, the tip of the knife was pointed at Gui Zhangyi. It seemed that what Sean was holding was not a knife, but a sniper rifle. Repulsion blade gun god. The white light that shone on the tip of the knife suddenly burst out, and a light beam only the size of a thumb shot straight at Gizang Yi. And that huge slash that looked like it was going to destroy the world, exuding a bloody aura, when it encountered this slash that sped away with the sound of breaking through the air, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and it cut through the middle without any pause. Cut open. Chapter 272 Disastrous Failure. Onazoichi looked at the white beam of light shooting out. There was no fear, but he raised the knife with excitement. This speed may be very fast, but it is not unstoppable. Lifting the ink-like knife, the blade struck straight at the thumb-sized beam of light. Rumble. Along with an earth-shattering explosion, the clouds in the sky were shaken away in the first move between the two. A huge air wave spread outward from the center of the island. The rolling waves outside the island also collapsed under the impact of this air wave, forming a short-lived smooth surface. Looking from the sky, the seawater next to the island is like a mirror, lying there quietly. The dust in the sky obscured the figures of the two people. But the next moment, a sudden gust of wind blew away the dust that covered the sky. The figures of two people standing with knives were revealed. Sean looked at Kizoichi with a disappointed look on his face. That's it? Because Sean saw Gui Zangi, although he resisted his casual attack. But his legs plowed 2 ravines on the ground and dragged him back nearly 100 meters. This made him wonder if it was really necessary to be so cautious. The other party didn't seem to be that strong. Although he felt more powerful than the generals and other powerful men, it gave him the feeling that he had just made the time travel. Although he was powerful, he could barely break through the ceiling of this sea's combat power. This is not a strength that cannot be defeated by numbers. Sean even thinks that maybe rocks just had this kind of strength in the first place, right? But what Sean doesn't know is that he is now more powerful, and the strengthening of his body has taken him out of this level. Onazoichi was a little surprised when he saw Sean standing there motionless. But then Sean's words immediately broke his defense. Not very harmful, but very insulting. Kid, you're looking for death. The next moment, Onazuchi was surrounded by dark red airwaves, blue veins popped out on his forehead, and the kimono on his body automatically made a hunting sound without any wind. Boom advertisement trampling the ground beneath his feet, he picked up the knife and galloped towards Sean. Coming to Sean, he lifted the knife filled with dark red mist from bottom to top. It seemed like he was going to split Sean in half. Sean shook his head, took back the knife, stretched out a finger, wrapped it with hockey, and lightly touched the blade. Rumble. Under the collision between the finger and the knife, another violent explosion sounded. Except for where Sean was standing, the ground around him was like a natural disaster, with abyss-like ravines constantly opening. Onazoichi looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. For swordsmen of the same level, the duel does not rely on slashing, but close combat, because of the power that bursts out from the collision of each blow. It is not comparable to that slashing attack at all. Whichever side is weaker will bear the force that will kill people. He tried his best and used too much force, which caused his body to tremble a little, but he found that Sean's fingers didn't move at all. Gizu Yi gritted his teeth and roared, "Cut it in." But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't make any progress. Sean said with some pity, "Among the 5 most powerful people in the world government, are the other 4 at your level?" Then Sean pushed hard and Gizu staggered. Sean saw this and flicked his finger towards Gizu in his hand. Chang. A sound of gold and iron clashed, but Onizangi felt that the knife in his hand seemed to be leaving him under this huge force. He clenched the knife in his hand hard, and flew backwards into the distance with the knife, drawing a ravine along the way, and finally crashed into a small hill before stopping. Onazuchi struggled to get up, and then the sound of Shinigami's footsteps seemed to ring in his ears. Da da da. There is only one thought in his mind now, and that is to escape quickly, and he must tell Lord I Am about this information. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Then, before Sean was in front of him, he bent his legs slightly, stepped hard, and ran towards the sea in the distance. He knew that Sean was a person with abilities. As long as he reached the sea, he could increase his chances of survival. He must convey this news back. But to Kizo's disappointment, as soon as he stepped a few meters away, he seemed to hit a wall of air. Boom, click. Advertisement. There was an impact sound and a heartbreaking sound of bone breaking, followed by a muffled groan. Then Sean's voice sounded in Onizangi's ears. "It's really good. To be honest, your strength is still very good. It's just that I overestimated you." Onizui sneered and said, "Kid, don't be too proud. You just happened to restrain me. The other few people are not so easy for you to deal with." Onizangi felt that he was telling the truth, because the other people were all ability users, and they were ability users different from Dahai. He felt that even though Sean's swordsmanship and strength were stronger than his, he was still powerless in the face of those abilities. Hearing this, Sean asked curiously, "Tell me about it and let me get useful information. Maybe I will let you go?" Intelligence. Stop joking. No matter what you want to do, you will not succeed. Sean nodded. He didn't think he could ask for any information so casually, and then he fell into thinking, as if he was distracted. Onazoichi immediately saw Sean distracted again, and his heart suddenly started pounding. He tightened the knife in his hand and without saying a word, decisively launched a sneak attack. When his knife came close to Sean, he suddenly burst into crazy laughter. "Ha ha ha, pay the price for your arrogance." Poof. The sound of penetration sounded in his ears, making him a little excited. When he looked at Sean's disbelieving expression, he suddenly became even crazier. He kept swinging his knife at Sean. "Kid, regret it. I won't let you die so easily." The knife was swung out one after another, and the sound of the blade entering the flesh could not help but be heard. In his eyes, Sean was on the verge of death after being chopped by him, and it even seemed like he was almost separated in two. But then, a whisper like hell sounded, making his hair stand on end. "What are you cutting?" It's Sean's voice. Immediately, the scene in his eyes changed, and he saw that he was still in front of the hill, and he was still slumped on the ground. The only difference was that his legs were bloody and bloody. The knife in his hand was dripping with blood. This scene made his pupils shrink, and the pain in his body made him almost scream out unbearably. But he still held it in, and looked at Sean in horror. He didn't expect that the other person had other abilities. Chapter 273 Death. He could hold back the pain in his body without screaming. This is already his pride as a five elders. You have other abilities. Who are you? Why do you have so many abilities? Kizaru tremblingly stretched out his hand and pointed at Sean. Sean did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked, "So, can you tell me the information about the person behind you?" Hearing this, Kizaru's pupils shrank sharply again. He didn't expect that General Marine, the loyal dog force of the world government, a general under his command, would actually know this. Kizaru knew that he was finished this time. His legs were useless. He could not escape and spread the information here. And when he thought about Sean's weird healing ability, he knew that he might face endless torture. So he looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, do you really want to know? Maybe, you want to know the gap between you and that adult, right?" Sean admitted frankly. "Well, I want to know so that I can prepare for the next crusade against him." Suddenly, the laughter stopped, and Kizaru looked at Sean with red eyes. "You can't win. You will still fail in the end. You failed 800 years ago, and it is even more impossible to succeed now." Sean frowned. This guy probably thinks he is a member of the D family. So he said, "I am not from the D family. Can you tell me the truth about history? You know my ability. I can restore your legs." Sean is like a devil, first taking the other person's things and then trading them with the other person's things. Onazoichi seemed to be thinking and struggling, and Sean did not interrupt his thinking. Instead, he folded his hands and waited leisurely. Of course he won't really let this guy go, but he knows the truth, so he wants to fool him. If it doesn't work, continue to let him understand the true meaning of death, but for these old foxes, being on the verge of death repeatedly is actually not that scary. For these guys who have a long life experience, they may have experienced life and death many times, and their hearts are as solid as a rock, so it is really difficult to threaten them. Suddenly, changes occurred. I saw Zangi suddenly burst into flames, his hands covered with domineering energy. Sean frowned, thinking that he hadn't given up yet and was still thinking of a sneak attack. Advertisement, but the next moment, Zangi's hand directly penetrated his head, red and white things flew, and then slowly fell to the ground. This scene made Sean speechless. He didn't expect that someone could blow his head off with his hands. The splashing red and white matter appeared in front of Sean and was blocked by a wall of air. After a long while, Sean came back to his senses. Damn, I got tricked by the old fox again. Originally, in front of him, no matter how much Kizaru wanted to kill himself, it was impossible, even if the other party stabbed his heart with a knife. As long as it's still beating, Sean can save him. But if your brain has been directly smashed by this guy, then revolving heaven is really useless. He had been paying attention to the opponent's knife, thus ignoring that this person was a ruthless person and had such a way of killing himself. After spitting hard, Sean stopped paying attention to Kizaru, who had lost his breath. In his mind, it would be good if he could pry open the other party's mouth, but it didn't matter if he couldn't get the information he wanted. After all, it was an unexpected surprise at best, but Sean never relied on accidents to survive. Then Sean picked up the knife in the opponent's hand and looked at it carefully. He saw that the dark red blade pattern was illuminated by the sun and glowed red. But the next moment, this supremely sharp sword, first-generation Kitetsu, was like a vampire, greedily absorbing the domineering energy in Sean's body. Sean frowned. Who allowed you to make your own decisions? That is the ashes formed after the life card is burned. The last curly-haired old man narrowed his eyes. I want to report to Lord I Am, and I will report after the meeting. To him, this knife is just like that. People who are not strong enough cannot control it. He still prefers the good-looking knife. The answer is already there. Then a surge of momentum burst out from his body, and the knife in his hand suddenly creaked. Now, his only opponent is the I Am behind the scenes. Tell me, what should we do next? Should we tell Lord I Am? Moreover, the guards did not see Zangi boarding any ship, but seemed to disappear out of thin air. Advertisement. The blonde middle-aged man frowned. I think it's better to catch the murderer first, otherwise we'll probably be punished if we rush over there. That won't be a good experience. Perhaps it was not that Onazoichi was too weak that he was so easily dealt with, but that he was too powerful. He must fill his stomach first. While Sean was eating, the other four people with the highest authority in the world government were silent in a conference room. The four of them looked at each other and called out a name in unison. He can kill these people instantly. The old man with a bald head and black suit nodded and said, yes, no matter what, we must be the first to find a guy who dares to attack us and give him the cruelest treatment. That is the ability to take people away at any time, and it is powerful. So Sean walked slowly to the shore, took out a cigar and lit it, thinking as he walked. When he said these words, the space seemed to tremble, causing the temperature of the entire room to suddenly drop several degrees. As long as the quantity is up, you can win. Now we have a rough idea of the opponent's strength, if the other four are similar. But when this idea came to their minds not long after, they all thought of one person invariably. Their initial suspicion was those from the D family or the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the four people looked gloomy, exuding aura that made others tremble. As soon as these words came out, several people present frowned, thinking carefully about the guy who could hide the killer from the ghost. Now he roughly knows the strength of those 5 people, which is about the same as when he just broke the shackles. Although they are powerful, they are not incapable of dealing with the generals and the emperor. Sean. But they immediately gave up the idea, because Onizuchi was not a weakling. Even if he was beaten, he wouldn't die soon after leaving, right? After thinking about it, let's face it directly later, before that. After a long time, the old man with the goatee took the lead in breaking the quiet atmosphere. After all, being handsome lasts a lifetime, and then it is taken back to the system space. Sean then used his ability to clean the blood from the blade and put the knife back into its sheath. In front of them, there was only a trace of ashes that had not been blown away. Now, let me express my opinion first. We might as well narrow down the scope of suspects. Chapter 274 I am. Several people looked a little ugly. None of them expected that Sean would be so bold as to dare to attack the 5 elders. The next moment, a voice quietly sounded in their ears. Several people looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. He immediately stood up and ran towards the edge of the Red Earth continent. Many people along the way were knocked to the ground by them, but when they saw the identities of these people, they dared not speak out. Back to Sean. After eating and drinking, he flew directly to a nearby uninhabited island and built a house on it. Then he flew all the way towards Mariajoya, carrying the seawater that covered the sky and the sun along the way. The spectacular picture is like the Milky Way flowing backward. Many people along the way saw this scene, and many people were immediately asking what happened. No one is unfamiliar with Sean. After all, Marine's general's reputation is no joke. Either the idol of common people or the most hated object of pirates. Under Sean's extremely fast flight, he soon arrived at the Red Earth continent. And parked the small island opposite the Red Earth continent, with endless seawater surrounding the island. It feels like this is Qinghai, and you can even see many cute ocean creatures in the sea. This scene also attracted the attention of many people. In particular, one Tianlong man saw Sean so arrogantly opposite their holy land and immediately assigned his guards to arrest him. After Sean noticed it, with just a glance, the man suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body completely collapsed to the ground. He didn't take these little minions seriously, he just looked in the direction of Pangu City with a solemn expression. He felt that his ability to see, hear, and feel was blocked. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Advertisement at the same time, his sixth sense made him wary. Because he found that there was a very terrifying existence inside, whether it was a person or an object, he didn't know. This is also due to his training in seeing and hearing, which is very practical for danger perception. It's just that this is the first time he has encountered such a situation since he went to sea for so long. While Sean was deep in thought, there was a rumble not far away. Marie Joa kicked up a lot of dust. Sean looked closely and saw 4 people leading the way, followed by many people in the second echelon, rushing towards the edge. This is the 4th of the remaining 5 elders. They saw the figure standing on the island surrounded by seawater. The code of justice moved automatically without wind, and the long silver-white hair was blowing in the wind. His indescribable arrogance and chickness caught everyone's attention. The curly-haired old man took a step forward, as if the Red Earth continent was trembling. He asked with an ugly face, "Sean, are you going to be an enemy of our world government? You have thought clearly? Your hometown will be destroyed because of your impulse?" The old man with the goatee also added, "Don't even think about hiding them with them. Countless permanent pointers have already been installed on your home island." Yes, since they saw Sean's ability, a group of so-called experts have been formulating how to contain him. Judging from Sean's practice of going home from time to time, this is undoubtedly a big threat. Sure enough, Sean's face suddenly turned ugly, even though he had already expected that the world government would target him. But he didn't expect it to be like this, but he didn't panic at all. "Do you think it would be faster for me to go back after slaughtering you, Marie Hoya, or for your men to take action faster?" One thing Sean didn't say was that the master and his wife were not weak. Judging from the fact that he had gone back so many times, he didn't sense anything. Shimotsuki village will not cause any damage in a short period of time. As expected, several old men looked a little ugly and looked at each other. Then the curly-haired old man said, "We cannot pursue your action against Gizang, and accept you to join our seat, but you must follow us into Pangu City to see that adult." Yes, the instruction that came to their ears just now was to take Sean back. No matter what method was used, even if several people's status was promised to Sean, they must take Sean back. When Sean heard this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked past several people towards the direction of Pangu City. He doesn't trust these guys, and even if they recruit, he won't have any thoughts about their recruitment. Advertisement, he was just wondering what the other party was planning. When the bald old man saw that Sean was silent, he said with some displeasure, "Kid, if you weren't strong enough, that adult wouldn't invite you. don't be ungrateful. Hearing this, Sean glanced at the other person. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? As soon as the words fell, a huge and substantial aura was crushed away, and the opponent immediately flew out and crashed into the crowd that was gathering inward. Suddenly, the bald old man seemed to have gone crazy. His muscles suddenly bulged and burst the suit on his upper body, forming rag strips. The veins on his arms were like circling green dragons, winding all the way to the opponent's neck. His eyes were also red, and his breath was filled with hot steam. And he took action towards the person supporting him. With a punch, a high-level combat power belonging to the Tianlong guards suddenly appeared, and a hole was pierced in the abdomen by surprise. Immediately afterwards, he waved his fist at several people around him, and the fist made a rumbling sonic boom sound. But after one of his colleagues died, the remaining people became vigilant and managed to escape. This sudden scene shocked the remaining 3 people. After coming back to his senses, the old man with the goatee rushed over at a speed invisible to the naked eye, also with a sonic boom. He wanted to prevent his old friend from going crazy, otherwise he didn't know how much damage would be caused. Sean narrowed his eyes and looked deep into Pangu City, but the other party still didn't respond. Then his eyes opened, and invisible power spread. Everyone, including the 2-5 elders, seemed to have met their lifelong enemies. Fight with the people around you. Sean just wanted to see what the other party's plan was. Sure enough, the scene was filled with shouts of murder, and I couldn't sit still. In the depths of Pangu City, even if someone saw Yimu's true appearance, it would be difficult to distinguish between male and female. He was currently holding several photos in his hand. Looking at the half-tree in front of him, he took a deep breath and murmured, "It's almost here, it will be mine soon." Then his lowered eyes suddenly opened, his eyes glowed red, and a wave of red air burst out from his body and spread into the distance. Along the way, as if a typhoon was passing by, the ground was plowed out with cracks of varying depths. Everyone who was affected by this wave of air fell to the ground without exception, foaming at the mouth. It was not until the edge of the Red Earth continent that it suddenly stopped. Chapter 275 The First Confrontation. Sean witnessed the whole process. Since the red airwave appeared, he turned on the power of seeing and hearing color to the maximum. The airwave, like a mountain, suppressed all the members who were fighting each other, including the 4-5 elders, making everyone unable to move and fainting. But the strange thing is that the other party only stopped at the edge of the Red Earth continent. It's so abrupt. Sean narrowed his eyes and thought. Maybe the other party had a reason to stay in Pangu City, otherwise he wouldn't have thought of tricking him into it. Thinking of this, Sean suddenly wanted to test the opponent's ability. Scarlet light also flashed in his eyes, and a huge momentum burst out from his body, forming a white wave of energy and releasing it towards Mary Joa. As soon as the red airwave touched the edge, there was an earth-shattering roar. Then it was no longer a normal conqueror's collision, just some arcs of electricity flashing and scattering clouds in the sky. Instead, the entire red earth continent trembled, and the roar was endless. Continuously, thunder suddenly appeared where the two people's momentum collided and intertwined. I don't know how long it took, but Sean retreated first, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. At this time, his face looked a little ugly. He was sure that the other party was no weaker than him. And he doesn't know the other party's specific abilities yet. He only knows that can't come out for the time being. Also put away his own momentum. Deep in Pangu City, he also let out a breath. He thought that this collision would not be easy for him. For the next time, the two did not speak, only the wind blowing from time to time blew up the dust on the ground and made a whirring sound. In this quiet environment, all you can see are people lying on the ground. They're all Tianlong people who are high in Qinghai. Now he was lying on the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Advertisement. Even the other 4 people with the highest authority are no different from ordinary people. It's not that they are weak, on the contrary, these 4 people are the only ones in the entire Mariajoya who still have their eyes open and look at Sean in horror. Did Sean even see fear in their eyes? Not long after, a hoarse voice of indistinguishable male and female came from Pangu City. "Kid, don't let me take action personally, otherwise the sea will be turned upside down. Many people will lose their chance of living because of you." Hearing this, Sean knew that this was Im's voice. But after the confrontation just now, he knew that the opponent's confidence was his own strength, although he didn't know where his strength came from. But one thing can be confirmed, the other party will not come out to fight with him now. The other party's voice continued. "It's interesting that a person like you appears in this world. You must have your own secrets, otherwise you wouldn't be able to reach such a height." This made him feel relieved. After all, it would be a shame to decide whether to live or die now. He could still continue to become stronger. "I don't know how high I flew, but there was an explosion in the sky. So a plan formed in my mind." At this time, the voice continued. "It's not that I can't go out, so don't challenge my bottom line, otherwise, I will start a blank plan again today." Hearing this, Sean was also very ugly. Although he didn't know what the other party was planning, according to his understanding of the world, the final secret must be in Ralph Drew. Sean also confirmed one thing. Ralph Drew must have something that can threaten him. After taking a deep breath, Sean said, "The current situation cannot be improved. Let's talk about how to solve it. I think you don't want to fight with me at this time, right?" Suddenly, the red beam of light that washed away shifted its direction and continued to fly towards the sky. Instead, he asked happily, "Are you sure you can really do it? No one in this world can stop me, not even you." There were even big beads of sweat on his forehead. This guy was so insidious. He wanted to anger himself so that he could go in and get killed. As long as he gets the secret of Rafteru before him, no matter what the other party's plan is, he can destroy the other party. Advertisement. Sean looked up and saw bright red flames filling the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Everything he saw was filled with flames. Did you just take action? You shouldn't be able to come out now, right? Sean asked teasingly. There was a sigh from IM. Really, that's a pity. In that case, just wait until I come out to deal with you. Your purpose is nothing more than that stupid and hot-blooded thing. Let's do this. I'll give you a chance to join, and I will let you get more power. Even immortality is not impossible. So Sean decided not to bicker with the old fox, but said seriously, stop talking nonsense. Now that you don't want to come out, I'm not confident that I can deal with you now. Are you sure you are ready? Let's see who will win the victory in the end. Upon hearing this, Sean, who was still smiling, suddenly became furious, but the next moment, he suddenly calmed down. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he was looking for trouble so early. Although he didn't know what the other party was hiding, the enemy's displeasure was his source of happiness. What he wants most is to live longer, enjoy the scenery of great rivers and mountains, marry a wife and have children, that's all. Now, he has improved pure gold provided by the system, which is enough for him. Ah, maybe, but I can make the people you cherish die in this sea. Is this enough? Then let's make an agreement. I know you have a plan for Rafteru, and you know I want to kill you. In that case, let the people below make trouble. Otherwise, the Straw Hats alone, including the 4 emperors, generals, etc., packed together will not be enough to kill the opponent. Hearing that the other party was still condescending and didn't seem to care about anything, Sean wasn't angry either. He quickly stretched out his hand and suddenly clenched his fist into the distant air. Sean chuckled. Why don't you join me and I'll let you live forever? Eternal life is too boring. The reason why life is precious is that it is limited. Judging from the opponent's blow, he may not really be able to get a good result from the fight. The next moment, a ray of red light shot into the sky towards Sean. The power with the aura of death made Sean's expression change. He has no interest in the so-called immortality. If he wanted eternal life, the surgery would not be given to Enel. He is full of confidence in the abilities provided by the system. Since the other party has not crushed his strength, then the other party cannot deal with him no matter what. Chapter 276 Negotiation Successful. It seems that you do know something, but it doesn't matter. This is indeed a good idea. Let them end. Before IM finished speaking, Sean interrupted forcefully. Pointing at the 4 or 5 elders who had their eyes wide open, he said, these guys are not included in this list. They cannot go down. IM responded. Oh? Are you going to break the rules you set now? Then I'll tell you, it's impossible? Yes, for him, the current situation has exceeded expectations. He wants his men to get off immediately and get the things in the plan as soon as possible. At worst, just try another blank plan. After all, I already got what I wanted at that time. Sean seemed to have expected it and pulled out the knife directly. Then there is nothing more to say. I will kill everyone here now. As soon as the words fell, the blade was suddenly filled with white mist. But the next moment, IM said, yes, I promise you, but the condition is that you must stay here. Otherwise, even if I waste all these years of hard work, I will make you regret it. Yes, I am compromised. In Pangu City, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from his face. He didn't want his plans over the years to go to waste, but the premise was that Sean would not interfere, otherwise, he would give up the opportunity he had been waiting for all these years. Directly fight to the death with Sean. Now as long as Sean is a stable variable and waits until he gets what he wants, then no one will be able to stop him. Sean was also relieved. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight to the death with the other party right now. Because as long as he has time, he can become stronger, even stronger than anyone else, and he also wants to wait until he is completely invincible before coming out. But now, he has too many bonds and has to stand up. Now, if the other party is willing to let go, that is naturally the best. At the same time, Sean also knows what the other party is thinking. But he didn't care, because he also needed this time to continue to grow. Then Sean sat down cross-legged, sitting on the edge of the island, and stretched out his hand to the side. Advertisement. The index and middle fingers flew around, and then a stone-like house gradually formed in his eyes. Okay, I'll be living here for this period of time. If these 4 old guys make any move, I will destroy Mary Joy at all costs. Sean looked into the distance with indifferent eyes. A chilling aura attacked the 4 people who had their eyes wide open but could not move. Im's voice also came over. That's best. Don't think about using your ability, I will notice it. If you dare to break the rules, I will also destroy what you call justice. As soon as he finished speaking, Im also exuded a terrifying aura. Ah. After Xiaonian chuckled, he ignored the other party, took out his phone and called him. When the other party answered the call, Sean heard a noise. Old man from the Warring States period, it's me. On the other side of the phone, after hearing Sean's voice, there was a moment of silence. Then Zhengguo breathed a little and said, now, what's the situation? Akainu asked with a solemn expression. What Sean said just now is that he is going to take action against the nobles, is it true? In Mariajoya, they were also directly ordered to tell everyone that Marine had broken away from the world government and the nobility no longer enjoyed privileges. Everyone was silent, and then Crow said quietly, that's because Mr. Fleet Admiral, you often bring the wrong phone number. But what is certain is that Sean did not fail, otherwise the other party would not continue to let Marine execute the plan to break away from the world government. Seeing the incomprehensible looks in everyone's eyes, Kizaru's mouth twitched. Then Sean hung up the phone and waited quietly without waiting for Warring States to continue speaking. Warring States asked, "Are you sure? What happened to you over there? Why don't you come back now?" Everyone heard what Sean just said and looked at Kizaru sitting on the Fleet Admiral chair. Peeved, ha ha ha. The current Marine Admiral is looking for someone from the former Fleet Admiral. Kizaru kid, you are still far behind. Garp laughed while eating a donut. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt that the situation was almost the same. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a while, and then Warring States' voice continued. "I know, I will make arrangements for you right away." Advertisement. All Marine senior executives gathered together. As soon as these words came out, Warring States deeply agreed. "I had a hard time finding you in the past, and it was all your fault." Said, "Don't talk about this for now, let Mr. Kizaru bring Rocinante to Marijoa. I will wait for you here." Sean glanced at the four guys thrashing on the ground with ugly faces. Everyone subconsciously ignored Kizaru's complaint. There was nothing they could do. Who told you to run fast? As if remembering something, Sean quickly said, "By the way, we can make an announcement. From now on, Marine will break away from the world government. From now on, no nobles will no longer enjoy any privileges." But he didn't come back. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be someone else around him. Garp looked at Sengoku. "Go and call your son back." Marine headquarters. "Don't worry, it's okay. You can ask Mr. Kizaru to bring Rosinante over first. I'll let Mr. Kizaru go back and tell everyone the details. You can just make an announcement directly." He looked around at everyone and said, "Okay, now is no longer the time to joke, we have to take action." Out of caution, Sean decided to ask Rosinante to come over to prevent others from eavesdropping. After thinking about it, Sean added, "Don't worry, it's no problem, you will know when the time comes." After the words fell, the four guys looked ugly as if they had eaten shit. Suddenly, everyone put away their relaxed posture. "Oh, by the way, there are also cigars, bring more. And there are still many things to explain to Kizaru." Aokiji took over the conversation. "Although I don't know what the situation is now, I will let Kizaru go there first and we will know. There is no need for us to speculate here." So he said directly, "Let's make preparations. Let the news bird break the news first, and then hold a public meeting when Kizaru comes back." "What? I'm obviously the current Fleet Admiral, why did he contact Mr. Sengoku but not me?" Kizaru preemptively issued a soul torture. Kizaru also stood up at this time and complained, "When I was an admiral, I only did errands. I didn't expect that now that I have become Fleet Admiral, I still do errands." When Crow heard this, he pushed up his glasses with his wrist. Don't doubt what Mr. Sean said. It must be that it is not convenient for him to say other things now, otherwise he would not let Mr. Fleet Admiral take Rosinan there. Chapter 277 CP Attacks. Marijoya. Sean was yawning boredly. Suddenly, a flash of yellow appeared in Sean's sight. It was Kizaru and Rosiandi. They all followed Sean's request and came to the holy land of Marijoya. Suddenly I saw the small island outside Marijoya, surrounded by endless seawater. Sean was also discovered immediately. When he noticed the murderous gazes of the guards, he ran straight to where Sean was without caring about anything else. As soon as he landed on the island, Kizaru asked eagerly, "What is going on now? You are here like this, haven't they taken any action against you?" Sean glanced at Rosinante, who understood and directly propped up a bowl with a protective shield dozens of meters in diameter. He was a little surprised at once. "Hey, you guys want to show off to me that your abilities have gone as far as you want?" In the past, Rosinante could only stretch a few meters to his death, but now his diameter is tens of meters. I think he has also been very patient in developing his abilities over the years. Rosiandi took out a cigarette and grinned. "Of course, if there is a chance, I don't want to leave them two behind." Of course Sean knew who the other party was talking about, namely his brother and Luo. Kizaru on the side directly interrupted the reminiscence between the two. "Stop chatting for now, let's talk about what happened." After hearing this, Sean told Kizaru about the negotiation with IM and asked him to ask Crow to send some living supplies when the time comes. This would also allow him to understand some of the situation. The most important thing was that it was time to meet Yishao, who had not been in contact with him much. Yes, Sean once wanted to meet with Yishao, but the other party said that he had a reason to refuse and hoped that Sean would believe him. He also expressed that in 1520, he would bring a few people to meet with Sean, and they would definitely be considerate of him then. At that time, Sean thought about it and agreed. It was not that he believed in someone too easily. Rather, he is confident in his own strength. Hearing this, Huang Yu sighed. "That's really hard on you." Advertisement. Sean nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "Well, I worked too hard, don't waste my efforts." Luffy, who ate the rubber fruit, Bullet, who pushed into the city, and Robin and the others will all go hand in hand. I believe we will reach Rafteru faster than them. Kizaru also responded. "Don't worry, we won't relax during this period. This will be a huge challenge. And in the Impel Down City, I will ask Mr. Sengoku to be a lobbyist. I think it won't be a big problem." Sean also knew that the other party was telling the truth. After all, Marines had always been the ones connecting with Impel Down. The interactions between world government and the other party usually involve Impel Down City releasing certain prisoners, so Impel Down City's jailers are generally not very good with their senses. After discussing some details, Kizaru left in a hurry. After all, there are still a large number of people waiting for news about Kizaru. At this time, there was a newsbird in the distance with a camera hanging around its neck, and it took a picture of the conversation between several people. The three of them noticed it, but didn't pay much attention to it, because soon the news about Marine would spread throughout the sea. Although we don't know where the Revolutionary Army's work has progressed, one thing is certain. In all countries that have been incited by the Revolutionary Army, the citizens are now resisting the rule of the nobles. However, they are suffering from the will of the world government and the indifference of Marine, and have to fall into a state of anxiety. I believe that in the near future, we will usher in an unprecedented revolutionary victory. Sean took a look and helped Rosinante shape a stone house next to his house. At this time, there is an island in the Grand Line. A birdman is looking at a photo with his eyes shining. This birdman is the president of the World Economic News Agency, known as Big News Morgans. He is a person with abilities, birdfruit, and albatross form. At this time, a man walked in from outside. President, we took the photo. We also took photos of the meeting between Kizaru and Sean. Do we want to publish it? Upon hearing this, Morgans immediately snatched the photo from the other party. In the photo, Sean is sitting cross-legged on the ground, with Marine Major General Rosinante and Fleet Admiral Kizaru beside him. The three of them seem to be talking about something at this time. But this is actually not important. What is important is that in front of them is the place where the celestial dragons live, Marie Joa. The sea water that blocks out the sky and the sun, and the vigilant-looking guards at the edge of the Red Earth continent. All told about the earth-shattering events that happened that day. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Morgan said, "Don't publish it yet. Wait until I go get some information. Otherwise, if we are not careful, we will fall into a situation of no return." After saying that, Morgans picked up the hat on the side and hurried out. Pangu City. On the void throne, I am, whose face was covered by shadows, was sitting. And below, are the remaining 4 or 5 elders. At this time, the curly-haired old man said bravely, "Sir, our world government can't save its face this time. Someone just came to report, and a newsbird has already taken photos of the situation and passed it on." The other 3 people lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. The scene was quiet for a while, except for the sound of Im's fingers tapping the armrest. The 4 of them all understood that after suffering such a big loss, Yi Mu must be holding back his raging anger even though he seemed calm. Not long after, Im's voice faintly reached the ears of several people. "Do you think your face is more important than my affairs?" As soon as these words came out, several people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their whole bodies trembled slightly. The old man with a goatee stammered, No, it's just that this will affect our subsequent rule." Im suddenly stood up and waved his hand. "It's ridiculous. When my plan succeeds, who can stop me? The worst I can do is let them experience pain many times again." "Okay, you go back. Be sure to keep an eye on that kid. No one can reach that place except those with rubber fruit abilities." Immediately afterwards, Im strode out quickly. There were only 4 people left looking at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. When the 4 people returned to their conference room, the curly-haired old man said, "Let the CP organization go down and try to recover the losses as much as possible. That adult doesn't care, but we can't." "That's right, let's let the CP organization come to the surface and directly compete with them. Don't let those traitors be too safe. Second, our world government cannot lose all face. Let's just decide. I think we should deal with that guy Ichikura. After all, under his nose, the entire Marine has rebelled. He has an unshirkable responsibility. Let's kill the chicken to scare the monkeys." Chapter 278 Marine. After several people discussed it, they came to a conclusion. Let the CP organization come directly to the stage, compete with Marine, and execute the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. To them, he is just the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, no big deal. Then, the blonde middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Can that guy Enel do it? After all, this time is different from the past." The old man with the goatee thought for a while and said, "It should be no problem. His powerful coordination ability and intelligence-gathering ability are not comparable to those of ordinary Marines, not even Crane." The curly-haired old man nodded. "Then this is the arrangement?" After saying that, he looked around at the other 3 people. Seconded. In this way, several people decided to arrange for Enel to take his CP organization down. Each branch is established in each franchise country. After all, the situation now is very clear. Sean definitely has some kind of relationship with the Revolutionary Army. This will not only allow these participating countries to relax, but also effectively fight against the Marines and the Revolutionary Army. When Enel received the appointment, he almost had a fly in his brow. "Lucci, what do you think should be done? If we don't stay here, we won't be able to get the truth of history." Lucci thought for a while and said, "Actually, this is not a bad thing." Enel raised his eyebrows. "We were all sent down to confront Mr. Sean. Isn't this a bad thing?" Lucci shook his head, stretched out a finger and said, "First of all, our big goal has always been to overthrow the world government." "That's right, then we will be Marine's opponents. Isn't this a proper score question?" Second, I don't say how likely we are to find the truth of history, but one thing that can be confirmed is that judging from the intelligence over the years, Robin and the others have obtained a lot of historical documents. So, the role of us staying here is actually not as great as you think. In that case, why don't we just go down and help Marine? Isn't it our specialty to deceive others? At the end, Lucci smiled mysteriously at Enel. Advertisement at this time, Enel also reacted, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, after all, we are also trying to bring them down from the altar. It doesn't really matter what we do. Moreover, Mr. Sean is currently controlling the opponent's combat power. This is a good opportunity for us to cut off the opponent's tentacles. As a result, the two discussed various conspiracies on how to help the Revolutionary Army and Marine to the greatest extent. From time to time, he would laugh like, Gia 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 Gia. Marine headquarters. Everyone who was looking forward to it finally arrived. Before Kizaru even sat down, everyone was asking him questions. Soon, Kizaru recounted the conversation with Sean verbatim. Then the entire conference room fell into silence, and everyone felt a little weird. Aokiji's throat rolled and he swallowed hard. So, did we really succeed? Garp patted Aokiji hard. What are you thinking about? Now we just have Sean to contain the opponent. The next step is to fight a tough battle. He stood up and said, yes, this is an opportunity, but it is also a crisis. There is no doubt that what the other party is planning is more exaggerated than we imagined. Once we let the other party succeed, perhaps, what happened to us at this time will once again become a blank of history thousands of years later. As soon as these words came out, Aokiji immediately calmed down. This is not to blame for Aokiji's loss of temper, it's really what Sean did that was too shocking. Preach it out that Marine is an organization independent of any force. It's time for everyone to know what justice is. And contact those countries that are suffering from the abuse of the world government to see if they need our help. I will act according to Sean's instructions this time, don't worry. And he also blocked Marie Joa to confront the other party and threaten him. One of the 5 elders, the most powerful people in the world, was killed. Although he didn't know some specific situations, after all, there were only 4 people except Sean and I.M. tightly who could barely keep their eyes open at that time. Kizaru nodded. Leave it to me, I will let the whole world see our Marine's new look. Today, Sean stands opposite the world government, which is undoubtedly sending a signal. No one has ever been able to block the door of the Tianlong people and threaten them, and no one can make the world government make such concessions. Advertisement Marine is going to break up with the world government. Recall all the generals and above from our headquarters, don't let the world government's little moves get the better of you. But Morgans knew that the sea was about to change. This is a major event that will affect the world structure. Different from the past, this world structure includes everything. So Kizaru directly issued the order. At this time, he finally showed the demeanor of Fleet Admiral. Okay. Then let's arrange it. First, let the branch and other base commanders return to their posts and stand by. Then I will contact Morgans next. He must have already known what happened between Marine and world government, but he just didn't dare to report it. Sang Guo also added. The following turmoil will sweep across the world. No one can protect themselves wisely. And in the sea not far from the Red Continent, Morgans also got the information he wanted. There is no special surname, but just such a person, standing alone at the door of the enemy's house. Instructions were issued in an orderly manner, and veterans like Garp were all excited. At this time, he was looking at the document in his hand with a horrified expression. Akainu also confirmed that he has understood that civilians are the foundation of this world, and people like Sean are proper civilians. Immediately, the lazy look of the past faded away, as if he had returned to his youth. This time I will definitely do my best to maintain law and order in this sea. He looked at Kizaru. You are Fleet Admiral, and you will host the next meeting facing the world. The kingdom, the underworld, pirates, marines, world government, civilians, everything will be involved. At this moment, veterans like Zepha and Garp are not retired. Contact Morgans immediately to release the news and express Marine's purpose. Whoever dares to cause trouble at this juncture will have a general go over and kill them immediately, no matter who they are. Nobles will no longer have privileges, and he is also the current general of Marine. He is extreme, but not an idiot. Sometimes once he figures it out, he will carry it out unswervingly. This mysterious general also showed his fangs. Although Akainu on the side has regained his composure, the shock in his eyes has not dissipated. At this time, it is time to show Marine's heritage to the world. Chapter 279 Big News. This made Morgans afraid to report randomly. Although his ideal is to report all kinds of breaking news. But the news this time was beyond his expectation. Once the interests of any party are touched, perhaps there will no longer be a foothold for him in this sea. But when such news reports came out, he felt that his life was complete. Just when he was hesitating, his phone rang. Hearing the excited voice of his subordinate, Morgans looked overjoyed the next second. The bird-feathered face turned strangely red. I'm going back now, you guys wait for me, I will write this press release. After that, he threw the phone bug out excitedly, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He spread his wings and flew away at high speed. Although the atmosphere in Marine has been a bit weird in the past 2 years. But the order issued by the headquarters at this time made them a little confused. Why did they stay in their respective bases and why did they lead their respective subordinates in meetings? This left them confused, but the generals in the headquarters were keenly aware of the coming storm. Although most of them were generals from different factions under different generals, the busy senior officials at the moment still made them feel something unusual. But there is no way, it is difficult to disobey military orders. Those who came back first could only stay at the headquarters obediently and form small circles to discuss. The next morning, countless newsbirds have a bag hanging around their neck. The bag is full of the latest news, and fly to all corners of the world, letting this news spread to the whole world. When the people at Marine headquarters saw what was on the news, their breathing became rapid and their faces turned red. Especially some of Marine's top generals, their eyes were full of disbelief and shock. Open black lens bracket. One of the 5 elders died on the Grand Line. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 5 elders, the 5 most powerful people in the world. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Marine General Sean, standing alone in front of Mary Joa. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Marine announces, from now on, we will break away from the world government, and no nobles will be able to enjoy privileges anymore. Close black lens bracket. Marine showed off his ferocious fangs. The new policy is aimed at the world government. Close black lens bracket. World government responds, to deal with traitors, the only way to deal with them is to make them feel pain. The CP organization under the world government will soon step onto the world stage and appear in front of the world. Shadow of world government, leader of CP organization, Enel. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. The headlines of each report caught everyone's attention, especially the photo on the headline. The silver-white horse tail flutters in the wind, the cloak of justice flutters in the wind, the resolute face and the knife stuck on the ground. Marine General Sean sat cross-legged on a small island, looking at the red continent not far away. In the photo, the endless sea surrounds the island. On the edge of the red continent, rows of guards stood ready, their eyes filled with vigilance, echoing Sean's. This undoubtedly had a huge impact on everyone at Marine. The news is full of various policies by world government and Marine that shake the sea. But this picture had the greatest impact on them. In all the years since the establishment of world government, no one has ever dared to accomplish such a feat. The Marine headquarters was immediately boiling, especially some Marine lieutenant generals. They know more than ordinary people, and they initially come to Marine with a burning heart for justice. As I grow older and my status rises, I feel more and more powerless. In this era, justice has become no longer noble. It seemed like it had become a toy that the nobles played with, which made them very angry, but there was nothing they could do. If even they abandon the justice in their hearts, the already riddled order will become even worse. It's so shocking. General Shaun actually killed the other party. However, judging from the reaction of high-level officials, this has undoubtedly been planned for a long time. Do you know how to speak? What do you mean by planning for a long time? This is obviously because you have been bearing the burden for a long time? That's right. This is the Marine in my mind, one who is not afraid of power. Ha 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 ha. After the meeting is over, I'm going to arrest the evil-doing noble I've been targeting for many years. The end of the nobles has arrived. The above are some of the internal reactions of Marine, and they did not feel any discomfort. Advertisement. On the contrary, I feel that this is the courage that law enforcement organizations still have. The generals who were originally a little disappointed with Marine suddenly took on new life. Some of the generals who had been relatively lazy in the past seemed to have been given a shot of blood, which made their respective subordinates somewhat enlightened. It turns out that it's not that my boss doesn't work hard, but that he can't work hard. Now Marine's reforms have allowed them to burst out with a bloody spirit unique to soldiers. One by one, they were screaming to arrest those evildoers. Nowadays, these villains are no longer just pirates, and nobles are no longer an exception. The obstructions of the past will be gone. People all over the world have also seen such thick news. The response from the civilians was enthusiastic, and they were all looking forward to the public meeting 2 days later. First Hope Marine is really on their side this time, which makes some people who should be heartbroken tremble in their hearts. And in New World, after reading this news, the red hair looked solemn. Did you really choose this way to fight against the world government? The red-haired man originally promised that he would help Marine break away from the world government so that the world government would not target Marine too much. But at that time, Beckman told him that with Sean's character, he would not buy it, and he would choose a high-profile way to let Marine re-enter the eyes of the world. Now that his words have come true, Sean has indeed chosen the most exaggerated way to separate Marine from world government. Beckman, who was smoking a cigarette at the side, said, "It seems that what he did is more exaggerated than I thought. That guy Crow is really the person who knows his boss best." The redhead put down the newspaper and asked, "Chloe told you about their plan?" Phew, Beckman took a puff of cigarette and shook his head. "No, he just said that Sean will shock the world. I believe this, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon." Then he added, "Then what should we do next? Now the entire sea has become a game between Marine and world government." The red-haired man thought for a while and said with firm eyes, "So what? We are not vegetarians. As long as we can hinder the world government, we will do it. Next, we should show our ambitions to the world." Beckman was not surprised by the red-haired decision, and just asked, "What about Luffy? Do we need to take care of him?" The red-haired man grinned. "No need. If he wants to become One Piece, he must go through it himself. This is the worst era for him, but it is also the best era. Perhaps the title, One Piece, will be accepted?" Beckman nodded. Then let's see what actions he will take next. Chapter 280 Dynamics Between Forces, Ghost Island. Kaido and several other officials were also reading a newspaper. Jin looked towards his eldest brother and saw Kaido breathing rapidly and his face turned red. After hesitating for a moment, he shouted softly, "Captain, are you okay?" Hearing this, Kaido raised his bloodshot eyes, and an aura burst out from him. Jia ha 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 ha, that's good, yes, that's great. What Marine did this time is in line with my wishes. Kaido smiled more and more wildly, and the aura he exuded involuntarily made many people outside unable to bear the pressure and fainted. Then he continued. Get ready during this time for this battle feast. We must participate, but we can't let Marine steal the show. For him, he just wanted to kick off a war that would sweep the world. It's a pity that he can't do it yet. The most important thing is that his son is always stumbling in secret. No matter what they were planning, it was useless, as if they had been informed in advance, which made me feel sad just thinking about it. But it doesn't matter, Marine did it for him. Jin also looked confused. What are we going to do? Kaido thought for a while and said, during this period, take out all your money and buy as many kinds of animal fruits as possible. If you can't buy them, ask for information. After asking for information, go and rob them. We are pirates. Quinn on the side asked, who do we want to give it to? Next, we will select some talented guys in the pirate group and give them a chance to follow us on the world stage. Kaido has been holding his breath for a long time, 20 years. Jin nodded. He also wanted those guys to taste the feeling of falling from the altar, and his usually calm mentality also started to have ripples. IWC. Big Mom was eating delicious desserts while listening to Parasparrow's report. After a long time, when Parasparrow finished reading the newspaper in his hand, many children at the scene fell into an atmosphere of silence. They didn't expect that Marine would make such a fuss this time, and its influence would be far greater than that of the pirates. Advertisement. This involves the national level. In other words, wherever humans exist, they will be affected by these policies. Big Mom suddenly smiled sinisterly. World government, Marine? They really underestimate the giants. Do they really think they can cover the sky with one hand? Katakuri frowned and advised, Mom, I hope you won't be impulsive. In fact, he has always only wanted to protect his younger brothers and sisters. He even hates his aunt, but his strength does not allow it. When he heard what the other party said, his heart trembled, fearing that the other party would make some irrational decision. After all, Big Mom often falls into unconsciousness. Big Mom glanced at Katakuri and said calmly, I'm very awake now, and you don't have to hide your little thoughts in front of me. This time, the position of pirates will be completely rewritten. If you want to survive, you must learn to stand on your side. Having said this, Big Mom paused for a moment, then stood up and looked into the distance with a stern look. But, I am Big Mom, how can I let these guys influence my will? As soon as the words fell, many members immediately cheered and shouted that Auntie is domineering. Katakuri could only sigh secretly, and could only find a way to protect his family in the future. Daughter Island. Hancock was dining with a group of cadres. At this time, everyone was holding the newspaper in their hands. Although it was a bit shocking, to Robin and the others, it was not a surprise, they just thought it was natural. Hancock looked at the figure on the newspaper and smiled. Everyone, it seems we have to take action. Robin naturally knew what Hancock's actions meant. It was nothing more than helping Marine suppress the lice that jumped out during this period of time. But she sees it differently. Well, let's act separately. The historical text is the most important. What he hopes most is to reach Loftru and find the so-called great secret treasure. Nami said with bright eyes. Yes, there are many people ready to move on the sea, and we don't need so many people to go out. Nami, who is 18 years old, is wearing a sweatshirt that covers her beautiful figure and chewing bubblegum in her mouth. She looks like a street kid, and she speaks in a frivolous tone, but you can tell from her words how obsessed with money she is. On the other hand, Baby 5, who was chewing a cigarette, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a small suit and dressed like a little secretary, was not at odds with Robin. But he nodded helplessly in agreement. Although that guy is annoying, she is right. Our initial mission was to find historical texts, and now we are probably even more eager. Advertisement. Hancock heard the opinions of several people and didn't say anything. After all, everyone only had one goal. Whatever Sean says is what he says. So a meeting for the Big Mom Pirates is about to begin. At this time, all forces were shocked. They may have thought that someone would attack the world government in the future. But I didn't expect that the leader would be Marine, an organization nicknamed the Minions. What's more, I didn't expect that a general from the other side would be able to block the door of the world government. There are countless similar discussions. Some want to take advantage of the troubled waters. Some have strong faces and want to join Marine and achieve a career. Some of them are filled with hatred and want to immediately join this gluttonous feast that is sweeping the world. This turmoil has affected every corner of the world. Go up to the Red Earth continent and go down to the Kingdom of Fishmen. Countless people are worried. They are ordinary people without strength. Although Marine's toughness made them happy, it was too much. With deep-rooted thoughts, they have never thought about how to treat this matter. After all, in their hearts, nobles are nobler than them. This is their natural blood. Not all of the nobles are as stupid as in the original work. There are also many careerists. This time they must use heavy treasures to suppress the world government. He directly took out the family's combat power in order to cope with Marine's subsequent impact on the divine power. At this time, the Revolutionary Army also emerged and stood directly on the world stage, publicizing and inciting all countries. The CP organization also came to an end and established various branches in the franchised countries. Marine was also not to be outdone. On the basis of its original jurisdiction over the sea area, it had fierce friction with the domestic nobles. Of course, in addition to these behemoths, many forces are secretly preparing. Welcome the arrival of a new era. They didn't rush to take sides, because they knew that now, it was just an appetizer. Chapter 281 Luffy goes to sea. However, no matter how the sea changes, for some people, they should eat and drink. For example, in the East Daxia Sea at this time, there was a figure that attracted everyone's attention, leisurely sailing out of the sea in a small boat. Wearing a straw hat, a red vest, and an endearing silly smile on his face. It was Luffy. He didn't know that the sea was turned upside down at this time. No matter how much the village chief tried to persuade him, it was of no use. The village chief even contacted Garp, but he only got one sentence in reply. When your grandson grows up, if he wants to go out and have a career, go ahead. Of course, Garp is not letting his grandson fall, but he already knows what his grandson is carrying. That rubber fruit holds a big secret, which will be the trigger for the decisive battle. Although he couldn't bear it, he knew that Luffy was safe, and based on his understanding of his grandson, Luffy was not a bad person, so he let him go. After all, the current situation cannot be stopped by a marine hero. 2 days later, Luffy encounters a pirate ship. A fat and ugly woman on the boat was holding a mace and looking at the swaying boat not far away. Young men, catch that man back for me, I want him to be my new slave. So, her crew brought the ship close to Luffy's boat and picked up the hungry Luffy aboard. As soon as they got on the boat, Urita thought Luffy was frightened when he saw him weak. He nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "Kid, let me ask you, who is the most beautiful woman in this sea?" Luffy looked at her blankly. "What are you talking about? By the way, aren't you going to treat me to dinner?" The little dwarf who was cleaning the deck in a corner was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. He thought he had a companion, but he didn't expect it was a young man. Urita was also a little confused. She looked at the person who led Luffy up, and her eyes told him to explain clearly what was going on. The man forced himself to smile and said, "The most beautiful woman is of course our Captain Urita. I wanted this kid to get on the boat just now, but he was too strong. I couldn't pull him, so I had to follow him. He came aboard after saying there was food on board." Urita suddenly understood, and then she put on an arrogant expression. "Kid, do you think I look good?" Luffy was not on the same level as their channel at all. He just blurted out, "It doesn't look good, you are too fat, Madara has too many TS." Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, everyone around them seemed to be petrified and looked at Luffy in disbelief. Kebi, who was holding the broom, was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The sound of the broom falling brought everyone back to their senses. They all took a breath. They didn't expect this kid to be a stupid young man looking for death. Sure enough, the next moment Urita's face turned red, her whole body was shaking with anger, and she pointed the mace at Luffy. "You have completely angered me, kid." She hates people saying she's ugly the most. It's like her inverse scale. Luffy tilted his head. "But what I said is the truth, you are too fat." The next moment, Urita swung her mace and hit Luffy on the head hard. Boom, with one blow, the deck shook. Luffy's legs sank directly into the floor, and everyone thought Luffy was dead. But at this moment, Luffy raised his hand, grabbed the mace, and lifted it up. Luffy looked unhappy and said, "What I said is the truth, why did you hit me?" Then he took off the straw hat with his other hand and looked at it. He was relieved to see that there was nothing wrong with the straw hat. The mace returned the same way and hit Urita directly in the face. Then each of them flew directly out of the pirate ship and flew into the distance. When Luffy's eyes made contact with them, they were startled and jumped into the sea one after another, fearing that Luffy, a ruthless man, would take action against them. The most obvious one is his son Bellameb. "Hey, I'm Luffy, the man who wants to become One Piece." This is Zoro, a pirate hunter who has become famous in the East Daxia Sea in recent years. Zoro came here to collect the bounty. Not long ago, he solved a pirate whose bounty was more than 3 million, so he came here. Subconsciously, Bellameb also gradually developed a yearning for Marine. Although he is older, as time goes by, the enthusiasm of his youth has not diminished at all, but has become stronger. Go to hell. You foul-mouthed brat. In recent years, Sean, like Garp, has had a profound impact on Marine in the East Daxia Sea. Hesitant Menka did not have his jaw broken by crow and hypnosis as in the original work. Advertisement. In the hearts of the crew, the captain was extremely powerful. When the mace came into contact with Luffy's fist, he immediately stopped and was struck by the fist. Luffy grinned at this time. Is this a battle between pirates? No matter how strict he was, Bellameb didn't feel harsh. Instead, he admired his father more and more. Looking at Kebi, who was still slumped on the ground, he grinned. Belle Mabel was also in this restaurant, watching this swordsman while eating lunch. Yes, in their hearts, Luffy is a ruthless person. East Daxia Sea, Shieldstown. Luffy scratched his head and looked at the people scattered in confusion. He didn't know why the others escaped. Instead of becoming a second-generation ancestor, he was taught to practice hard since he was a child and strive to become a Marine like Sean when he grows up. Menka is one of them. With his hard work over the years, he is now the base director of Branch 153 in Shields Town. Recently, a green-haired three-sword swordsman came to the island, and they also recognized each other. So his character is still the same passionate young man as before, but now he is a passionate middle-aged man. Menka has spared no effort to help people in the town over the years, which has also made him deeply loved by everyone. He wanted to see why the opponent was so strong. Although he had been training since he was young, he still had no way to directly deal with the pirates. He clenched his fists and faced the mace hitting him. At this time, he was eating and drinking in a restaurant. He had not eaten for some days. When he looked at Luffy, he was shocked. He didn't expect that someone could resist Arita's fist with his fist. The Marines in Branch 153 are also affected by the hot-blooded middle age, and there is a lot of excitement inside. Hey, old woman, you almost broke my straw hat, did you know that? He has been training since he was a child. Although Menka is only half experienced, he trains his son with practice. Arita was so angry that she trembled all over and raised her mace, intending to hit Luffy again. The crew members watched in stunned silence as their captain was beaten away, and their whole bodies felt cold the next moment. Chapter 282 Luffy meets Zoro for the first time. Zoro also noticed the other person's gaze, but he didn't say anything, but just wiped out the food on the table. Thinking of his experiences over the years, Zoro also felt sad. I, Roronoa Zoro, want to become the greatest swordsman in the world, but I have been lost for several years. I was originally a good boy from Shimotsuki village who devoted himself to the pursuit of kendo. My dream was to defeat Kuina. After all, I have lost thousands of times, so I should win once, right? Time passes day by day, and the gap with Kuina has not narrowed. This made me a little annoyed, but I never gave up. Until my senior, current Marine General, Sean Aries, brought back a knife and gave it to me. Through subtle influences, I also learned that the name of the sword given to me by my senior was Taibo Shi. It was a famous sword and one of the 21 skills of the Great Knife. It was of the same level as Kuina's sword. So I was so excited that I couldn't wait to go to sea. I wanted to find a desert island to practice my swordsmanship like my seniors did. However, when I went to sea, I wandered around for several days without finding a desert island, and I almost starved to death on the procurement ship. When I arrived at a populated place, my knife was coveted by pirates. So I killed them and exchanged them for living expenses. I hope to go back to Shimotsuki village as soon as possible so that the teacher and the others would not worry. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. I have been wandering around for several years, but I have never found my way home. Instead, more and more people are coveting the famous sword in my hand. I had to fight these pirates for my living expenses. My reputation is also quite well known in the East Daxia Sea. Teachers and others must have seen it. So he embarked on the path of a pirate hunter while earning living expenses by cutting mountains and practicing cultivation. I don't want to tell others that I'm a fool because I was laughed at too many times by the hateful seniors in Shimotsuki village. Just, when can I go home? Advertisement. Thinking of this, the corners of Zoro's eyes sparkled. He bit down hard on the big flesh and bone, as if he wanted to vent his grievances over the years. Just as Zoro was enjoying his meal, there was a commotion in the distance. As soon as Zoro raised his head, he saw a marine running to a yellow man not far away and said, "Master Bellumber, Colonel Menka is dying. He was beaten away by a pirate." "What?" Bellamibo stood up immediately after hearing this and asked anxiously, "What on earth is going on?" The marine said, "It seems that a pirate ship came, and then the marines stationed at the dock launched an attack. But that man is so powerful that bullets will bounce back when they hit him, and cannonballs are of no use to him. So Colonel Menka personally took action, but still." Before he could finish his words, he was immediately interrupted by Bellameb. "Are you saying that my father is dying and is dying? Oh my God, how could this happen? My father is obviously such a good person, why would God treat him like this?" The corner of Marine's mouth twitched, and he added helplessly, "No, I mean he can't hold on anymore, he can't beat that pirate. He is very familiar with this. With Sean in front of him, he has also cultivated his domineering spirit through hard work over the years. It seems that the Straw Hat Boy opposite him is not simple." The Marine nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll take you there. I hope you can help our Marine arrest this villain." As if infected by Zoro's confidence, Beru Mobo stopped shouting for support. After all, even if he didn't know when it would come. It disgusts him so much. Now a mere pirate dares to call him that. It's really too long to live. Luffy looked at the approaching figure and pulled out the knife in his hand. He felt that the person in front of him was threatening him. Luffy also sensed the figure running towards him not far away, and a look of solemnity appeared on his cheerful face. After a long time, Luffy saw that it didn't make sense and was about to jump back on the ship. It would be better to go and see what this famous pirate hunter in the East Daxia Sea is capable of. Today's sea is not calm, and the marine bases in every sea area are very nervous. Zoro listened to the conversation between the two and found it interesting, so he asked, "Is the pirate you mentioned really that powerful? What weapon did he use?" Zoro smiled confidently. "No need, I can deal with him. I hope this ability user can bring me some fun." Advertisement. Colonel Menka asked me to come to you and ask you to contact nearby marine colleagues for support. Justice. We will never retreat, and we will never let evil people board the homeland we protect. Just as Monka was lifting his axe, he was beaten back by Luffy's fists, and he roared. So after all that, you are still a pirate, right? The marine soldiers also shouted, "Justice. Never retreat." The corners of Balumbo's mouth also twitched, and he said angrily, "Then please make it clear, otherwise I would have thought that my father was going to die. There is no way I can take over my father's role with my current power. I am a pirate, but I am not a pirate of this pirate group." However, even if they shouted slogans loudly, it was still useless. Suoluo, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that the opponent's ability to dodge bullets was as if he had sensed the trajectory of the shot and dodged in advance. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the port, where a young man wearing a red vest, shorts, slippers, and a straw hat was fighting. Anyway, he kept shouting convoluted words. When the marine saw Zoro here, he was also happy. No, he didn't use weapons, but his hands can become longer, like rubber. Then can you take me to see it? So he strode forward, then walked faster and faster, and finally started running, heading straight for the road and flying away. I told you that I am not a pirate on this pirate ship. That's enough, I don't want to be your enemy, don't take any more chances, Luffy said without looking back. Zoro's mouth twitched when he heard this. He hated being called Green Algae Head. Under the influence of his senior, his classmates all called him that. He kept shouting something. With a casual punch, Menka's axe was shattered, causing him to fly back and fall between marines. Hey, Green Algae Head, what do you want to do? Zoro suddenly understood that he seemed to be a devil fruit user. He had not seen one in these years, and he was a little curious at the moment. Bellamybo was stunned and asked quickly, "Then do I still need to call for support?" Luffy was able to dodge those bullets easily, and even fought leisurely with Monka, all the while shouting that the ship was not his. Don't make me beat you away. Chapter 283 Zoro was abducted. Zoro didn't respond to Luffy, accelerate suddenly. When he arrived in front of Luffy, he raised the knife in his hand from bottom to top. This sudden scene made Luffy a little angry. Not only was he inexplicably about to be arrested, but the man in front of him started to fight without even saying a word. He may be relatively simple at ordinary times, but his combat IQ is not weak at all. The arm suddenly turned into pitch black, and the metallic texture quickly spread towards the arm. Luffy's arms were spread out in front of him, clang. A crisp sound echoed through the port, surprising the sailors who were watching. They didn't expect that someone could resist the pirate hunter's knife with his arm. Zoro grinned, jumped back, and distanced himself from Luffy. It's not bad. I didn't expect that I could find someone who can learn domineering skills. Luffy also smiled. Well, you are also very powerful, you are really strong. Zoro put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard on his waist, then pulled off the scarf tied to his arm and tied his hair back up. Zoro pulled out a knife with one hand and put the third knife to his mouth, and said, I have been wandering in the East Daxia Sea for several years and have never heard of a person like you. I hope you can bring a little pressure to me today. Having said that, Zoro bit the hilt of the knife tightly, and his whole aura suddenly changed, with a touch of oppression, which made the marines who were watching not far away feel a little scared. Luffy suddenly became excited when he saw the other party's posture. Hey, my name is Luffy, and I want to be the man of One Piece. Do you want to join my pirate group? I like you very much. Yes, from the moment Zoro made a move, he fell in love with this guy and decided to make him his partner. Zoro's veins protruded and he shouted vaguely, Stop joking, I will not become a pirate. With that said, Zoro rushed towards Luffy again. Luffy pressed his hat tightly with one hand, looked at Zoro rushing towards him and smiled. Really, then I want you to be my first partner even more. Advertisement with that, Luffy also rushed towards Zoro. Rubber pistol. The arm was thrown back violently, and in the stunned eyes of everyone, the arm was pulled far away. When approaching Zoro, his arm flew back at a faster speed, and black domineering energy wrapped around his fist. The two knives in Zoro's hands were ordinary knives. Naturally, he did not dare to directly collide with Luffy's fist like this. It is also entangled with black domineering energy. The two swords crossed and moved forward to slash, and collided with Luffy's fist again, making a sound of gold and iron. Zoro saw this and slashed horizontally with the knife in his mouth. Luffy raised his leg and collided with the opponent's knife. Luffy's eyes flashed. That's awesome, you can also use hockey. Zoro, who was confronting Luffy, also snorted proudly. Your strength is not bad, it's a bit interesting. Then I want you to be my partner even more, you're dreaming. Next, the two fought together again, and they both felt that the other party did not use their true strength. I want to give Ace a big surprise when I meet him in the future. But the evenly matched duel also made the two of them gasp from exhaustion. Run quickly, we are going to be chased by Marine. He quickly said to Zoro. Thank you for your intervention, now we are going to arrest this pirate, please stay away. Hearing this, Zoro frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Luffy threw out his arm and circled Zoro's body. Although this man looked very weak, Menka did not dare to relax at all. After all, Luffy's fighting power just now made them see clearly. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, I'm not a pirate. Then a face with glasses, some baby fat, and a look of panic came into view. When Zoro was about to say something, Colonel Monka, who had been watching the battle for a long time, saw that Luffy was not in good condition. In the past 2 years, the village chief has frequently shown him information about Ace appearing in newspapers. Luffy was so happy that he finally had some desire to become stronger. After the words fell, I saw a pair of short hands on the deck being raised tremblingly, and then a head of pink hair was revealed. Advertisement as they fought into the evening, both of them were breathing heavily, although they both had a tacit understanding and did not use their maximum strength. Then all the Marines raised their guns and pointed them at the pirate ship. He has also figured out the use of domineering over the years. In the following time, the fight between the two became more and more fierce, and the port began to fall apart due to the collision between the two. Menka, who was on the shore, looked at the small boats gradually going away, hesitating to speak, and then looked at the pirate ship beside him. He didn't want to make any stupid decisions because of his arrogance and put his men in danger. People inside, listen, you have been surrounded. I hope you give up resistance, stop struggling, your partners have left. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Menka and others thought that with Luffy's skills, they still needed to fight fiercely. Zoro has been watching Sean's training since he was a child. Although Koshiro has not taught him systematically, he has a character that can endure hardships. Today's two people are no strangers to two-color domineering. Menka immediately shouted, "Be alert, the captain still has someone else." Needless to say, Luffy, since Sabo died and Ace was working out hard every day, no one played with him, so he had no choice but to train with Ace. Zoro put the knife back on his waist. "I had a great time fighting you today. I'll fight you again if I have the chance." At this time, a rustling sound came from the pirate ship. He suddenly remembered what Luffy had been saying today, that the ship was not his. There are shocking cracks that these Marines from the East Daxia Sea have never seen before. At this time, Zoro, who was looking at the shore getting further and further away, also came to his senses, looked at Luffy with an evil look on his face and roared, "You idiot! What are you doing? Why do I need to run?" Looking at the rickety boat not far away, I scratched my head and felt as if I had done something bad with good intentions. Luffy was unhappy. "What, didn't I say I want you to be my partner?" Luffy felt that his first partner was very powerful, and he was a little excited to see someone other than Ace learn hockey for the first time. Then he jumped onto a small fishing boat in the sea and shouted loudly without looking back. The current situation is that Zoro is happy to finally find a good guy as his opponent. But he didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. When he came to his senses, Luffy's hands paddling the oars were almost turning into afterimages. Chapter 284 Zoro's Tangle. Get off the boat slowly now and don't make any move. Otherwise our guns will be pointed at you. Hearing this, Kebi also raised his hands tremblingly and walked off the boat. When I got off the boat, I kept looking at the boat that was almost invisible in the distance. I feel so grateful in my heart, but I dare not say it out loud. He was grateful to Luffy for saving him from the pirates. At this time, Menka stepped forward and asked, "You said you are not a pirate, what's going on? And the guy in the straw hat, aren't you in the same group?" At this time, Kebi explained the circumstances of his encounter with Luffy one by one. Then he mustered up the courage to say, "Mr. Luffy is a good man. He saved me and gave me another chance to join Marine." In the past, he would never have dared to say that he had been on a pirate ship, but as he got to know his idol better and better. At the same time, he also got to know the people around his idol, among whom Crow was one of his most respected Marine generals. That was when he found his way back from his lost path, and transformed from a pirate who was about to fall, into a world-famous Lieutenant General Marine who was feared by pirates. Crow may not be the most prestigious and powerful among Marines, but the power he brings to his soul is huge. He never gave up on escaping when he was on the pirate ship. He felt that he could still join the Marine. As expected, Marine in the East Daxia Sea has been watching Marine news about Sean's faction in recent years. At this time, they didn't think there was anything wrong with Kebi, he was just a victim at best. However, he openly said that Luffy was a good person, which was not allowed by the rules, no matter what Luffy had done. As long as the other party admits that he is a pirate, then he is a pirate, and he is a pirate who has escaped. So Menka said with a straight face, "You said your dream is to join Marine, then you can't have anything to do with pirates." Bellumber. Arrive. Advertisement. Bellameb, who was happily watching his father's training, got excited and shouted loudly. Then Menka looked at Kirby and asked, "Do you really want to join Marine? Marine is an organization that maintains peace in the sea, but your life may be in danger at any time." When Kebi heard this, he stood up straight and shouted loudly, "I am willing to bleed for Marine and dedicate my life to justice." "This is not enough. Are you ready to suffer?" "Report. I'm always ready." "Okay." Menka looked at his son and said, "Follow Mabel and run around the town 10 times. When you finish running, you will eat. Recruit, you are too weak." After that, he said to the remaining Marines, "Go back, send someone to repair the port, and report what happened today." Then Menka carried the axe and led the Marines towards the base in an orderly manner. Zoro pouted. "That's it, I respect your dream, but you can't force me to join the pirates. My brother is a Marine." "Huh?" Luffy opened his eyes wide and asked with an exaggerated expression, "Is your family also a Marine?" Luffy took off his straw hat with a nostalgic look on his face. "I'm serious, I want to become the freest One Piece. This is my dream." "Wait, no, you too? Do you have a family member who is a Marine?" Zoro suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Luffy. Kuina wanted to go to Marine herself and was not forced by her seniors. Hearing this, Zoro was a little stunned. Thinking about it carefully, his senior didn't seem to have told him that he wanted to be a Marine since he was a child. He treats the other person as his elder brother. Although Sean often teased him when he was a child, every time he was injured, the other person would come to help him. As long as the other person has justice in his heart, regardless of his origin, he is willing to take on the responsibility of teaching the other person. What's more, besides Kuina, he is the only one who can follow Sean to go out to sea and open a small stove for training. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes lit up. Huh. This is really good. I want to be One Piece. The title of the world's greatest swordsman seems to be very necessary. Well, my senior and my lifelong enemy are also in Marine. Advertisement. Belameb's face suddenly fell. He looked at the little guy in front of him bitterly and sighed. Come with me. Bonds are often accumulated through small things. There are many ways to realize your dream, but you don't have to be a pirate to do it. Then do they know you want to go to sea and become a pirate? Luffy smiled cheerfully and said, yes, my brother and grandpa are both Marines. When Zoro heard this, he roared excitedly. Do you think this is all whose fault? When did I promise you to join? Can you please stop making your own decisions? So he doesn't want such a young man to be pushed into pirates. He wants to learn from Sean, the general who is currently blocking Mariajoya. Luffy nodded. I know, I was beaten a lot because of this when I was a child, but my grandfather didn't say that I didn't recognize my grandson. Even if he is not very capable, he only needs to do what little people should do. On the other side, Luffy, who was lying limply on a small fishing boat, asked Zoro, didn't you say you would reach the next island soon? I'm so hungry. At this time, Kirby was immersed in the excitement of the recruit sound, and had no idea how scary the next training would be. Huh? One Piece? Are you serious? The other party once took in a misguided person like this, but after all these years, even Crow's resume was revealed. He just felt that the other party had not really joined the pirates, and the other party was not big, so he was just a child to him. At this time, everyone's fate has quietly changed, but some relationships seem to have remained unchanged. Without even looking at Luffy, Zoro turned his face away and said, no, I went to sea to become the world's greatest swordsman. Although he has an arrogant personality, he still treats them as a family, especially Sean, who has taken special care of him since childhood. Hearing this, Luffy looked at Zoro pitifully. Sorry, can you join my pirate group? I really want you to be my companion. And my brother, he told me that our bond will not change based on our status. He has never stopped me from pursuing my dreams. And Menka, who was walking to the base, didn't accept Kebi regardless of the rules. He wanted to make a report. But no one would regard him as a pirate. They would only think that this is an inspirational story because he truly managed to find his way back. Although Luffy's senses are quite good, he doesn't want to do anything to make Sean and Kuina annoying, because they hate pirates the most. Chapter 285. Zoro's decision. So, Zoro was a little confused at this time. He always felt that Luffy was bewitching him. Then out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a newspaper in the corner of the small fishing boat. He saw a familiar figure. Isn't this the person the two were discussing just now? Senior. Sean. The next moment, the two of them were stunned at the same time, and looked at each other inexplicably. Zoro felt from Luffy's tone that the other person might know his senior. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't expect that the senior Zoro was talking about was actually Sean. During this period of time, Zoro had been practicing in seclusion, so he didn't watch much news. He didn't see this news until now. Zoro then looked through the news carefully. He didn't expect Sean to be on the news again so soon. Looking at the box, Zoro's expression gradually became serious. He didn't expect Sean to be so ruthless and block the door of world government directly. At the same time, he also knew how dangerous what Sean was doing at this time was, and he also wanted to be his help. But don't know what to do at the moment. Being a helper to the other party does not mean giving up on his dream. He wants to help Sean and become stronger. Luffy also finished reading the news at this time, and suddenly exclaimed, it's amazing. So why do you want to break away from the world government? Zoro was immediately interrupted from thinking, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he heard this. He has no idea why you are so excited. I thought so, but instead I pointed to the back in the photo and asked, do you know him? Luffy nodded, and then told Zoro everything about his encounter with Sean, Sean's teachings to Ace, and so on. After Zoro heard this, he also raised his eyebrows. So that Ace is your brother? Well, I often see him in the newspaper, Luffy said proudly, sincerely happy for his brother. Advertisement. Zoro thought for a while and asked, if I become your partner, and one day I need you to go with me to help Marine, will you go? This was Zoro's sudden idea, and joining Marine at this time would not help at all. He is still too weak now. Whether it is his own dream or wanting to help Sean, he can't do it. Zoro has always had a clear understanding of himself. If he is not strong enough, he will work harder and the day will come to fruition. Joining Marine at this time would not be of much help to him. It would be better to go to sea and interact with pirates. Maybe he could grow faster? But the premise is that Luffy's core purpose of the pirate group will not violate his philosophy. Luffy nodded decisively. I will. Do you want to help Sean? He and I are also friends. As long as you want, I will help you. Who calls me the captain? After saying that, Luffy just wanted to look up to the sky and laugh, showing off the captain's score. Zoro continued to interrupt him. Then what is the core purpose of the pirate group you established, and what is your ultimate goal? I don't want to be the kind of pirate that everyone shouts to beat. When Luffy heard this, he looked at Zoro with confusion. There are so many complicated things. I just want to be one piece. I want to be the freest person in the world. The crew can do whatever they want. I just want to go. We go through all kinds of adventures and hold parties anytime and anywhere. Why do we get yelled at and beaten by everyone? Hearing this, Zoro smiled. He saw Luffy's natural look on his face and was convinced that he would become one piece. Then Garp changed the subject. I will go to Impel Down with warring states. Impel Down cannot be given to those guys from world government. After all, there are too many dangerous elements inside. Luffy heard this and grinned. That's of course. The crew of One Piece has the title of the world's greatest swordsman. It sounds awesome. Crow looked at Garp. Mr. Garp, are you going? Haven't you been back to see your grandson for several years? Garp waved his hand. Forget it, I'm still busy now. That's why I came here specifically after hearing the news that you said you saw my grandson. Then, Luffy looked at the dark sea and listened to the growling sound in his stomach. Crane sat on the other side and saw the pink-haired recruit on the information. Crow looked at the information in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly and pushed up his glasses. Garp and warring states need to advance the town and defend it for a while. Recently, apart from the intense military deployment in the kingdom's waters, Marine's most important thing is to prevent the world government from getting the Impel Castle. He smiled and said, Why, are you interested in this kid? Hey, Zoro, didn't you say you'd find a place to eat soon? Crow put down the information in his hand and said, I didn't expect that this kid would actually hang out with Mr. Sean's classmates. This guy is very talented and he works very hard. Advertisement, he said from the side. I received information here that the guy with eagle eyes seems to have gone to the East Daxia Sea. Do you want to go there? Peeved, ha ha ha, my grandson has also gone to sea. His first partner looks very reliable. Just like that, the two actually hooked up together again. Crow also smiled and said, It's not bad, but it always feels weird when someone knows that someone is bragging about themselves. After hearing Garp's decision, Crow took over the task. Okay, then I will go to the East Daxia Sea for a trip. I hope this guy Hawkeye won't mess around, otherwise. After that, a cold light flashed in Crow's eyes. I didn't expect that I would have fans in Donghai, even though it was because of Mr. Sean's favor. He was also a little emotional, just like he was convinced that he would become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro twitched his mouth when he heard this, and the pride that had just risen in his heart was immediately broken by Luffy's words. Now that the Warring States period had convinced Magellan, the real director, although Hannibal was a little unhappy, he did not dare to show off in the face of these major events. After one day, we cannot allow the world government to take advantage of this opportunity. Marine headquarters. Then Zoro looked at Luffy with a serious face. I agree to join your pirate group, but I do it for my dream. Although Luffy didn't know about his Lucci attribute, he still felt offended. Suddenly he blushed and shouted, Don't be wordy, it's so late, no one will cook for you even if you arrive, please be patient. If one day you become an obstacle to my dream, I will not let you go. Garp looked at Luffy's photo with great joy. Although Luffy and Zoro are not wanted, Luffy's existence is destined to be in the sight of many people. Therefore, Crow, who was in charge of the intelligence network, also received various messages from Luffy immediately. Think about it, if you don't have such courage and consciousness, why should you compete for the king? Crow and he also nodded. Chapter 286 Kazuki Time. In the following days, Luffy followed Zoro around various desert islands. Every day Zoro told Luffy that he was almost there, but he ended up eating one meal and going hungry the other. Luffy didn't pay much attention, but complained from time to time that Zoro didn't know the way. Zoro would get angry every time. Luffy had no choice but to let Zoro lead the way to the restaurant he mentioned. A week later, they finally arrived at Barati, a restaurant on the sea, and had a feast, but they had no money to pay. As a result, while Luffy was working to pay off his debts, the Krieg pirates attacked and beat everyone in Barati into a state of disarray. Finally, Luffy and Zoro came out and cleaned him up easily. At the same time, Hawkeye also appeared in front of everyone, making everyone feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Zoro also challenged Hawkeye and lost magnificently, shouting words such as, "The wound on the back is a swordsman's shame." Crow was wrapped in black wind and looked at Hawkeye quietly. After Hawkeye left, Crow followed. Hawkeye also noticed Crow, but didn't say anything. After all, it is normal for pirates of his level to appear in the East Daxia Sea. Moreover, Hawkeye is now the Shichibukai of world government. Marine is forced to clash with many masters at this juncture, so it is better to defend the basics. Crow also came to Branch 153 and took Bellameb and Kirby to Marine headquarters. Although the fate of the Straw Hats has some deviations, at least it has returned to its original trajectory inexplicably, as if nothing in the outside world has affected him. Advertisement at this time, in the villa opposite Mary Joa, Sean was smoking a cigar and looking at the information about various places in his hand. Rosinante said, "I don't know if this kid can do it." Sean frowned and asked, "So, what is that guy doing at Yishao? The Revolutionary Army is obviously in action, why hasn't he shown up yet?" Before he finished speaking, Sean heard footsteps coming from the door and immediately turned his head to look. But he saw a long-lost smile, and he was walking with several figures in kimonos. He saw an unexpected yet reasonable figure, a figure wearing an orange kimono but sitting in a wheelchair. There are also two women with cyan hair, one of whom has a waistband. The last person who came in was a young Mediterranean man wearing a pink kimono, a scarf, and 2 knives on his waist. When he saw this man, Sean frowned. Because these people are surprisingly Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Hiyori, Momosuke, and the woman whose original name was Amazuki Toki, but became Amazuki Toki after marrying Kazuki Oden. Yishao said with a smile, "Sir Sean, we are here." Sean didn't speak, waiting for Yishao's explanation. Although he believed in Yishao's character, the current situation was weird no matter what he thought. Why have these people changed so much? Shouldn't Kazuki Oden and his wife be dead? A trace of apology appeared on Yishao's weathered face. "Sir Sean, it's not that I want to avoid you all these years. There is actually a reason." "What's the reason?" Sean asked with a frown. Then he explained with a smile. "When you asked me to go to the country of Wano, it happened to be a rebellion in their country, so I and Dolog also joined the dispute in their country. At first, the local residents rejected us, but only Ms. Kazuki accepted our help because she came here 800 years ago. At the same time, she also carries the truth and hope of that era." Speaking of this, Yishao looked at Sean's expression and saw that Sean was calm and showed no attitude at all because of these words. He had no choice but to look at the older green-haired woman beside him, showing a helpless smile. Advertisement Kazuki also showed a smile and bowed slightly to Sean sitting on the sofa. "Sorry, Mr. Sean, please allow me to explain." Sean looked at her expressionlessly. Kazuki didn't care at all, but said softly, "I am originally from the Tianue family of Wano country. Our family has settled overseas for a long time. 800 years ago, due to some special reasons, I came to 30 years ago with a mission. At that time, I met Kazuki Oden, married him, and lived with the Whitebeard pirates for a while." When Sean heard this, he didn't think there was anything wrong. But the next words finally moved Sean a little. Kazuki continued, "But the so-called special reason is that our era was going through a terrible hell on earth. The huge kingdom at that time, the kingdom of Troy, also lacked the ability to revolving heaven." Then Kazuki looked at the red continent outside the window with a look of nostalgia on his face. The red continent of that era was not like this. The red continent was just an ordinary continent at that time. It is only after the baptism of blood and fire, and with the passage of time, that the red earth continent has become a dividing line. If I guess correctly, with Mr. Sean's current power, as long as you are given time, you can do the same. It can be done, right? Sean was non-committal about this. Indeed, with his current power, as long as he was given some time, he could destroy everything. Kazuki said to himself. Actually, much earlier, the fish people on Fishman Island who had the talent of divination had already speculated that they would experience an unprecedented disaster. But the king of Troy at that time, Joyboy, didn't believe it. He didn't believe that anyone could overturn the world. As you know, the world has indeed been overturned. Hearing this, Sean immediately thought of the historical text of Fishman Island, Joey Boy's confession, and combined with the fishman from Fishman Island who had the power of divination. Kazuki did not pay attention to the change in Sean's face, but continued. In this context, Wano's peak forging technology has engraved everything that happened at that time on a special substance, which is today's historical article. However, against the background of blood and fire, the fortune teller of Fishman Island said that 800 years from now, a man of destiny will appear who will overthrow the world. He will wear the same straw hat as Joey Boy and step into the world. Go to Im's palace and reshuffle the world. Although it is cruel, it can also have a good ending. It was supposed to be over here, but suddenly, the divination changed. He said that the person who would overthrow Im in the future would no longer be the man with the straw hat. The picture he saw was of a man with silver white hair. Man, just cut off the divine power on this continent again. He said that only this man with silver white hair is the one who can restore the world to peace. Chapter 287 War Gathering. Sean was suddenly shocked. What he didn't expect was that he would be figured out by the other party. It has always been someone else who plotted against him. Only at this moment did he realize that there are people outside the world. So Sean finally spoke. "So, what was the truth of that era? And I admit that one day I will be able to overthrow the divine power, but now I can't do it lightly, and why do you think that I can now do it?" When Kazuki heard Sean's culture, he also smiled slightly. "No, you can do it. As long as you and Im are on the same level, you can easily deal with him." Hearing this, Sean was a little confused. Isn't he on the same level as the other party now? So how terrifying is the other party's strength? Sean almost wanted to run away and avenge them later. When I saw Kazuki, he continued. The truth of history is that this sea ushered in a group of pirates who do not belong here. They're space pirates. They're not natives of this world. What? Razanandi, who had been listening quietly on the side, couldn't help but stood up suddenly. Sean glanced at the other person. Don't get too excited. Let's wait for the other person to finish what he said before deciding whether it is true or false. Kazuki smiled politely. Yes, these guys are pirates from the stars. They mainly plunder the resources of various planets. Im is a member of that organization. At that time, many people in the sea had more or less different abilities, which were somewhat similar to the abilities of devil fruit users of this era, but they were more powerful than today's half-hearted ones. But the fruits at that time would find a match by themselves. It was not like today. Anyone could eat it and use their half-hearted abilities. The D family was the royal family at that time. They were interested in all the fruits. Perfect fit. The ability of compatibility is the capital to be able to fight with the opponent. This is why the D family is the natural enemy of God. Hearing this, Sean frowned and asked, "So, what exactly is a devil fruit?" Advertisement Kazuki replied. It was not called devil fruit at that time, it was called destiny fruit. At the same time, it was not afraid of the sea, but now it hates the sea because half of the tree is buried in the deep sea. It is the foundation of Troy. It was a big tree that once covered the sky and the sun, and bore countless fruits, but those are not eternal and will only be passed down from generation to generation. The space pirates are after the strongest fruit on this tree, the soul fruit. This is a fruit that can manifest the power desired in the heart. This is the fruit that will make the tree of destiny fall into a long silence, as if it sucks him dry. The nutrition is average. At that time, the Trojan warriors fought fiercely with the space pirates in order to protect the tree of destiny, because those space pirates not only wanted the fruit, but also wanted to destroy the tree of destiny. Only in this way can they obtain these fruits forever. Ability. After hearing this, Sean roughly understood what the devil fruit was, and at the same time he also knew what I am was waiting for. He is waiting for the opportunity to destroy the tree of destiny. After all, according to what Kazuki said, the fruit's ability will be passed down, which is actually not a big deal in front of people who cannot live forever. But in front of immortal people, this is something that is not allowed, so the other party wants to bring down the tree, and has achieved the result that he and others want. But for Sean, that's it. After all, it's something like a buff. Suddenly, Sean seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Did Naim eat that fruit?" Kazuki shook his head. No, because he only ate half of one, and the instinct of the tree of destiny shed out a small sapling, which was buried deep in the sea by the Trojan warriors. No, does this fruit have anything to do with the rubber fruit? Kazuki thought for a while and said, at that time, Joy Boy was a user with the ability of the rubber fruit. He could grow to a huge size and was not afraid of the pressure of the sea, so this fruit was also the key to obtaining saplings. After all, this little sapling hates the sea now. Sean immediately understood that it was precisely because those with abilities could not perform in the sea, and those without abilities could not enter deeper seas because they could not bear the pressure. And why is it said that the D family is the natural enemy of God? It is because of their innate talents. They are the people who can fully develop their fruit abilities. So Sean quickly asked, "So, that sapling is at 1 pickaxe, right? Do you know where it is?" Advertisement Kazuki nodded. "It's in Ravdru, and the tree of destiny is under the deep sea. That's why we didn't appear in front of you until now. Because you will lead us to overthrow the divine authority. Let these hateful guys pay the price." Sean stood up immediately. "Then what are you waiting for? Go quickly, eat that fruit, and kill that guy quickly." Several people on the side looked at him in confusion. The guy who had a cold face just now changed his face so quickly, and they were speechless. Sean blushed slightly when he saw their faces, but he pretended not to care and used "pray" on Kazuki Oden, who was still sitting in the wheelchair. The family was so happy that they almost burst into tears. Sean didn't blame them for not telling him the truth earlier. After all, reform was not just about head strength. We must start from the grassroots level, otherwise even if they push the celestial dragons off the altar, they will only become the second batch of celestial dragons. By the way, where is Dorag? Aren't you and him good buddies? Where has he gone? Yishao replied. He went to organize his forces, and then it's up to you. Sean nodded, and told the old men of the headquarters what happened here, asking them to prepare, and convened a world conscription to sign all the forces to directly attack the Red Earth continent. After Kazuki Oden and his family recovered, Sean asked them to go ahead with the stone marked with the mark, and went to Raftru to call him a bug. After all, that guy I am was paying attention to him. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, he decided to wait until they arrived. So in the following time, Sean kept making phone calls while the headquarters gathered troops. The sea was also turbulent for a while, including Kaido and others. They all smelled something unusual and were ready for war. Although I don't know what the next direction will be, it is still necessary to be prepared. Chapter 288 Sea of Stars. Time flies, and a few days pass quickly. People in the world government are also confused and don't know what Marine wants to do. But they were also very fast and gathered the troops outside. They were eager for Sean to set foot on the Red Soil continent. When the time comes, with I am here, they will only die. Or so they think. I am also thought that Sean couldn't hold himself back anymore and wanted to take action against him. After all, the power he took was only half, and he did not allow himself to be defective, so he chose to wait. On this day, Sean put his hand on Rosinandi's shoulder, a blue light flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the two came to an island. The island was deserted and full of ruins. It was the ruins of a country. But Sean didn't pay attention to this. Instead, he looked at Kazuki and asked, "Where is the sapling?" Kazuki pointed to a pond not far away. "Go down from here to the bottom, and you will find the sapling of the destiny tree." Without saying a word, Sean jumped down in front of everyone's surprised eyes. When Sean jumped down, his whole body was wrapped in air, forming an air armor, and an air tube was formed at the end of the armor, which allowed Sean to have plenty of air. Everyone was also impressed by Sean's operation, but this is also proof of Sean's strength. Who can do such a thing if he is not strong enough? Sean kept diving at high speed, and it took him a full day and night before he reached the deepest point and saw a small sapling filled with light. The sapling was about 1 meter tall, with small fruits the size of table tennis balls hanging on the exposed branches. Sean picked the fruit without saying a word and rushed up with the sapling. After another day and night, Sean finally rushed up with the sapling, ignoring everyone's questioning looks. First, he found a place, buried the sapling again, and ate the small fruit. The next moment, Sean felt that his whole body was hot, and then a mist appeared. This process only lasted a few minutes. A few minutes later, Sean felt the abundant power in his body and quickly checked the system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Sean SX. Male age, 28 combat strength, 52,595. 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonels, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant generals, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 or more generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit, according to Tao. Strength and ability are combined, and the combined value is lower than pure power. Abilities. Psychokinesis, Armed Color Hockey Max, Wisdom Color Hockey Max, Conqueror's Hockey Max. Skills. Prayer, Purification, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God Teleport, Kyoka Suigetsu. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munachika, Yumu Shion Pillow. Used, Pure Gold Upgraded version 9, Change of Clothes, Some Photos. Plot point. 735,004, advertisement. Seeing that his combat power had doubled, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Now, he no longer needed to face off against IM. Kyoka Suigetsu alone can kill the opponent. Sean, whose confidence was greatly increased, said to everyone, "That's it, let's kill IM first." After saying that, everyone only felt their eyes flashing before they reappeared in the Red Earth continent. At this time, below the Red Earth continent, Marine had assembled 100,000 troops and were waiting. Seeing this, Sean waved his hand, and everyone below appeared on the Red Earth continent. Sean said to Kizaru, "Old man, today is the day when our Marine name will be rectified. Remember to arrange a live broadcast." Kizaru raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips. "That's great. I've already arranged the arrangements, and now the whole world can see it," he said and pointed to the person holding the live phone bug not far away. Sean walked slowly ahead of the phone worm and said to the phone worm, "Today will be the day when the gods will die. Anyone who dares to cause trouble today will be punished by me. Oh, by the way, Dorag should be watching too. It's time to take action. Let's launch a civilian charge against the nobles of the kingdom. World government, after today, will cease to exist, and slavery will be completely eliminated." After Sean finished speaking, a sharp voice sounded. What a loud tone. "It's okay if you don't come up, since you dare to show up, then be prepared to bear my wrath." Sean recognized it. It was that guy's voice. As soon as the words fell, a burst of red light visible to the naked eye swept over. Sean also took a step forward and waved his hand gently, blocking the substantial momentum. Pointing at the troops assembled by the world government in the distance, he shouted, "Go and pull those guys down in the name of justice." In the name of justice. The Marines are excited. This is what they have always wanted to do. At this moment, many pirate groups also appeared in the Red Earth continent, and they also came to participate and witness this historic scene. "Young kids, let's go make a scene. Ha 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 ha, let's not fall behind. Koo la 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 la. I didn't expect that I would one day go to sea again. I have already protected Mr. Sean, well, although he doesn't need to be protected." Many pirates appeared one after another, some familiar to Sean and some unfamiliar to him, but no matter what, those who came to help were all friendly forces. He can actually wipe out the entire Maurigio with one blow, but he wants everyone to gain a memorable victory so that everyone will cherish it. So next, it's king versus king, just when Sean had just stepped onto the boat. And he took out a knife and cut off the hands and feet of this man behind the scenes who was causing trouble. After all, he would be judged in the end. Sean could only smile helplessly and lead them on the road to chase the stars and the sea. During this period, some people almost died, but they were all cured by the sudden prayer. They all knew that it was Sean's ability. Advertisements of these girls who had followed Sean for many years all scolded Sean. At this time, Sean pulled out his sword and swung a huge slash that covered the sky and divided the Red Earth continent into two, symbolizing that the unbreakable divine power was divided into two parts. "Let's go. Our travel destination will be various civilizations in the stars and sea." Because the 800-year-long theocratic rule finally came to an end. Seeing that Sean was a little dazed, Kuina said angrily, "Why, you said you won't fall in love before you realize your ideal, and now that you have realized it 3 years ago, you want to leave me and go on your own? This is absolutely not possible. I want to go too." Hancock, Robin, Nami, Vivi, Baby 5, Kuina, Dusky, 3 years later. So the next time was to liquidate the nobles between the kingdoms and establish a new adventurers' union. However, their pardon policy and other matters were discussed with Sean. The civilians all over the world looked at this scene and burst into tears. Sean was on top of Raft Drew, looking at a ship in front of him. This is the new name of the recorded sailing adventure group. Sean took the lead and shot towards Pangu City. Many people on the road were attacking Sean, trying to make him stop. Without exception, Sean used super strong gravity to crush them into minced meat. Next, Sean took Yim out and accepted the trial together with all the Tianlong people. Several girls emerged from the cabin. Sean sat aside, watching everyone with a look of excitement, quietly waiting for their battle to end. It is worth mentioning that Enel and Lucci suddenly stabbed one of the 5 elders to death at the beginning of the war. After returning to Shimotsuki village, Sean stopped paying attention to Marine's affairs, and Marine's senior executives also knew Sean's thoughts. After all, the base of pirates is too large, but those who refuse to repent will also be punished by Marine. So the biggest behind-the-scenes figure in the entire pirate world didn't even use his abilities, so he took the lunchbox and lay quietly on the ground, falling into a fantasy. He is going to take this ship to sail into space and want to see other civilizations. This battle only lasted for 1 day. Without fear of injury, he quickly killed all the opponent's top combat power. The next time, Sean was handed over to Kizaru and others, and he returned to Shimotsuki village. After seeing Yim, Sean decisively used Kyoga Suigetsu, causing Yim to fall into a sluggish state. I would like to say sorry for the last time, thank you for your company, we have a long way to go, we will see you again. This vigorous reform lasted for 3 years. They did not disappoint Sean, and besieged the world government officials with increasing craziness. P.S. Actually, I didn't want to finish it so quickly, but the manga updated by Oda, the old thief, has messed up my outline. I really can't write anymore. I'm sorry everyone, this is my first time writing, and it can be regarded as accumulation. Experience. Thank you all for your companionship over the past few months. I won't finish the next book hastily. I will write a good outline next time, so this won't happen again. Anyway, the ending is probably like this. It's just condensed, and the ending is a harem. Ha 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 ha. At this time, everyone realized how terrifying Sean's plan was. After Enel fired the first shot, everyone screamed and killed those world government people. More and more spies are revealed.